Here come upgraded fire ships. Can Doubt hold with his own demos? That was actually a good trade.
Yeah, let's take a look what we can find out here. Doubt, he gets good connections. That's perfect.
Oh my god, how did that happen? ACCM, I don't think he expected Doubt to have that much on water. Oh my god, that was perfect for the Lord.
That was the game changer. Hallelujah. That was so important. He could have lost everything, but 4 perfect demo connections there. I absolutely didn't see that coming. Neither did ACCM. Look at the horse trying to block there next to the archer range of Viereyy. Look at how he is forced to build the weird walls there.
Yeah, we didn't really catch it all, but that's funny to me. Right now, I'm keeping an eye on...
Not against this army.
Yeah, Nikov hopes for a mistake of error. I think
200?
he needs to force the fight.
1 year?
Oh, and... No!
313-point difference. 300
Going in with his 4 knights. I think he shouldn't get... He gets the kill there.
with the help of the Trebs. Gets that kill. I like how he unpacked those Trebs out of range of the castles. Just to kill any Trebs from Nikov.
Oh god, that's not the best engagement here for Mr. Nikov, though. He's very clumped up. Not all his army's fighting, and that was seconds before Paladin finished.
Should still win, though.
Ooh, indeed. The X-Men did. We have
wheelbarrow
for Nikov. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a deep dive in, though.
The trap!
Oh, no! What is he
It's
doing?
the trap!
He is completely trapping everything, Dave. This is so beautiful, and the villagers still working on that gate spearman behind this. Nikov loses his full advantage.
That was sickening. That gate placement and the house. He waited until the right moment. And now Nikov throws.
Oh, Viper's moving out too
leading
early.
the way.
Oh.
No, not like that, man.
But that's a lot
Oh
of
my god, he's
scouts
still
on the side.
losing. He's still losing archers, dude.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh my god, what is
Oh.
happening?
Oh. And all of a sudden, like, military looks so even.
The tower.
Oh god. Oh god, you're so low now. Oh god. Oh. And the skirm's now doing the work, yeah. Oh, I didn't expect that. Oh no, that's so costly. That hurts so much. Fire.
That's disastrous, man. He loses for free. 3 scouts.
Oh, triple cast.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Red Bull Wololo Day 2. I'm your host ZeroEmpires, and joining me for the pre-show we have T90 Official.
What's going on?
And Dave.
What's going on?
Hey guys, how are you feeling? I know it's early for you both. Ready and raring to go, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, after yesterday, even just the 2 sets I casted, I'm totally ready for today. And I'm already looking forward to Saturday and Sunday. But we have to get through Friday first before we get there.
Yeah, day 1 was, in my opinion, it was very stacked upper bracket, but I felt like the matchups are only going to get better today, so I'm ready.
Yeah, those highlight clips really setting the scene for the day today. But for those of you who haven't seen already, we are using Empire Wars as the game mode for this tournament. It gets us into the action very quickly, but here's Barbecue Turkman to explain how the game mode works.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1, and will be a landslide of entertainment.
So there you go. That's why we're so excited. We are getting some amazing games out of this format. Obviously, jumping straight in at 27 villages, feudal age start, action from the get-go, or the gecko, I believe Turkman would say. But let's take a look at the brackets here. Just have a quick recap over what happened yesterday. Guys, what are your favorite matches from yesterday? T90, we'll start with you.
Well, Doubt versus ACCM is a big standout for me. I didn't know which way that was going to go for a little while. Doubt went up 2 games. ACCM climbed back and almost pulled off the upset.
Dave?
Hera versus Nikov, dude. I saw Nikov in Twitch chat last night, and I don't usually message players after they lose. You got to give them a little bit of time. But I was so tempted to say, like, man, 2 or 3 decisions going the other way, and you could have taken that series. Like, it was so close in so many of those games, and it feels like either of those players could have advanced. So unfortunate for Nikov, very fortunate for Hera that he made it through, but great series yesterday.
Yeah, and of course, all of the players that were invited making it through, it's a tough end of the line for the people who qualified through and had to play so many games to get this far. But they did play really well. And if you did miss any of those games, the VODs are up on the Red Bull Gaming YouTube channel, so you can catch up with all of that in the spare time. But of course, don't do that just yet, because we've got a whole day of action coming up. And the guys that are taking part in this tournament are playing for a whopping 20,000 euros. And that's a 5,000 euro prize for first place and 3,000 for second. So absolutely incredible prize pool and a lot on the line. Absolutely top level motivation for everybody involved, I think. And for today, we'll take a look at the schedule here. I want to get your guys' predictions. We've got another great day of games, but I think these games might be a little more interesting than the ones yesterday. I think the ones yesterday might have been a little bit more clear-cut. We're starting today with Leary Vinchester. Vinch has been playing at a high level for a long while, but this is the first time I've seen him really making it into a top 16 and looking really good doing it. Tristan, what's your prediction for this match?
Oh, see, this actually could go either way. I think if you use your head, you have to say Leary, because when he plays, he's quality. However, it's always a matter of how much is Leary preparing for tournaments. He's always been the guy who, maybe if you put more time in, put more energy into the game, he could go even further. Whereas Vinchester, you never know with him either. He could show up and have an awful day today or a great day. So I'm gonna the safe caster in me is gonna say 3-1 Leary, but I think it could easily swing the other direction.
What are we saying, Dave?
I'm gonna say 3-0 Leary. I think Leary's showing up to play today, boys. And
right.
I'm hoping for an upset. Obviously, we want to see Vinch do well. A lot of tournaments, like Zach mentioned, he hasn't really lived up to his potential, but I think Leary's going to bring it today.
All right, and then our second match of the day, it's going to be Dogao against LaaaN. Now, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I'd be willing to bet Dogao is more than well prepared for this tournament. What do you think? Predictions on this one?
That was well done, by the way. See, both of these players are so similar, but I would say that Dogao is a slightly stronger player between the two. I don't think there's going to be a lot of differences between their styles and maybe choices, but that could go 5 games. I'd say Dogao 3-1, though.
All right, and Dave, what's your thoughts on this one?
I agree completely. That's the cop-out answer, but there it is. I completely agree.
Pro today, so there you go. Well, I've got to say, LaaaN has been making it to more larger events more recently. He is a rising star, and these guys are teammates, so there's a lot on the line for both of them. I do think Dogao is probably going to edge out this one and take the win against LaaaN. But either LaaaN or Vinchester could give us an upset here, and that's something that I'm always excited to potentially see. Third match of the day, Yo versus Slam. Obviously, that's your boy, Dave. What are we saying?
I think that's going to be an incredibly close match. I still favor Yo because he's been active for such a long and consistent period, whereas Slam kind of comes and goes into the game. But Slam's really put a lot of effort into coming back this time, getting better, improving his mechanics, etc., etc. So I think Slam is going to put up a good showing today, I still think Yo is going to go through 3-2.
All right. Yeah, you're right. I was looking at the history on Slam's sort of tournament history, and you can see these periods of inactivity almost for like a year at a time, and he keeps coming back and he takes a break, he comes back. I don't know if he's going to be coming back stronger. I know he's definitely going to be prepared. Tristan, what's your thoughts?
Well, of all the people to face up against Mr. Yo from the people who've qualified, Slam is probably the one that could beat Mr. Yo if he's playing to his peak potential. But I say Yo is just, he's my favorite to make it to the final on this part of the bracket. So I'd say Yo 3-1 or 3-0 today.
All right, and our final match of the day to look forward to, Tatoh versus TheMax, and that is not the Max Verstappen variety, that is the Max of Age of Empires 2, and these guys, I think they'll give us a good match, but Tatoh has played Max most recently in NAC 3 earlier this year. He beat him 3-0 and 4-0, so it could be a convincing win for Tatoh. Tristan, what are your thoughts?
There's certain matchups in Age where one player just has the other's number. I think this is definitely one of them. And I'm a huge fan of both for their preparation and their strategy. And also recently, I feel like Max is almost going with too crazy of strategies and not relying on his macro ability. So Tatoh probably, especially after a great performance in Hidden Cup 3, he's in great shape, 3-1 or 3-0.
Dave?
I agree completely. I mean, Tatoh, when I talked to him about the Max at NAC 3, he said he is not worried about the Max because he does well against him. So like Tristan said, it's a really good matchup. It's hard to surprise Tatoh with the kind of quirky stuff that Max does. I feel like Tato's seen it all before or done it all before. So he knows exactly what the next step is, right? Hopefully we can see Max try to change that narrative and take a set from Tatoh. I mean, I know there's a lot of Max fans, not only Finnish people, but Max fans in general that would love to see that.
Definitely, and I think this match, Tatoh and Max, could be one of the most interesting matches of the day from a purely sort of technical standpoint. Like, these guys both try the weird things, and when you bring that together, it could make for some fantastic Age of Empires. So that's what you've got to look forward to for today. We have got a player profile right now for Viereyy. We'll be right back.
Playing passive. Oh, let's see. Can he wall this off, though? The knights come in. The villagers aren't so important. It's the army. If Viper loses his army, then the players will be on even terms. The castle is denied. Will Viper be able to micro his army and keep these alive? Let's see here. There is the Maganel. The skirmishers are engaging. The knights are there. The Maganel fires. Viper has to shoot the Maganel. He's one-shotting every other unit. Oh, nice Maganel shot. Leary's holding this. Leary has enough skirmishers to possibly hold this. Possibly. Viper has 95 population. It is 120 for Viereyy. Viereyy has denied the castle. Viper probably can't finish that now. And Viper's losing every single Arbalest. And oh my god, what is up with Viereyy and holes, man? Now the militia from Tatoh get in. And this is just free damage. This is free damage. Oh, wait. What? What? Okay, micro nerd. Well played, Viereyy.
Doubt is in and now building another outpost. So he knows what's up. And this outpost let him know that Viereyy was coming with villagers. Viereyy gates Doubt in, but Doubt with the counter gate.
Viereyy.
And Viereyy with the quick walls in front of the villager. Doubt deleting the outpost, but Viereyy was ready right on top of the foundation. Now the men-at-arms are in. The villagers for Doubt are gonna die. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Tatoh. He's got to be careful. Now, many players would not micro uphill, but Viereyy will. Look at this. Look at this micro from Viereyy. He's incredible when it comes to micro. All right, man. What What a nerd, dude. Did you see that micro?
As I would say,
Get out of here.
get a life.
Yeah.
That's what I would say if I was playing against him, and then he would kill me. So,
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Well, we have two nerds. Do you remember way back? This is one of like my favorite early memories of co-casting with you, or casting with you, or whatever. Vinchester against the Scorpions.
yeah, Vinchester. Okay, so the story behind this is there was 2 Scorpions on the field, and Vinchester had 2 plumed archers. Not
2.
even elite, no
2.
Imperial upgrades, just regular castle upgrades, and he was splitting against the Scorpions, trying to micro them down.
Yeah,
So
it was beautiful.
that is the strength of his play, but I would say that's also a weakness of his play because there's no reason you need to do that. But it is fun
I would
to
agree
watch.
with you there. I would say that could be said for Leary as well. Technically, I recall that game where he had that amazing highlight coming up the hill with less crossbows. He had less cav archers behind it and lost to Tatoh in that game because he was too focused. But we'll see, man. I'm looking forward to the games. I believe they've already drafted the maps, so we'll go to the maps now. We can talk through the strategies that they might go for, as well as the civilizations, and it should all be up on your screens now. So just like yesterday and just like every single best of 5 up into the final, game 1 will be on Arabia. And whoa, already, Dave, we're going to see things shaken up here. Vinchester chose El Dorado as his very first home map, which is very unique. Then there was Sinkhole for Leary. Land's Madness was actually banned. So Leary bans Land Madness, which is not something I would expect. Atacama was banned for Vinchester, and then we have are we calling this Aslands now, or are we avoiding that? Aslan?
I don't know how to pronounce the actual name, let alone the name that is meme. Like, how do you? Okay, well, we'll just. It's the AZ. That's what we'll go for. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, and then Wings is the final map if we get there. What do you think of the map's first thoughts here? Because I'm loving this.
Well, we'll have to look at the civs closely because the El Dorado pick really surprises me. The pick from Leary to ban Land Madness doesn't really, because it feels like Leary would be stronger on the more closed off maps.
Yeah.
Against Vinchester, he doesn't want to take that risk. But here's the civs right now.
Well, we're seeing Incas for sure. It would not at all surprise me if Vinchester uses Incas on El Dorado.
Mm-hmm.
Chinese isn't available. You know what? There is Indians available for Leary.
Yeah,
but
he didn't ban Indians, and he picked Incas. So if he's going Incas on El Dorado, Leary's got an option there to fight that.
Fascinating. And look at that final pick for Vinchester. Typical Vinchester. Throwing a Goths pick in there.
Another reason to love the guy. Like, another reason. He just loves the Goths.
Yeah, I think his win percentage is really low with Goths, but he's consistently picked them over the years. Even before the recent buffs, Vinchester's been going for the Goths.
Do you notice that Bulgarians pick from Leary, too? And Lithuanians, too.
The Bulgarian... See, it's also the order of the picks. Like, you pick Goths last, and that tells me that it might be a throwaway pick, but Bulgarians in that position, that tells me Leary might actually have a strong plan for it.
Byzantines for Vinchester, too. So many cool civs in here. And look, Leary picked Britons last.
Yeah, that's really weird.
Maybe he saw the Goths, and he's like, haha, I'll counter you.
Byzantines is epic on Sinkhole. So it wouldn't surprise me if we get to that map, if we see Byzantines, Celts there. But yeah, picking Britons last, I mean, picking Britons on Arabia wouldn't be a bad idea for game 1. I'm not too sure, man. It's just cool how we had so many games yesterday, and now these players are picking some different maps and probably thinking differently with the civilizations. It shows their prep.
Didn't we saw Byzantines yesterday, correct? On Cross?
Yeah,
Was it
NBL
NBL?
with Byzantines. Yeah, that was a bit of a different approach, actually. But Byzantines against Huns, and NBL said that he'd tried that before, and he felt like it was a counter to Huns, and it definitely was there.
Do you feel like Vinchester has picked El Dorado and Aslan? I said it again. Whatever. Forgive me. And then hasn't banned Indians because he knows that Leary is going to pick Indians on one of those maps?
Yeah, maybe.
Like, do you go with Khmer on El Dorado and then you use Indians on adds LAN.
Yeah, that's true. So Indians is probably a sure thing for Aztlan, but it also, you know what I should point out about El Dorado is there's much less starting shorefish or deep fish next to your town center there. So Indians isn't near as strong a pick there as it would have been with the Hidden Cup 3 version. Dude, what if Leary goes for your Lithuanians approach?
It doesn't really work in Empire Wars. I was so proud of that build too.
I know.
Everyone's
man.
saying 14. Calm down. We'll get into the game when we do.
Well, we will do so now. Let's go. Oh my God, Dave. Oh my God.
Wait. The classic boys. Wait. The classic boys. The classic Britons versus Goths.
I love Vinchester. Can we just get this out there? I want the world to know that I am in love with Vinchester. he goes, well, not only did Leary... Oh, and there's a pause now. What if Leary's like, uh-oh, I got to think about this. But not only did he pick Goths, and not only did Leary pick Britons last, but we get Goths versus Britons, the 2 final picks on the Civ draft in game number 1, Arabia.
Yeah, it makes me think that the Civ draft is somehow, like, ordered in the wrong direction, you know? Like, both of these players going with their final pick.
Man.
And is he opening with an archery range? Vinchester is opening with an archery range.
Well, you kind of have to, right? You kind of have to. If you try and go man-at-arms, you're going to get countered by the archers. So I think we'll open with skirms. People says Dave is too loud. Man, Dave's too excited. Slow down. That's right. I got it on my end, Dave. No worries. So the big thing we have to say with this matchup, Goths do not get stonewalls, yet they need to delay. Goths become very, very strong maybe in the Imperial Age. So the more I think about this, the more you do have to favor Britons. You have the sheep bonus still in Empire Wars. You have the faster working archer ranges. And Castle Age are significantly stronger with the extra range on their archers and the cheap TCs. It's just, can Vinchester survive?
Yeah, it's always that question with Goths, right? First, it's can you survive to the Castle Age to get your units out, and then it's can I survive to the Imperial Age to start the Flood?
Yeah.
And against Britons, it's really, really difficult. You can see Leary already walling off his side of the map too.
All right. Well, Vinchester opted for an outpost on the left, which is interesting. It's almost like he expects Leary to get in. And so we have 2 ranges for both of them, I imagine. Leary's actually sticking with 1. Collecting his deer, macroing really hard at the moment, Dave. We see a lot of this with the range openings. Just protect yourself, opt for eco, both have eco upgrades, and then head towards Castle Age.
Second archer range too for Vinchester.
Yeah. So
Interesting.
Vinchester,
So is he going to go into skirmishers as well?
I mean, it's not a bad play. If anything, you look at Leary and you think Leary might be playing a little bit more greedy on the eco front. And do you see Vinchester just shot the hunt?
Sniped the zebras
Yeah.
right out from under the guy.
Beautiful. All right, took care of it. The gold is a worrying position for Vinchester, or rather for Leary. But Leary has more archers, and at least now Vinch, he showed up. He saw just 1 range, and I saw him get armor, so he might come forward and try and surprise Leary here. Leary has not been to Vinchester's base at all with his military. So getting Dave is loud on your end. Lower his volume a bit, or Dave, maybe you can lower your input volume since T90 is observing right now. Always issues. Always issues. Yeah, I mean, I can lower Dave, but I'd have to do so in between games, or I'd lower the game sound as well. I don't really understand. I think you're good.
I lowered myself, so hopefully that's better. Hopefully chat doesn't meme to us and tell us the opposite thing of what's happening.
Yeah, I don't know. No issues yesterday. Technology chat, just game 1. So again, we're seeing the difference here. Leary just surviving on 1 range, and he's building a market, which is interesting. I think he's about to click up to the Castle Age, but he's trying to produce archers, so 100 gold behind right now. Vinchester has to make his extra military work for him. He has not done so far.
Yep. And he's going on stone already, so maybe this is all just a delaying tactic.
Yeah, okay.
He wants to get that castle up. He wants to get those Huskarls out. He's actually going for a watchtower preemptively on his stone. I don't like that position even.
Like the whole thing, every time Vinchester picks Goths, we have the same conversation. We say Vinchester needs to hold, and then Vinchester does a couple weird things, and we're just thinking, okay, maybe he shouldn't have picked Goths. But there he goes on the way to Castle Age, Dave. And Leary is on the way up as well. I'd like to see Leary at a second range now. Like, surely you want to get a lot of crossbows out instead of just staying on one. But he's not doing so. Alright, so Dave, at what point do Goths get really strong?
Well, they have power spikes, right? As soon as you get that castle up, you suddenly can produce the Huskarls, and then late in Imp, when your economy is rolling, that's when you gotta be scared of the Goths.
Yeah, okay. Well, you can open up with Elite Skirm here. It's not the end of the world. You do need something before Huskarl. Vinchester has quite a few on stone, though, so I think he wants a castle sooner rather than later, which tells me with half the amount on wood, he's not going to be adding a second and third town center and booming. He's going to try and get the castle up as quickly as possible, and then Leary, he'll be going for more of a second and third town center approach. Yeah, so guys, I'm still getting feedback. This is why I didn't want to do any testing and changes last night, but yeah, everything should be completely fine on my end.
I think the game sound is a bit loud for you.
I don't
As the skirmishers come in
understand
and fight the archers. I just listened to the stream. The game sound is loud.
Okay, well, I can turn that down, but then you need to turn yourself back up for the time being.
Yep.
Yeah, so, yeah, that'll be fine. So, the skirms have armor, Dave. Elite skirm's going to take some time. Bodcanero's on the way. And, oh, Leary opens up with a siege workshop. I actually like this. I wish he would have gone for a few more crossbows, but I think Leary, oh wow, fast TC, fast university, and fast siege workshop. This tells me Leary wants to boom, but also pile on the aggression, which is the better approach.
And Vinchester has stopped producing army now that he's in the castle age, keeping some garrison in those ranges. So if Leary comes along, he's gonna think Vinch has a bigger army than he does.
Not Bodkin. Sorry, Bodkin's in, but he does not have Elite Skirm on the way yet. It's pretty expensive nowadays. 250 on 250 wood, and I think 160 gold. They upped that cost a year or two ago.
So, how long does Vinch have before the economy from Leary is just too much to fight?
Well, this is why no other player in this tournament would pick Goths. It's because you're just accepting that you're probably going to be 15 to 20 villagers behind up against Britons if you pick this. Now, he didn't know that it was going to be Britons, but it's probably one of the better Civ matchups he could hope for. So I'd say Vinchester needs to hold until he has about, I'd say, a minimum of 60 villagers with a castle. That's when Goths start to get a little bit strong. And Leary, he needs to pile on the aggression. He needs to not only boom, but maybe get some kills and fight for position.
See, if I'm in Vinch's position, I am not confident versus these crossbows at all, especially against Leary, even with ballistics. Because Leary can do what he's doing right now.
Oh, God, Dave! Oh, my God! I hope people can hear me now. Because that was awful, man. And what's left is really low HP.
That was an incredible attack round from Vinchester, or from Leary there on Vinchester. And it only killed about 4, but like look at the HP from Vinchester's army, and Leary with that extra range can just micro the whole thing down. And I think Leary's just taking this push very slowly here. He knows he has a superior eco.
Yeah. See, in any other Civ matchup though, if you're pushing the ranges, it makes sense. Take out their production. But Vinchester's building a castle now. Vinchester doesn't really, he cares, right? He needs to get some value, he's invested into them, but if he loses the ranges, whatever, he wants to make some Huskarls.
He should probably care about the fact that he's not going to have a gold able to take, like he's got the one in the back, but like, that house wall, that's well within range of Briton crossbows.
It's a good point. Now Britons, they not only have the crossbows, and with numbers and upgrades like ballistics, they can take out small numbers of Huskarls. they also have the option to go for champion behind this. So it's not just getting to the Huskarls. It's also taking out some of the archers and getting some momentum back now. Look at Leary's instant reaction there.
Yeah, this looks like a big army from Vinchester, but if you select it, half of them are weak from that Mangonel shot.
Yeah.
So once this fight starts, it can snowball pretty quickly here in favor of Leary.
In Feudal, I was saying how it made sense to go for 2 ranges for Vinch, but the more I think about it, if he was going to build the castle this quickly, why not just go 1 range skirmishers to hold and then not invest into so many upgrades? He's invested hundreds of food and gold into upgrading units that are pretty much useless to him right now.
Does Leary see the castle? He doesn't see it yet. He sees the mining camp on stone, though, but he also sees the tower. There's the castle. Okay, now Leary knows what's going on. So these Mangonels are probably dead soon, but I think the crossbows can run away and micro enough against small numbers of Huskarls to be fine.
I think it's still... Remember, you gotta have good food eco to really pump out those Huskarls, so I'm thinking it's when the Anarchy upgrade comes in that Goths get dangerous. I think Leary will be able to hold for now. But what's interesting, Dave, we're seeing supplies from Leary. So I was wondering if he would think about the Imperial Age and then teching into infantry. No, he wants to go for Castle Age production of infantry.
Well, he can see all of Vinchester's base. Like, he knows he hasn't really expanded anywhere.
Yeah, that's
he
a good
has
point.
to assume he's like 1 or 2 TC, right? So he knows that he could probably outproduce longswords faster than Vinchester can produce Huskarls.
Yeah.
And remember when the supplies tech came out and everyone was like, oh, this is a nerf to Goths?
That's true.
Basically, because you can get that swordsman line out for cheaper.
Yeah, whereas Goths already had the discount. Yeah, exactly. So Goths have the discount, but now other civs get a discount as well. You know, actually, Goths are weaker in Castle Age than they were a few months back, too, because now the discount is staggered, so their infantry is only 30% cheaper in Castle Age, and it's 35 in Imp. But I just
makes you wonder why he would pick Goths.
Because it's Vinchester. But what's interesting is all the precautions Leary's taking. I'm surprised. Like Leary, he came to play today, like you said, because I think he would normally have confidence in his abilities without the stonewalls, but he's doing the right thing, and you really should stonewall against the Goths.
Mangonel battle.
Oh,
1 for 1, but that took a lot of skirms with it. We were talking about Vinchester's micro, but Leary's on point too.
His units are so weak, too. Here come the beautiful, beautiful Huskarls. Props to Vinchester. He's only 10 villagers behind Dave, and Goths always have a chance. If it gets to this stage anyways, they always have a chance.
I feel like he's got to build up even more Huskarls, but then again, Leary's building up the longsword numbers, so at this point, Vinchester can't even take that in a straight-up fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit interesting. I see the forward barracks now for Vinch, so he might go for more production. And yep, Anarchy's on the way. Now Huskarls can be created from the barracks. Dave, the correct approach for Leary is to make sure he has enough longswords on the field at all times and build a bunch of defense, whether that's stone walls or castles.
So Vinchester isn't that far behind on eco.
No.
If you look at it, which is surprising. He's actually played this quite well behind this, and Leary didn't do too much damage as he's losing all his skirmishers, but they don't really matter anymore.
Yeah.
Leary didn't do too much damage to his eco.
He attacked a range? I'm not even sure he killed a villager over at Vinchester's base, so... Yeah,
No, I don't think
Vinchester's
so.
alive, and if Goths just need to survive, they're like... If MBL's the cockroach of AoE, Goths are the cockroach of civilization. You just gotta stay alive, and you get there, you'll actually, this comparison doesn't make any sense. But anyways, you just gotta stay in the game, and you'll always have a chance, even against Britons, even though they get championed and are blessed. Such a mass from Leary, though. He's played this so
Leary.
safe.
When Leary gets up to Imp, he's gonna have a very dangerous army. But look at his resources. He's clicked up. Okay, that makes sense. I was thinking he's stretched on res, but he just clicked up to Imperial Age.
Yeah, that's the worst, isn't it? You see he doesn't have resources, you think the player's doing something wrong, and then whoops, nope. Great reaction there from Vinchester. He does lose a villager, and he could even lose the TC, actually. I think Vinchester, he's thinking of clicking up as well, but he really needs to take a fight before they arrive in the Imperial Age.
Well, he's clicked up right now, so he's going to be, 30 seconds slower than Leary, but he's trying to shift the battleground over the Leary space. He's trying to get into that market. If he gets into the eco, it could be very, very dangerous. You can see how many villagers Leary has sent to repair that market.
Oh man, he's brought over the longswords, Dave. I mean, that market's eventually going down, but Vinchester reacts immediately.
Right
the level
away.
of play has been so good. Like, obviously, it's a risky play to go for Goths. It's a Vinchester thing to do, but I really appreciated his reaction time there. And I also love how Leary didn't send everything back, Dave. He's still piling on pressure on the front.
I like how Vinchester wants to dictate the battle over on the right-hand side as he's clearing up the longswords with his Huskarls.
Wow.
And Leary doesn't want to leave his position on the left.
Yeah.
He knows that main gold is there.
Yep, he's pressuring it. Also, farm eco, that's crucial. Even just 5 farms could make a difference. They both have about 50, but it's 10% of the farming eco idled. Dave, look at the mass of new Huskarls in the middle. This will only get cheaper for Vinchester to spam.
He's surviving. What do we keep saying? All you need to do is survive. He's surviving. It's going to be very difficult for a Britain's player to fight on multiple fronts versus the Goths. I feel like Leary has to dictate exactly where the battles take place.
It also takes a long time to be able to get two-handed swordsmen and then
Here
champion.
come the Huskarls.
Oh my goodness, and I think Leary wants to build a forward castle, but the villagers are going to be attacked, and Leary does not have the numbers here, Dave.
No, he doesn't have enough longswords here. He doesn't have the upgrades yet. He's trying to save his archer mats. That'll come in handy later.
The swarm of units from Vinch. Oh, this is epic. I love it. And just like that, military not looking too bad for Vinchester. He's in the Imperial Age, so he has time to breathe next to that eco. I don't know if he should fight there. Yeah, he's leaving. Two-handed swordsman's about to be on the way, and plate mail armor. So the crucial upgrades for Leary. Just can he finish off the Goth player before it gets out of hand?
I think that's Elite Huskarl being researched
It is.
by Vinchester, so he's going to have fully upgraded units. Leary will probably get champion pretty soon. It's still very, very doable, even after that fight for Leary. Vinchester has to keep trying to win those little battles and stall out the game as long as he can.
Yeah, I think he wants to hit the vulnerable, or what used to be a vulnerable portion of Leary's economy. But Leary has placed a really good castle. He's also stonewalling behind the market, so if he gets his stone walls up, it will be tough for Vinch to break that.
Here comes Leary pushing that secondary gold. Vinchester's golds, he's got to be careful about not giving those up. He really needs that for the spam. That's one he's given up. The one in the back is down to 3 tiles, and then the main is in a super exposed location.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. The forward production is good, but you need a little bit more Vinchester. Now that champion's in for Leary, it could be tough. Look at Vinchester with this castle. Who needs siege when you're Goths?
Why is Leary not dealing with this?
I think
it feels like he should have sent some champions. Okay, here they come.
Yeah, I think it's because he wanted to hold the middle, and he's holding the middle well. Now, it's always dicey against Goths, but the champions took a really solid engagement. And Leary has 30 more population, and still 30 more population with military, Dave.
Yeah, and champions trade effectively against Huskarls, so that's no issue for him. Vinchester kind of running out of steam here now.
Definitely is, isn't he? Leary, what a play to be able to still continue to pressure forward, which is so important, and also defend that castle. That was epic. Repaired, only one Huskarl remaining there.
And you don't even need to kill the production buildings because Goths produce so fast. All you need to do is just keep mopping up these Huskarls as they come in. Eventually, Vinchester's going to run out of food. He's going to run out of gold. When that castle goes down from him, then Leary can just push right into the middle of his base.
What does Vinchester do to change this? Because ideally you have your own champions, but you might not have the time to do that now. I guess it has to be pure Huskarl.
Yeah. It's... You gotta hope that Leary takes some bad fights.
Yeah, that as well. Maybe go to the side areas if there are any exposed positions to force Leary into taking bad fights.
Yeah, maybe try and raid.
Yeah,
with
that's
a
what I'm
few.
thinking.
Like if you get into Leary's base, maybe if you kill 20 villagers or something. But right now, it is not looking good for Vinchester whatsoever. This is the nerf against Goths, indirect nerf that we were talking about.
Yep.
The supplies tech. It just lets Leary have so many champions on the field. They're his best option against Goths right now.
But this is probably
Vinchester.
like probably the biggest 1v1 tournament Vinch has played in terms of prize pool. People have to correct me if I'm wrong, but he still goes, oh, whatever. Who cares about supplies? I'm going to try Goths. And I can appreciate that, but man, how safe did Leary play? He answered all of my questions going into this series. Is he going to show up to play? Is he going to have good macro, good micro? And Dave, full Stonewall, castles on the extra golds and stones, amazing economy. He played that perfectly.
He did, and it's just questionable going for Goths. You know, maybe he felt like, maybe Vinchester thought like, there's no way I'm winning Arabia. I'm going for this pick. Maybe get some mind games in there for Leary.
Dude,
it's so weird.
If I had $1 for every tournament that Vinchester went for a really weird Civ pick and lost, it'd be ridiculous. I'd be a millionaire. He does this so frequently. But anyways, he loses game number 1. We'll have other civilizations to talk about. We'll have other maps in a moment. But first, let's go to the statistics here and see the eco of Leary. That's the big thing that's going to stand out to me here, I think. Yep, Leary had 20,000 food collected, more wood collected, more stone collected, and more gold collected. And this is all because Vinchester needs to build a castle before he can make those Huskarls, whereas Leary could go 3 or 4 town centers before building his.
And Vinch had actually decent eco behind that.
Yeah.
Like he had 4 TCs. He wasn't up to imp that much later. It's just Britons are so good with their transitions. And Leary did that effectively from feudal to castle, and then the longsword switch came in at the perfect time.
And there really was potential for Vinchester if he would have started to raid a little bit. It would have been fantastic, I think, there. But he couldn't get through, and Leary stonewalled, which was the smart play.
What, you can't hear me now, guys? I was too loud?
I'm literally on the same, like, everything should be the same here. So I don't know. I'm really struggling to figure out what people are talking about. So bear with me, guys. We'll deal with that in between games. But I still just want to touch on the Castle Age time from Leary, slightly better. Imperial Age time, slightly better. More map export, he was just slightly better in every area. All right, let's go back and let's look at the maps and civs. You know, there might be a solution for us, Dave.
Okay.
I'm gonna try it before we toy with anything. I'm gonna go for the next game. I'm gonna use the scene that I had created and was working fine with yesterday. As I spoke before the stream, I had like 12 hours ago. We were doing some quote-unquote fixes that I thought might create more issues, and yeah, we'll be fine, I'm sure. Okay, so scores 1-0 for Leary. We now go to Vinchester's home map. He has El Dorado. He has Franks, Incas, Mayans, Byzantines, and Ethiopians. So what are we going to see here from Vinchester?
El Dorado Incas.
El Dorado Incas. I think you're right. And will we see Bulgarians to counter it or what?
I'm so low on this scene. I don't know what happened here, but...
Like right now, you're also low?
Yeah, I'm super low. As soon as you got out of the game, I got super low. Chat's right, man.
This is... I don't know. Okay, let's do a test. Is it better now? Okay, it's better now. Okay, and then we're going to do one more test. Dave, just, tell me your favorite flavor of ice cream.
I think Incas is my favorite flavor of ice cream.
Incas is your favorite flavor. All right, I've never had that one. I just want to do... It's bad again.
Still low.
Okay, all right. So I need to fix it for the other scene. So just say one more thing here.
Test?
Yeah, it should be better for statistics, and then we'll be fine for the other scenes then. Guys, that was good near the end of that game, right? Okay, all right, cool. Actually, I'm not even looking at chat. I'm just looking at everyone behind the scenes here. Sorry, chat. Okay, cool. So anyways, I'm really befuddled here. What will Leary go with? Like, if Leary's truly thinking Inca rush, will he go for fast man at arms? I don't know if
tough,
it's a great
right?
play, but it's a play because you can create them instantly, and the Inca Vil rush is going to come instantly too.
I feel like Archer's just the better play.
Yeah.
Like, you just hope that you get a good map. Oh, Dave Loud again. Come on, guys.
No, don't listen to chat. Listen to the production team. Don't listen to chat. They say it's good. It's
Okay.
fine.
So I think Archer's is better for Incas. You just gotta hope that you have a good map. You can survive long enough to get the mass out.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, we'll find out soon enough. You could go Khmer on this for the farms. There's tons of options. Yeah, I think everything's fine now. I'm just listening to production. Yannick is letting us know. So I think the off meta start from Vinchester is fine, but if he's going to win against Leary today, he needs to have good results over all of the games. Do you think that maybe going for a YOLO crazy move every game against Leary is a low confidence thing, or is it just a Vinchester thing?
I feel like it might be a Vinchester thing, but that's not something that's going to win you the series. It might win you a game. It's not going to win you 3 games.
Yep. Yeah, I think there's another player which we'll see today, TheMax, who sometimes goes for some out-of-the-box strategies and maybe needs to rely on just playing standard, right?
Yeah.
Well, we'll find out soon, guys. Leary came to play game number 1. Game number 2 will be up in a moment. I've heard, that they're about to start the game. I'm personally hoping we see Incas against Bulgarians. Leary drafted that civilization pretty early. Not that Lithuanians is necessarily the best pick behind that, but Britain's was his final pick and he used it for Arabia. Bulgarian man-at-arms could be Celts, so I think Celts is probably saved for Sinkhole. Wings, a map that could work for any of the civilizations we have there. Here's the schedule, guys. For the rest of the day, we have this best of 5 between Leary and Vinch. Obviously, I'll have Dave alongside me. Dogao and LaaaN will be the final best of 5, and then the remaining 2 best of 5s, Mr. Yo versus Slam, where Nili will be with me casting, and then Tatoh versus TheMax. So who are you rooting for now that I'm looking at Twitch chat? Who are you guys rooting for today in these sets? I think Vinchester's definitely earned a lot of fans, especially during the qualifiers, getting results versus player that many people didn't think he could beat. A lot of Slam fans out there, okay, TheMax. That's going to be a tough one. I think the big finale for the day, Tatoh against TheMax, because Tatoh has a lot of fans and so does TheMax. And there's the bracket. So we're not playing in order of the brackets. I don't want people to get overly confused by this, but obviously we're still, this is day 2, round of 16. And then Saturday will be all of the round of 8. And then we'll have the semifinals and the big final on Sunday. All of this is live. All right, Dave. What's it gonna be? I need a guess. I'm guessing Bulgarians for Leary. It doesn't seem very Leary-like, but if he picks it, that tells me he had something prepared to counter the Inca rush.
It is weird that he would have Bulgarians, right? Because it's not super useful on either of the maps that he picked as his home map.
Yeah. I want to see Crepost. I want to see so much from this. All right, guys. Game number 2, El Dorado, between Vinchester and Leary. All right, game 2, we are in. Vinchester has gone for Ethiopians, so much for that villager rush. And then Leary has gone for the Khmer. El Dorado, 27 starting villagers. There's water on the outer edge. There's stone and gold in the middle. This is one of the crazier maps you'll see in Age of Empires 2 tournaments.
Khmer's very good here too, because you can't really place the farms around the TC.
Yeah.
So having those socially distant farms, I'm going to bring that one back. Is very, very nice for this map. You can put them anywhere.
Yeah, and Lance
What is
Madness.
the advantage? of Ethiopians on here, though.
Well, see, LaaaAN's Madness, it's not going to be in this best of 5. I'll get to the Ethiopians thing in a second, but if there's no LaaaAN's Madness, then maybe this is the play for Khmer. I saw Hera yesterday just hopping in and out of those houses with Khmer that was so annoying to even, like, watch myself while watching the stream. The Ethiopians, you get fast archers, and starting with extra food and gold is great. You also have the possibility of going for Man-at-Arms, but Vinch is just going for the range opening. I really like the Ethiopian Civ for Empire Wars. I think it's so much better than Standard Age of Empires.
Vinchester's going for stable and double archery.
Yeah, so stable and double archer range for Wait, stable?
Yep.
Oh, he added the stable.
It's already out.
Okay, I didn't trust you because I saw the range, but wow, so he wants to go for scouts and archers. So just to make things clear here, I didn't make any changes over the last 2 minutes. So people are like, this is perfect, this is perfect. Literally nothing has been changed on my end, so I'm just as confused as you are. But people said it's perfect now.
Yeah, let's say, I think we'll go with their word. It's perfect now.
Yeah.
We're just gonna watch the
Move
game.
on. But the reason the stable opening could make a bit of sense here is if Leary's going to go for the defensive play with skirms. Leary's definitely gone hard on the macro here, Dave. Both eco upgrades on a lot of farms already.
And Vinchester's trying to be kind of annoying at the back with a couple archers, but Leary can deal with that with his 3 skirmishers, and he's walling up his space completely. Neither player has gone for the water yet either.
Yeah. I don't see that as commonly in Empire Wars, but here are the scouts on the front.
As the scouts are in, I don't think Leary expected 2 archer ranges and scouts. I mean, it's pretty hard to get that rolling. The fish do help Vinchester, so it's a really, really nice build, and now Leary's going to kind of struggle against this.
Yeah, just a little bit. This is the approach that he's taken, though. Will the extra economy pay off? There was a game yesterday between Nikov and Hera where Nikov went for no eco upgrades, Hera went for all eco upgrades, and Hera lost a few villagers and came back because of that macro with the faster castle time. I believe you called that Civ pick, too, with Koreans on Atacama. Can Vinchester keep this going?
Kind of a troll to call that, I'm not going to lie. Vinchester is going to run into problems now, because Leary, what he's doing with these skirmishers is just targeting the archers, so all of Vinchester's backup to those scouts is getting depleted. He's going to have to change his angle of attack here.
Well, he could take the angle right here, right? Leary, he house walls. Oh, man, you can run right past the TC. There's no villagers around there, but does he want to get stuck inside of Leary's base? I guess he says no to that. Also, Skirmisher just got attacked by a Jag on the shoreline on the left. That's very important to point out. That's amazing, actually. Right next to the water. Looks very realistic. Well, anywho,
so
no countering.
Leary's fully walled now.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Leary is fully walled, so he's pretty safe at the moment, especially with his skirmisher army. He's getting hit by a couple skirmishers on the wood line. That's not going to phase him very much. And he's actually gone forward, too.
Ooh. Oh, is this a mistake for Leary?
Here,
yeah, it is a mistake. He's going to get sandwiched in here. The scouts came right back for Vinchester. And while Leary's still doing what he can to take out archer numbers. Remember, guys, you get 2 tiles of gold and 2 tiles of stone next to your base on this map. This is it for Leary's. The rest is in the middle, and it's always visible, too. Makes the fights very interesting.
Leary's done a great job, though, just cleaning up the archers as he sees them. That's a big gold expense for Vinchester, and it's really hard to replace those. Skirmishers, Leary can produce like nothing.
Okay. This is
archer
really
numbers are just
hard to micro in Vinchester's position.
That's not how you do it, I can tell you that much.
Yeah. Leary's micro is so good, and now he's adding his own scouts, Dave. I also saw that he got scale barding armor. So I have the armor against the skirmishers that Vinch might have, or just to match the scouts. I do like the tower, though, for Vinchester. It protects his gold. Also protects the stone if he needs it there. Leary's got to decide
3rd archer range for him.
Damn.
So Vinchester, is he committing? No, he's going to go up to the castle age. He's going to take the risk that he can survive here.
I wonder if Leary, if he can't pressure the middle, he has decent eco behind this. Maybe he could just hit the wood and the food eco of Vinchester. I see Vinchester walling that now.
Okay. And Vinch's play is to go to Castle H. Has some of the gold secured, if you could even call it that. So awkward. Man, I love watching Eldorado, but I'm quickly reminded just how difficult it is for players. This is unreal.
It's so messy. It's so messy. Not being able to access that land around your TC, it just kind of... It messes up your game, right?
Yeah.
You have no frame of reference for where you're supposed to focus, and you have to focus at like 5 different areas at once. Laaaaaa going for the dock now.
Okay, so I wonder if Laaaaaa will start off with a fire or add fishing ships. Laaaaaa has better economy, but he will be later to Castle H. Now, that's what's interesting about this. But 20 military on the field for him. I think Vinch with 1 knight could clear out most of those skirms, Dave. Plus he gets plus 100 food and plus 100 gold when he arrives to Castle H. Honestly, this could be quite good for Vinchester, depending on how he uses early castle.
Well, 5 of his farms are being idled now. That woodline's being idled. He has nothing to stop Laaaaaa from coming back here. He's forced to YOLO down a tower, but that's going to hurt.
Am I a little bit behind here? Oh, I am slightly behind. So we'll see the YOLO tower now. It's great start to the day. I thought earlier, because you said 3 range. Like, is Dave thinking ahead? There we go. Man. Oh, man, Dave, I can see what you're talking about there. A few villagers go down. And now a knight or 2 can come out from the stable. There's still so much going down for Vinchester.
That's worth so much more. What he lost is worth so much more than the 1,000 or 100 food, 100 gold he gets when he gets to the next stage.
Here comes the counter, though. Crossbow and Bod Canero. I really hope Laaaaaa doesn't have a hole in this wall, because if he does, he will lose so much. Come on, Vinchester, you've got to push in through the palisade walls, make a move. The second you see the palisade wall, attack it and try and get in. He is cleaning up those skirmishers, but I think you're right, Dave. Laaaaaa's still virtually untouched at home. He's about to arrive in Castle Age. He's in a very nice position to just mop up these crossbows now with this Khmer eco. 900 food.
I think he's lost 1 villager, Laaaaaa, and compared to Vinchester, who lost, what, 5 there?
Yeah. Okay. Villagers just delaying here. Chain barding armor on the way. Of course, there's 2 stables for Laaaaaa, so I think 2 knights with armor could do it. However, crossbows are now on the gold, and that's the one way that Vinchester can win this. That's the only gold that Laaaaaa can take.
Yep. And he stopped the production when he was going up, so he has really no units here to help defend against this. He's trying to get knights out. He's forced to make a market so he can sell.
Yeah, dude. He could sell food, and that's decent, but what I'd love to see from Vinch, a few monks or maybe even pikemen, because Ethiopians get that upgrade for free.
If Vinch just holds that gold position, this could be really, really bad for Laaaaaa. And Vinch is actually adding in a monastery as well.
Yeah, I like it. Also, great reaction from Vinch to try and micro. This isn't a fight that he should really win, but he does take out a knight. And I don't know what those crossbows were doing there. They're trying to get back to the center, I suppose. But again, Vinchester's on Laaaaaa's gold. Laaaaaa has tons of food income with Khmer, but it's the classic Eldorado situation. One has food and wood, the other one has the gold and stone.
I can't help but feel like there should have been a tower on that gold. Like,
Maybe.
Laaaaaa needs to do something, you know? He's trying to fight it back with just military.
But technically, he could town center in the middle, but he's losing this fight at the moment.
Yeah, against Ethiopian crossbows, they're so deadly.
Dude, I'm hyped because I felt like Vinchester was just going to get rolled again. But now as pikes, monks, and crossbows are coming forward, I'm wondering if Laaaaaa can ever take the golden stone in the middle.
I don't even think he can take his own gold. Like, every time he leaves that means less military production for him, which means less units to fight this back, which means you're never getting back out to your gold.
Oh my god. Oh my god. There was a hole in Vinchester's base. 5 knights with +2 and forging. This is the play for Laaaaaa. You can't go to the middle, but you can make that wood and food eco even worse for Vinchester.
Oh my goodness, that tower's gonna do nothing to these knights. And Vinch's army, look, Vinch has made the decision that he's not gonna deal with this army in his base. What he's gonna do is he's gonna go into Laaaaaa's base and try and wipe up as much eco as he's losing, but Leary just runs away.
Both players are building panic TCs, if you notice this. Vinchester panic TC in the back of his base. Then we have a panic TC from Leary. And that's not a TC he would have wanted to build either. He's building that just so he could protect himself from the army. Look at how messy this is. Leary's sending so many villas into his starting town center. Oh, what a game, Dave. What a game.
Leary finding the hole in Vinchester's wall by leaving his base and now looping around to the woodline where the villagers overchopped.
Oh, no. It's a disaster.
And they're going to open the gate, too.
Oh, there are pikes there. How much will the gold and stone matter? That's the question you have to be asking yourselves at home. Because there's plenty of gold and stone for Vinchester. But he doesn't have fish. He doesn't have the farms. But props to him for at least idling the amount of farms he did.
I like how the villagers on Leary's farm in his base are really watching that guy go.
They were supposed to be on the other farm.
This is like some clan meeting or something. This is really weird.
They're in training, man. They're learning the ways. Is that enough knights to fight 3 pikes and 14 crossbows, Dave? Does he have just enough, maybe?
It's enough. It's enough, yeah. Well, with the monk can change things.
Ethiopians, too. Oh,
he's going to go to the middle army.
Yeah, well, that's a good engagement then for Leary because he took out the monk. Will weaken a few crossbows, loses a villager or 2 in the process. See, like every time I feel like Leary's in a good position, he can't take his gold, but maybe this is the moment.
I think this is the moment, yeah. And Vinch has less eco, so he's got to win this fight, and it's just not happening for him. Everything dies!
Oh, so bad. So there's only 400 gold remaining on those 2 tiles. Only 400 gold remaining for Leary. He will have to sell wood and sell food if he wants more gold after that. I still think Vinchester has a chance. He's making monks, he's making pikes, he's making crossbows. He has the middle. He doesn't have the worst economy, but certainly not as good when it comes to the food and wood as Leary. Leary's getting elite skirm though, Dave. He does have bod canero, so elite skirm counters both the crossbows and the pikes and the monks, actually.
We've seen players win this map by not having the middle and just having a better boom. Maybe we could see that again this time with Vinchester hanging on to that middle area with the gold and the stone, but Leary with the elite skirms all around him.
Yeah, I think Vinch needs to leave. Like, do you really need to camp here when you see he has that many +2 knights and skirms?
Well, where do you go, right?
Wow, I think you just camp the middle. I guess he doesn't want to give Leary that gold. It's also worth pointing out, where's Leary's stone? Okay, Leary's stone is there. He's not on it right now. And again, we have another training session here. That's how messy it's getting for him. But thinking maybe even a few mangonels. I guess ballistics is a good upgrade. Just Vinchester needs to make sure that only skirmisher can't counter what he's making. What a great game, though. And I love the small things. Vinchester sending a crossbow to the right side to annoy Leary. That's gonna be annoying. We have another crossbow to the left. We have Leary still focusing a bit on water, Dave, with some patrolling fire ships in the north. These guys are playing next lever, man.
You gotta bring that up all the time. Look at Leary, though, looping around with the knights. He's ignoring that crossbow army. That's why I think the crossbow army has to sit on that gold.
I see.
So that Leary can't move, right?
Yeah. Because
he's going to go over to the other side. And those woodline villagers, I don't know how long they've been idle from Vinchester, but they are going to get punished for that.
Oh, gate close, gate close, gate close! No! What were those villagers doing? Oh, man. At least he has a few pikemen back here, Dave, but he'll need more than just 3.
If I was Vinchester, I would have deleted that guy. Like, just punished him for opening that gate. That's such an unfortunate turn of events for him.
You know, you say that, but there was actually a tournament game where Leary's villager opened a gate and let army in from Viper, and he deleted the villager, so the gate would close, and it didn't work. Oh, look at this fight, though. This is so important. It's such an expensive army for Vinchester, and for Leary, if you think about it, just in different ways. The elite skirms and the knights have full armor, so again, I think the crossbows from Vinch need to stay alive, and they need to get back to the middle. I think having a mangonel or a scorpion or 2 would be very helpful.
What's he gonna do about the knights in his base though? He's sending pikemen one-on-one.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, those knights are weak, but they're still just a constant threat he has to be worried about.
You know, having the pikeman back isn't a bad thing, but when you're up against a player like Leary who's so quick, he'll just run away from them.
Oh god. How many villagers is that crossbow killed on the right side of Leary's base? I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
It's still
bodies.
there?
There's 6?
I just assumed that that thing would have been killed earlier.
I'm sure Leary has too.
Yeah, Leary forgot about that one, I suppose. The knight's still running around. We have the monks going back now, Dave. So 4 monks and a pikeman. But again, it's so complicated for Vinchester to lock down that food and woody coat. He's had like 7 or 8 farms consistently, and now just again get rid of this area. Don't send villagers back.
Leary doesn't care. He's gonna let him. He's gonna let him go.
Okay, never mind.
Let him go. The stupid thing is, I think that farmer, the female farmer, I think she opens the gate when she goes over there to farm.
Oh, we'll pay
We'll
attention
see.
to that.
I'll
The
ke-
important things.
Yeah, I'll keep you apprised.
Well, here's the siege workshop for Leary. We also see another range, so he's going... Dude, this reminds me of how Viper played this in Hidden Cup 2. Do you remember? It was full
That's
gold
the game
control.
I was mentioning
Yep.
before, yeah. Where you control the edges, and the other player controls the mid, and you still win.
Yeah.
It's a better boom.
The light cabin skirmisher can counter pretty much everything Vinchester's making right now, and he's not struggling in the middle so much. He's just struggling back at his base. 74 villagers for Leary, and it's 56 for Vinchester. And Leary he's one of the fastest players in the game, and he has 3 different armies right now. Beautiful.
Market prices are at 47 gold for 100 wood and 43 gold for 100 food.
I'm so
it's
impressed
getting-
with Leary, man.
Yep. He hasn't even sold to the limit yet.
Yeah. I'm really impressed. I wasn't sure if he was gonna have like the sharp game sense that you would need to play in this tournament, but man, he's either been playing a lot of games or it's just always with him, because my goodness. The positioning
So
is
now
amazing.
Leary's pushing out, trying to get to that gold. It is close to his base, so
Yep, I see
there's a
that.
possibility.
Doesn't quite have the army in the middle to deal with the crossbows and monks, but maybe he's going for it now? Vince should be able
I
to
don't
see
know
this.
about this though. Those knights are really weak. But there's so many light cabs!
Oh, tell me he's going to get conversions there. 3 conversions! 3 conversions, that's not bad for Vinchester, but I still think he needs to be backing up because there's skirmishers behind this. Oh, man.
Ethiopian archers are pretty strong though, especially in choke points like these. He's gonna kill the Mangonel and then bring the knights back. Another Mangonel on the field though for Leary, and now Leary has access to that gold.
Yeah, Leary has access to the gold, and also it doesn't seem like he really cares about throwing away light cav and skirm. The skirm and light cav
They
are
don't
still
matter.
killing the
Yeah.
crossbows, yeah, and he can make more. Whereas if he takes the middle, Vinchester won't be able to make more crossbows. Mangonel even diving in underneath the tower, Dave. Yeah, Leary
Mangonel
does
shot?
not care. It's good micro from Vinch, but is this sustainable? Those crossbows are so weak, Dave.
Yeah,
Just
that
sick
one light
play
cav.
from Leary.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
jeez.
play
And now,
from Leary.
now Vinchester just lost all the position he spent the entire game trying to gain. It was a really, really good thought from him to secure the middle like that, but Leary with the raids, the holes in the wall from
Yeah.
Vinchester, he found every single one. And Vinchester, you just can't recover from that. Like, having gold and stone access is great, but if you don't have the food and wood to back it up, you're never going to go anywhere.
I don't think that Leary... Or, sorry, I don't think that Vinchester really played this wrong. It's just very difficult if you go for the middle approach to protect your wood and food eco. Leary did the right thing. Vinchester tried his best to stabilize, but Leary was able to get the lead. We really saw the power of Khmer there. I look around at these farms and I'm thinking, how many mills would he have had to build to have these farms be efficient with another Civ? Khmer have an amazing win rate in this tournament so far, and Leary's up 2-0. All right, so we're going to the statistics scene now. It is there shouldn't be a difference, But just ahead of time so people are aware. I think audio should be fine. Dave, 15,000 food for Leary and 6,000 food for Vinchester. Oh, God.
It's a little bit of a difference, just over, double.
Yeah, and the gold difference wasn't that extreme. 5,500 to just under 3,000 for Leary. Of course, Vinch had stone collected. Maybe if he would have gone for YOLO Castle, right? YOLO Castle of some kind could have been better. But anyways, we'll go back now, and we'll take a look at the next map. I'm hoping Vinch can at least get a win to show you guys what he's made of here today. All right. Yeah, so that's really weird to me, because there's literally no difference on my end. But we should be fine now. So Leary will not... We haven't seen his home maps yet, and there's a real benefit to that, isn't there, Dave? Like, what happens if you have a good game plan for a few home maps and you don't have to play them in the first round? You save those strategies.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like how these qualified players can kind of get wins, is if the players who were invited maybe don't want to use those strategies early in the tournament.
Okay.
Maybe Vinch can sneak out a few on Leary's home maps. It's going to be super difficult, though.
I can at least appreciate the fact that Vinchester has gone for wacky strats. I know that sometimes it creates more questions, but Leary's so good that he decided to go for El Dorado for his first home map pick, where a lot of players would never do that. He's tried so far. Now, I'm thinking, as clan, Leary has Indians, which is clearly the best civ on that, right?
Okay, Vinchester has to go Incas here, right? Has to go Incas.
It has to be a Vil Rush, because you can't let Indians take the shorefish. Has to be. So, immediate blacksmith upgrades, immediate wheelbarrow, and immediate villagers coming forward. One of the cheesiest strategies in the current meta. Fighting with villagers, man.
Well, it is the meta now, because if you see Incas, you get you get afraid, or at least I get afraid.
Yeah. Do you remember that game we played, that 2v2 game? And we both picked Incas. Do you remember the response from the opponents?
Okay, so we loaded up into a 2v2 game. Tristan and I were playing off stream. We said, let's both go Incas on Hideout. So we load up into the game, and I'm like, if they know us, they're going to say something really soon. And sure enough, 3 seconds into the game, someone says, hi, YouTube.
And the funny thing was, I arrived to my guy's base with villagers. He had 5 men-at-arms, and I think it was the same on the other side, so they were prepared. Next time, what we'll do is we'll pick Incas, and if they react, we're just going to go fast castle. And they'll go fast feudal for men-at-arms. That's the strat.
Yep.
Mind game them. That won't work here, because the middle has all the shorefish, and while there was a patch yesterday or the day before, we're not playing on that patch. Sorry for any confusion there, but Indians collect shorefish faster than any food source in the game. Indian villagers, specifically on shorefish. Very unique, very uncommon. So Dave, you can make one tower on this map, right? Until you chop through to the corner where there's other stone. So if this Vil Rush is accompanied by a tower, the tower needs to be a good tower, and it needs to stay up. I don't know, though. What does Leary open with? Do you think he opens with a stable to make scouts? Because you have the food income, or do you think he'll go with a range?
We're going to find out. The game is ready.
All right, let's do it. Whoa!
Has he been watching Viper? Because we saw this from Viper yesterday.
Viper died pretty badly. I'm actually kind of disappointed here. Vinchester's gone with Franks. Now, in theory, Franks should be one of the better civs on this map, because you start with the forage bushes, you can go into farms, and you can have good eco around your TC. But when Indians are involved, Indians are so freaking broken that most people have been banning the civ. So if you're not banning the civ, you're normally picking a strategy that could counter it, right? I'm not convinced that Frank's is it, but we'll see. I didn't watch all the game yesterday. What did Viper do with Frank? Scouts and archers, I guess?
He went double. No, he went double barracks men-at-arms.
Oh god, I can see why he
So, yeah, so Vinchester has gone for double archer range, so it's already a better approach in my opinion.
There we
to
go.
this.
Vinchester can take that with him, whether he wins or loses today.
He went with the super early defensive tower, just double checking that you're all sped up to the...
Yeah, we're good, we're good.
Okay, good. He went for a super early defensive tower to support his fishermen, and now he's coming forward with the archers. Just scouts out from Leary right now.
Alright, so archers and spears. Both players are using their only tower, and there are just as many villagers in the middle from both. Leary making use of the food, but he'll add a range. And how many times have we seen this today? Leary going scouts and then a bunch of skirmishers.
And Leary's actually picking off a villager from Vinchester.
Loses a scout in the process, probably worth it, because he'll have plenty more food where that came from. And so far, while that's aggressive, it's been quite slow. I expected a bit more. I expected villager rushes or forward towers. It's just been all defense.
Vinch is going for a market. Is he going fast up? He's going to put some pressure down and then...
I don't think he has the eco to really utilize
Why
that
would you...
market.
Why would you go double range and then in market?
If anything,
Buy
he should
more
be adding a
stone?
stable here, right? So he could make scouts against the skirmishers from Leary.
Well, there's the stable.
Okay.
Good prediction right away.
He might want to buy stone. I think you're right. I think that's the only reason he would make a market is to
here
buy
he comes.
stone.
Here he comes with the villagers. So he's got enough stone now. Leary's tower wasn't... I mean, it was probably in a decent position, but
Yeah.
it...
Well,
Vinchester's building within range of it, though.
I feel like
It's really
that
weird.
denies the shorefish on the left, but Leary could just move to the right. There's still hundreds of food there. And as I look...
As Leary's right under Vinch's TC,
Yeah.
taking out these archers.
Yeah, sick micro from Leary again. His micro has been so good today. What I love about watching Leary play is you can tell he's always paying attention to his units. Like, look at that. Instantly firing, instantly moving, taking the fight on the hill with the other scout. Just the value he gets from his military is incredible.
Sometimes it hurts his economy a little bit, but
Yeah.
I think Vinchester probably garrisoned some archers in that tower, get all the arrows he can. Use the villagers to fish, I think would probably be the best solution. If he takes down the tower from Leary, Leary's got to be careful not to let this one go. Because like we said before, you only have a limited supply of stone, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, he has to make a market and buy more for another counter tower.
What's fascinating is if that tower goes down, and it might eventually, Vinch already has the market, and he has villagers on gold, and he's not really
Buy
making
more
archers.
stone.
So he could buy 100 more stone, build another tower, and then that middle might be locked down more.
But maybe Leary doesn't care about that if he keeps killing villagers
Exactly.
in Vinchester's base. Another one goes down. Great block with the scout.
Yeah, but he stayed here with 1 scout and 4 skirms. It's just not an army that you see players use much. And again, he's still microing. This is the best value that he could have gotten from this situation. And now the middle. I'm waiting for it, Dave. I'm waiting for the stone purchase. Will Vinchester be able to beat Indians on this map? He has archers very close to those villagers too. If he gets his own scouts here to deal with any skirmishers, you never know.
Leary's only producing a skirmisher right now.
Yeah. 12
There you
on
go.
food.
Now he adds a scout in.
Oh man, you know what I hate? I hate it when skirmishers are slicing and dicing archers. I've seen it so much today. But now we have more scouts from Vinchester. Dude, he's gotta do it. He's gotta do it. Either he wins this game or he's not gonna win at all, because this is the best position he could have hoped for going into the Civ matchup.
And Leary's still with no bloodlines. He does have the armor
Yeah.
on his scouts.
And armor is also in on Vinchester, but he has more HP on the Frank scouts. And he's getting forging now. Not bad for Vinchester. Vinchester has the population lead here in game 3.
Yeah, and Leary's not going up anytime soon. He's got tons of gold, but no food in the bank for him.
I think Leary was, and I'm with Leary on this, he was not expecting Franks to have much of a chance here. Crazy. And it's worth pointing out there are some farms at home for both players, so they are worried about food eco there. Forging's now in. There are more scouts on the field for Leary, but his villagers need to stay on the shorefish on the right side because he can't take the other side because of that tower.
Yeah, and Leary's actually forced to go into farms at home too. Usually you'll just see the Indian player toss all the food villagers on fish, but Vinchester, which is great pressure here, and he's just going to sit in that choke point and target the villagers.
And that's a great position to sit in too, because now the scouts can't surround those archers and skirmishers. So still more scout numbers for Leary, and I think Vinch needs to step it up a notch with the production there, but that's a good fight.
Bloodlines coming in now from Leary, though, and he did take out those scouts. He is chasing the archers and the skirmishers back across another stable for Vinchester. So Vinchester's going to have 3 stable, 2 archer range production.
Yeah. I think the scout numbers are mattering a lot more now. There's not many ranged units out.
And with Bloodlines now, Leary's scouts are actually better than the Frank scouts.
Yep, very true. Vinchester making a few more archers. Man, this is such a close game. 10 military for both.
There's
Incredible.
the tower. There is the tower from Vinchester. So he purchased more stone. He's going to cut off these fish from Leary.
Is it at the worst possible time, though? Because I think
But
Leary's
can
taking
Leary
the better
stop
fight.
this?
Leary's taking the better fight, Dave. He had slightly more scout numbers. He had better archer micro. Look at the micro. Immediately sending scouts versus the skirmishers. I don't think he stops the tower. But
No, but
he's
he can
bringing
rush
up
it
the
down
army.
once he has the military advantage. He doesn't have to really worry about it that much.
You know, rushing it down might be awkward, though, because there's other towers there that can be garrisoned. So I'm not sure about that one. But certainly the fights with the archers and scouts has been better for Leary. I wonder if his production will stall out now, though, because he doesn't have shorefish. Very well
Definitely on
might,
the
because he has
scouts.
less
I mean,
on food.
He only has 12 farmers right now.
Again, the micro from Leary, though, immediately getting the hill. It's disgusting watching this guy play. My God. So impressive.
Leary gonna go... he's forced to deal with the military. He can't go back into that eco. He knows about that wood line. He loves sitting there earlier.
Yep.
But Vinchester now with the scout production... Can he take back the lead here?
I'm just wondering
Military.
if Leary is ever going to let Vinchester breathe. It's unreal. It's just slightly better from Leary every single time.
Yeah, this feels full feudal from Leary right now. And Vinchester, he's trying to bank resources. I think he's thinking about going to Castle Age, but I don't think he can get away with it.
No, you've got to breathe, especially when you have the middle against Indians. And push home that advantage. That house wall is so crucial. And maybe now that it's 6 scouts against 4... Vinchester can think about taking a fight, but it's just not fair how Leary's microing. It is not fair. I love
he's getting
the way
that
he's
archer
fighting
mass
with his
up too.
archers. Yeah, it's so sick.
He's been fighting with like 3 or 4 archers, but now he has 9, and that's getting dangerous to scouts, even with armor.
Especially when it's microed like that. He's focus firing. He's not patrolling. He's focus firing virtually every time.
He's looking for the weak ones too, I guarantee you.
All right. So those scouts were just the meat shields. It's all about the archers, Dave. You're right.
Those
Scouts, good on
scouts are
Leary,
super
but
weak
the
for
archers are
Vinchester.
there. Dang, dude.
Yep.
That's incredible. And I'm still looking at the middle. I'm expecting Vinchester to have so much more food to create scouts, and he certainly has created more, but he can't fight the archers now.
Yeah, it feels like Leary got his food eco stable enough before he had to abandon the fish, to the point where he could still keep up scout production from a few stables. And then his gold and his wood eco was always excellent.
Now, there's a risk, though, with 21 on food versus 33, there's a risk that he could start losing some archers now that Vinch has ranged units mixed in. So there's still more scout production from Vinchester. It's almost like, you know how with Goths, the infantry is so cheap and their KD is always awful, but they'll win? Well, not in this series, but it's similar here where there's more food income for Vinchester, but he's taking worse fights. He's able to produce more.
And is Leary just going to go into the eco from Vinch? Yikes.
He wants to. Oh, Vinchester needs more house walls. It's not the first time he saved himself with a house wall. that one scout goes after the skirms immediately, and the archers will still run towards that woodline, but Vinchester's on the way to Castle Age, Dave!
That's all due to the fish. Look how many villagers he has on fish. He's sustained the scout production.
Yep.
He's kept making skirms and archers, and he's on the way to the castle age. Let's look at Leary's resources. Nowhere close, dude.
Oh man, but Leary has the archers going in towards that gold from Vinchester. Remember, Vinchester can't make a tower.
And he's hitting the villagers in the middle with scouts.
Wow. This is so messy, but if Vinchester can hold on, he can get a win in this series. He's chasing down the archers with the scouts. Leary's microing.
Okay, so it's always a risk to go up to castle age when your opponent is going full feudal because you might be swarmed under before you reach there, before you get to good units. Leary might be able to take this middle position. He's lost the archer army to the right.
The thing Leary can't deal with, though, is knights. He cannot deal with knights, and if
and I don't think he has enough military to keep this advantage.
Well, he could maybe push Vinchester's base now, but if he's running back, I see him running back with the archers. That is a bad sign for him. I think he was just for a moment thinking about going to Castle Age himself, Dave. He's trying to stop scout production. Maybe thinking that Vinchester has just clicked up, but Vinchester's been up for a while, and there we go. Castle Age for Vinch. He has so many stables. He could go light cav, he could go armor, and he could go for the knights.
I like the little things too. Leary walling in his villager that was on 3 HP before the scouts came and attacked it.
Yeah, especially when it doesn't matter.
And it gets nuked by the archers immediately.
Especially when it doesn't matter. Like, if that's Doubt, Doubt's just like, okay, bye, villager, you're dead. No
The
cav
HP
upgrades.
for Vinch's scouts looking pretty good here. And the knights are coming in now.
All the archers will die for Leary. Every
That's
single
over.
one. And Vinchester picks Franks and beats Indians. I thought for sure Civ win the second I saw it. Civ win. Franks can't compete with Indians. No, the Indian villagers couldn't take the shorefish. And Vinchester took it himself. What a victory for Vinch.
I think this all comes back to the fact that Leary let that tower die for free. He didn't repair it at all.
Yeah.
He didn't try and, take down Vinchester's tower at all. He just gave up that map position. He got pushed off the fish, and he couldn't get up to Castle Age as fast as Vinchester could.
That felt like every other game in the series where we're just constantly watching Vinchester die. It's
Yep.
like Vinchester's losing this fight. Vinchester's losing this fight. And then he won because he gained that position. I haven't seen too many games on this yet, but I think going for the early market and buying the towers is pretty unique. And it worked out for Vinchester, because without the towers, he would not have been able to use his military to secure those shorefish. Dang. Well, Dave, that's exciting. Vinchester now will force Leary to show some of his strategies for the next home map. We also have some really cool civs to talk about, but before we get there, we'll go to the statistics. So I'm told that on the statistics scene, things are a bit quiet. I can actually make some changes on my end, and we'll iron this out, because I'll be casting all day today, so it's got to be addressed at some point. I know Dave hates to be the test dummy, but what are you going to do? Here we are, 101 kills for Leary. It was better KD. The largest armies were similar, but there was way more food for Vinchester. So imagine if Indians, who have the shorefish bonus, would have had the middle. Yeah, Vinch would have had no chance. Normally, I'd sum up games more, but that was pretty quick and pretty cut and dry. So now we'll go back to the maps, and we'll go back to the civilizations.
Yesterday, when I saw Fire versus Viper, and Fire almost threw the game about 3 times, I thought he won because Indians were just too OP on that map. But after seeing that from Vinchester, if you push the Indians off the shorefish, then you have a chance, right?
Yeah. It's a combination of a lot of things. A combination of a lot of things, man. Okay. So, Celts, Bulgarians, Lithuanians are the options for Leary. Still wondering if we'll see Bulgarians or Lithuanians. I guess we have to if this ends up going to Game 5. He has Wings and he has Sinkhole. What are you thinking Leary opts to choose here?
I think Sinkhole, right?
I was going to say Wings because it's a very open map, but he did also ban Land Madness. If we could go back to the maps and the civilizations, I'd really like to see what Leary has. But there's the rest of the bracket. Obviously, a lot of sets coming up today. But Vinchester has Incas, Mayans, Byzantines. See, Byzantines is amazing on Sinkhole. I think it's just as good as Celts, or at least that's pretty close. Yeah, I don't know, Dave. I think Vinch has to go for wings and goes for something like Bulgarians or Lithuanians. Very unique. Because if Celts is your best option for Sinkhole, then you don't want to use Celts on wings, even though that'd be a solid pick. We still could see the Incaville Rush. We still could see Mayans, which is a civ that Vinchester probably would want to use.
Yeah, I think Vinchester has the better civs here.
It's arguable, yeah. I still... like, what bothers me is he picked Incas so early, and he picked Mayans so early, and he hasn't used it yet. Like, why did he use Ethiopians and Goths, his final two civs? Just weird how the order in which he's used his civs, whereas you look at Leary, Britons is kind of a standout, but Khmer and Indians were used right away. I'm on the Vinchester hype train, okay? He's shown it's possible. I am on the Vinchester hype train. I like to see this go to Game 5. I know that whoever could potentially face Leary on Saturday, which I guess is tomorrow, really wants to see what Leary's strategies would be on wings and Sinkhole too. Thoughts on Leary's performance though today?
I think he's looked really solid. I think the last game even, he looked very solid. Just Vinchester had a better strategy there.
Okay. Well, they're not wasting any time, man. We'll find out. The next game, again, should be on one of the home maps for Leary. This will be the first time in this series we'll go to Leary's home map. Let's go. Here it is! It is time! Here come the villagers! The Inca villager rush and the towers have already started. Leary actually started off with Lithuanians, Dave. So, Lithuanians against Incas, game number 4. Let's go.
And they're so close to. You have to feel like the Inca player has the advantage in this situation. Like, it took him how long to walk across the Leary's base?
2 seconds.
2 seconds. And he's just gonna kill the archer range.
No, he's gonna gate it. He's gonna gate it. Can he gate in that entire archer range? That would be so sick.
Well, if he gates it, then the archers... Leary can't even make anything from that because he's gonna have to pop out the other side.
Yeah. Also worth pointing out real quickly, sorry, this game starts really fast, that all the stone on this map is in the middle. So Vinchester's taking the stone. And now Leary's going for men-at-arms to fight those villagers. But these are Inca villagers, no upgrades. Oh, no! No, he has armor too, Dave.
Yep.
So wow. What a start here. Can Vinchester get out of here without losing villagers?
Well, those men-at-arms are pretty weak there. Same with the archer from Leary. Archer now out from Vinchester. I'm surprised he hasn't put more pressure down on Leary's base. Like, he's walled that archer range. Yeah. That's it.
Well, half of his eco's forward. I guess that's the tough thing. He also still needs to wait for more stone for another tower. But he hasn't taken, well, as I say it, he's about to lose a villager, but he hasn't taken many losses. Leary is adding another archer range. That one archer is stuck within the range, though, in the little training area. So until that gate gets battered down, Leary's one archer range is useless, and now we have a very ballsy tower from Vinchester.
And the gate and the wall too.
What?
But there's archers, so maybe the gate and the wall aren't really gonna be the most effective defense to keep this tower up. But
I honestly feel like he should just be fighting with Vills, though. You know, like the towers are really difficult to get up, and you're just giving Leary free HP hits on your Vills. I feel like you've got to be fighting with villagers, and now, oh man, he's losing.
He loses
so much.
Another one. Yeah, and the tower is only at 55%. Like,
oh, and
I feel like he can't force that down. The archer in the archer range.
Oh, it sniped the bill. Oh, Vinchester. How important
coming
was
back
the
from the
starting
dead,
food,
and
though? With
Another
Lithuanians.
villager goes down. Yeah, it very, very important because that let Leary get the men-at-arm upgrade. It let him get them out onto the field.
Yeah. All right. Well,
And is that another villager that's gonna die from Vinchester as he's trying to micro down the archer from Leary?
Looks like it could. That, or he has to fight with eagles against the man-at-arms. Horsecollar and Bidax just now coming in for Vinchester, so he didn't have any equal upgrades. Leary will be loving the fact that he's 7 villagers ahead right now. Deleted the range, though. So now that archer will die. So, this is yet another game where Vinchester has gone YOLO, and it's either amazing or it just looks awful. That's how YOLO tends to work. It's why a lot of pros don't go YOLO. He wants to finish this tower. It's possible he can. In fact, it's likely that he will finish that tower. Not much to back it up, though, Dave. And Leary looks to want to just batter that down. Is that the plan?
I think he can afford to. I mean, there's not really anything there. There's 2 villagers inside to repair. Vinchester keeps trying to run away from the skirms from Leary, but obviously Lithuanians with faster skirmishers, so he catches up to them right away.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, plus all that extra food to make the man-at-arms. Armor's already in on the man-at-arms. Forging is in. And Leary knew exactly what to expect when he saw he was up against Incas.
Another
And he is
villager goes down.
slaughtering Vinchester.
Oh boy, Vinch, like, he walled in the archer range and that's it. And I think, did Leary delete that archer range?
Yeah, he just got rid of it.
Okay.
Just got rid of it, because I guess he kept going to it to create units. 13 military against 5. With Incas, villagers do count as military, but they were not used as military here, Dave.
Do you
were not
feel like
used.
Vinchester should have sent about 10 more villagers? Like, just send the barn
I think
over to Leary's base?
The archer range has accomplished absolutely nothing for him.
Yeah.
I think you either commit to villagers, and send a few more, or you do what you do here, but then you're kind of splitting strategies. So yes, to answer your question, I do think he should have committed. Now
This
his
does
Bill
not
Rush
look
and
good.
Tower Rush was less effective, and also his archers was less effective. You have to pick one. You can't try and do
Like,
both.
he didn't even really pressure any important parts of Leary's economy. He could have gone to the north. He could have gone farther to the south.
Yeah.
But
I think
instead, he pressured an archer range and a wood line.
it's also really complicated on this map, I guess, to get more stone. So that's something that Leary did a really good job of pressuring, because if there was more stone, then maybe more towers would have gone up in crucial areas. Leary picked Lithuanians. I still wonder, will we see Lithuanians again? Or was Lithuanians a counter pick to Incas on this? Could be because of the extra starting food. Leary has such a big force, and the fact is Vinchester cannot fight anything Leary has. The man-at-arms and skirmishers is not something he can engage against. Tower might complete in the middle, though.
Yeah, and he gets control over the stone, but I mean, with skirmishers, Leary can just run around that tower.
Yeah, 19 farmers against 6 right now. So if Leary just holds, Leary's going to be encapsulated significantly faster. And what a good fight, fighting underneath the tower because he doesn't care. He doesn't care. He'll take out all the archers. I would not want to be an archer in Vinchester's army. He has lost so many archers to skirms.
Over this series, yeah, every single game he's losing archers.
Dang.
And look at the skirmisher production here from Leary. He's still producing men-at-arms, too.
You know what I would love? If we look back, like 6 months from now, Lithuanians might be picked more frequently just because of this tournament. Because we're seeing the power of Lithuanian trash and Lithuanian feudal age more in this tournament than we have since the Civ has come out. Granted, it's a very different game mode, right? So games play out differently, but maybe Lithuanians will be a more popular Civ after this tournament. I've been loving it, personally.
I like what Leary's doing, too. He sent 2 villagers to the north. He made an outpost to the south to discover the extra golds. Just in case Vinchester comes forward and cuts him off from his gold.
True.
And I think he knows that Vinchester doesn't have any time to explore the other areas of the map.
Yeah, at this point, Leary's just thinking, well, I think he even overmade Man-at-Arms. He's just playing super safe and probably wants to get into Knights in the next stage. He could go long swords if he wants, but he's got to click up to Castle Age. There he goes, and Vinchester is nowhere near. Leary will send his entire force back. Could take out the tower if he really wants to. I just don't see what Vinchester can do from this point on. He not only fought with Eco Dave, he fought with villagers, but he lost more villagers in his economy than Leary ever did.
And that tower is going to go down in the middle. It's surprising to me that Leary produced so many men-at-arms, because Vinch couldn't really afford Eagles, sorry, with his eco. But they are taking the tower down. He's getting the armor upgrade now for cavalry, so he's going to go into knights once he gets there.
I think Leary in this series gave me a lot more confidence that he could go really deep into the tournament because he wasn't overly greedy. Like some of the small things that like Viper will do where he secures his position a little bit more before investing further into economy. Like some of those small things Leary has struggled with in the past, and it almost made me feel like he was annoyed by some of those small things. Like, oh, whatever, I'm not gonna wall, I'm not gonna make a few extra man-at-arms. But he played so safe in some of these games. Make sure he had map control before he boomed in the Goth vs Britain's game. And then here, it's just been clean, clean, clean. There goes Vinch. Of course, if he loses this game, he loses the best of 5, right? So he's gonna try on his way to Castle
So what does he
Age.
do in Castle Age? Is it an eagle play?
Well,
it's hard.
I mean, it's got to be eagles and pikes, but when you're this far behind, it is really difficult. Yep.
He is taking the gold in the north, and I don't think Leary realizes that, so
Yeah.
that's nice for him. He's got tons on gold, so it's definitely eagle play. But look at Leary just killing the barracks.
Yeah, it's a good play. And then anytime an eagle comes out, he's also running around with the skirms hoping for hill picks, but he knows that if Vinchester wants to keep that barracks alive, that he has to fight, and he knows that that would be a good fight for him because of the
Second
upgrades.
armor upgrade now for Leary on his knights. He doesn't care about that tower. He doesn't care about the military out from Vinchester right now.
Now Leary at this point is thinking, how many Dota games can I play before the next round tomorrow? Because Leary is looking so good. He's definitely going to be moving on. There's no doubt about it. You see Iron Casting now, so these knights will have full upgrades.
As soon as he finds like that wood line in the back or the gold in the back, he could just send a knight over there. It'd be devastating. He can kill that tower on the main gold from Vinchester. Like, he just fights under the TC. He doesn't care because he's got the +2.
Yeah, no reason to care, right? This is classic game, well, I guess it's not game 5, but game 4, I'm down 2-1 and a best of 5 play from Vinchester. He knows he's dead, but he's gonna try
Leary's
his
gonna
best.
find all of this stuff. Look, Vinchester's trying to put 2 barracks down at the wood line, but Leary's gonna find that. Leary's gonna find the gold, I think, with 1 skirmisher.
Oh my god, dude. If this game was closer,
Leary-
that would
Leary's
be
God
so much
tier
more
right now.
impressive. Yeah, I mean,
I know.
like, obviously it doesn't really matter, but if it was closer, the fact that he found both of those areas is sick.
Does Vinchester go down to single-digit vill count? That's what I want to know.
He's at 35 now. If he stays in the game for 2 more minutes, he might.
Oh boy.
Vince, just accept it, man. Just accept you're dead. You qualified for this tournament. You played really well. You got a win off of Leary.
You beat Indians on that map with Franks.
Yeah.
Super impressive.
What do you think Leary's saying right now, Dave?
I don't want to rub it into
Vince?
Vinchester.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. He played really, really well. Like, that El Dorado game, if Leary doesn't get into that hole, I think Vinch has a very, very good chance. Obviously, on the Aztlan game, he beat Indians with Franks, which was a huge surprise. Just some questionable strategies and picks here. Like, Inca's on this map, I understand it, but not putting enough pressure with the villagers forward is maybe a mistake. And then Goth's on Arabia.
Yeah, I think Leary is not the type of player to go those strategies are probably really easy for Leary to defend against because he tends to play pretty clean meta, and he's able to stay consistent with. You saw all series how he was able to use melee and ranged, whether it was elite skirm and knights, or it was skirms and scouts, or archers and scouts. He's so good with that. And some of these weird, messy strategies, it's just awkward. There's a reason there's not a lot of pros that do it. I mean, Vinchester has played like that for years. He made it into this tournament, still stuck to his guns. It didn't work out. I think Vinchester can hold his head up high. Like Nili said yesterday, this is probably the best way to say it. He'll probably be upset that he's just lost. But a week from now, he'll think, you know what? Leary played God tier, and I got a win off of him. And it's my first big tournament in a few years. So I think he'll be happy with himself. I'll go to the statistics briefly, I guess. This is not something we need to look at for too long here. But no question, a better KD for Leary, which you guys could see in-game. Also here you could see the food, wood, stone, gold collected. Leary had better eco. That was over for a while there. And now we're going to go back to the schedule if we can, because the next set is going to be coming up soon. I want you guys to know what we'll be seeing all day here on the Red Bull channel. Thank you guys for showing up. We'll look at the schedule, and then I hear we'll have an interview, which will be exciting. But the next set will be two beasts, Dogao and LaaaaaN. That will be, I think, closer because they play so similarly. Later on today, we'll have Mr. Yo against Slam. And then the final set of today and the round of 16 will be Tatoh versus TheMax. Amazing. And there are fans for each and every one of these players out there. I know LaaaaaN, he might not be the favorite Spanish player in the chat, but he's gained a lot of fans and recognition recently with his performance in tournaments.
Mm-hmm. And he's constantly trying to break into that upper echelon of players.
Yeah.
He's constantly trying to get a great result, maybe a semifinal, you know,
He
maybe
could
get
beat
to a
Dogao,
finals.
dude. He could beat
He could.
Dogao. Yeah. Like I said, they're very similar players. Here's the bracket. Now, again, we're not playing this in the order of the bracket, but the winner of Tatoh versus TheMax will face Leary. So Leary looked really good. If Tatoh and Max are watching, whoever wins, they're going to be thinking, oh boy, Leary's strong. Whoever wins the set between, Dogao and LaaaaaN, and then there's Yo and Slam at the bottom half of the bracket. So maybe Slam will be able to get a good tournament result. First tournament he's been in a long time, just like Vinchester. Mr. Yo, strong as always, that will be tough to beat, and then they'll move along. And you can, as you look at the bracket, see Viper and Doubt, Heron MVL already on the cards for tomorrow. It's pretty sick stuff, man. I think Zach is getting prepared to interview Leary, and Leary will tell us all about his strategies. I really want to hear, Zach, if you're listening, I want to hear about the Bulgarians and Lithuanians pick. I really want to know his thought process with the civilizations. All right, the interview's ready, guys. We're going to send it all over to Zach now so he can talk to Leary about his performance.
Great game right there. And Leary just joining me in Discord now for a quick chat. Are you there, Leary? I think you're muted in Discord, my friend. All right.
Yep, I'm here.
Ah, there he is.
Drinking.
Well done, man. Congratulations to you. 3-1 against Vinch. How did you feel going into that?
Well, I haven't played too much AoC lately, but I practiced 2 sets of Viereyy, and I felt like I learned enough.
Okay. I was actually going to ask you about that. You could have sort of jumped in there with the, I haven't played much AoE recently. You get a lot of criticism in the community for spending a lot of time playing other games, but then you come to tournaments and you consistently do well. So I was going to ask how much preparation you did for this, but you're feeling good.
Okay. Yeah, I'm feeling comfortable.
All right. And you looked pretty comfortable against Vinch. How did you feel that match would go? Did you feel confident going into it?
Well, Vinch is kind of known for his out-of-the-box strategies, I would say, like his Goff's pick and etc. So I was kind of expecting something like Goff's as last pick or something, maybe even earlier. And I knew that if I don't mess up, I should win because Goffs aren't supposed to work. I think Vinch is a very mechanically skilled player, but if you just pick a worse Civ and the enemy doesn't mess up, you shouldn't win.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. And Tristan was just saying that he wanted me to ask you about your Civ draft I noticed that obviously on Vinch's side, he picked up a lot of the Meso civs. He had Mayans, Incas, and Aztecs. And then on your side, you had Bulgarians and Lithuanians. Are you feeling like Bulgarians and Lithuanians are in a good place right now?
Well, for regularly AOC, not really. But I saw that he had 3 Meso civs quite early, and I knew he was gonna use one for how's the map called? Aslan.
Yeah.
And I was quite sure it was gonna be Incas or Aztecs, and would just like go all in Eagles and towers. So I just thought like some Arm Civ and Bulgarians and Lithuanians came into mind.
Okay, and the Aslan map was interesting because he actually went for Franks there. And you first picked Indians. I was surprised you didn't ban them, considering Aslan was his home map. But then obviously that map ended up going his way anyway with the Franks. Was that a surprise for you?
I was surprised he didn't ban Indians. I thought Indians should always win there, but he messed something up here and there. I don't know where. I guess he played quite well with the towers and didn't let me get any shorefish, so the land economy didn't even matter. So yeah.
Yeah, how would you play that differently? If you know next time you potentially play Aslan, are you going to try and tower the middle more? What's your approach going to be for the next time?
Maybe a tower wouldn't have been. Actually, I made a tower, right?
You did, yeah.
I forgot that I made a tower. Actually, I didn't repair it. I completely forgot.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, because on that map you can only build one tower, of course.
Yeah.
So you know if you lose it, it's a big loss.
Yeah. I feel like if he does it again, like I should be able to punish him on land if he buys stone with a market. But like I messed something up. I gotta watch it again. So.
All right. Interesting. I mean, you said that you maybe messed something up on land, and it was kind of a theme actually with all of the matches in that series. You were raiding him like crazy. Just to go back to game 2, El Dorado, you were Khmer against his Ethiopians, and you didn't have the middle, but it didn't seem to matter.
Yeah, like, the thing is with archers, is like Ethiopians, they kind of rely on gold, so they can make archers. But civs, especially like Khmer on that map, is insane because you can just make cavalry and skirms, which counter everything Ethiopian has, basically. And you just raid his full economy, so he can't make knights, so you're stuck with archers and skirms, and then you just raid them from the sides, and you have better economy. Because the middle doesn't do anything for me, but it does everything for him, so he kind of has to commit for it, and I don't care, and I know that I can win otherwise as well.
Yeah, it's great to hear that from you, actually, because obviously the center of the map there, all the gold in the world, and you're just raiding him at home, and he's losing villages all over the place, and that ended up being your sort of win condition in the end. And then in game 4, the last game that we saw on Wings just then, so you're loading into the game, you see Incas, what is your reaction?
Well, I always think about a tower rush or some Inca all-in strategy, so I want to prepare against that and defend as fast as possible, because I don't want to give him map control and the stones. Because you can't really defend the stones, it's like the middle of nowhere and you can't even palisade around it because of the weird area there. And Lithuanians, if they're 150 foot, help a lot there actually, so.
Yeah, and the faster skirmishers, right?
Yeah, that as well.
It was a pretty good game for you. But what advice would you give? This will be the last question now from you, but what advice would you give for anyone who's playing against the Incas? Because they seem to be this sort of civilization that everyone's very fearful of. They see the Incas, they're expecting a tower rush, they're expecting the strong villagers. How do you deal with it?
Well, one way is obviously just to wall up and make your own counter towers and then just don't let him advance with his rush. But in a map like Wings, that's not really possible because you can't really wall. And so you just have to like explore it, like you should see it coming when you see Incas on an aggressive map. And you should just like go all in units basically. That's my advice at least.
All right, so if they go all in, you go all in too.
Yeah,
So for your next game, you'll be playing against the winner of Tatoh versus Max. What is your prediction for that? Do you think Tatoh or Max will go through and be your opponent in the next round?
I think Tatoh will win. Because I think Doubt and him prepared a lot. Well, from what I've heard, he has 2 maps prepared. Basically, it's 2 home maps, I guess. But I think Tatoh always does well against Max, for whatever reason. But either way, it's like 60-40 Tatoh, I would say. And,
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're prepared for either one of them?
Not at all, but...
I appreciate your honesty, Larry. Well, thank you for coming to have a quick chat with me here. Good luck for your next round.
Thank you.
And we might be speaking to you again soon. All right, so there you go, guys. 3-1 for Leary. He will advance, of course. Let's take a quick look at the brackets here, just for a quick update. We can see all of the matches from yesterday, of course, but we can also see what we have to look forward to today, and also the schedule, which we will have on the screen in just a moment. I might be a little behind. I only have the stream to view right now, and I see there. Okay, the brackets are on the screen. Perfect. So yeah, we'll take a look at the schedule as well. We can see that our next match today is going to be Dogao against TheMax. Dogao against TheMax, Dogao against LaaaN, my bad, which should be another great match to look forward to. These guys, of course, are teammates in Team Heresy, so there's always going to be a little bit of team rivalry between those two as well. We are going to have a quick break right now to try and fix the sound issues. We apologize for that. We're going to sort of figure out why the sound between Dave and the game sounds are a little bit off. So we'll have a quick break and we'll be right back.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1 and will be a landslide of entertainment.
It does put LaaaN in a favourable position. He's going to go in deep with the plumed archers. He's got Bodkin Arrow already, +1 defense already. He's going to try and focus down the skirms, and then he's going to be into Veles's woodline. I don't know if Veles is paying much attention here. He's probably quite focused on what's going on inside of LaaaN's base, but he's going to start losing villagers out here, and that's going to be messy. This could actually be LaaaN's victory if Veles doesn't clean this up quickly here, because he will hemorrhage villagers far too quickly. There's a huge villager deficit for Velesa right now, and he's not doing enough counter damage on the other side of the map. This is going to get cleaned up. 3 more villagers are going to go down to the Igors out here, and those plumed archers just got 5 kills and then walked away with it for free.
LaaaN now so active. Let's take a look at the mini-map. Will he find the kill against that villager? She's going back to the TC, actually blocking out. Oh no, Viereyy with the first villager loss here of the game, and that's the first kill overall. First blood spearman over and over again, and oh, you will find those villagers as well. LaaaN is just playing such a better game here than Viereyy. Viereyy with his 1 aggression at the front couldn't get the kill, couldn't get the pressure, and that's another villager kill. 622 KD in a total mirror. That should not happen. Oh god, and another snipe here. Are you kidding me? How many kills is this guy getting? And this has to be so depressing for Viereyy here. Game after game, opening this one, but doesn't really know where to get in there. The villager might even be safe, but oh god, Hera snipe. I can see the Hera snipe coming around to open, but oh no, an overchop here. And those are the villagers going down LaaaN. Now 10 villagers ahead, increases that lead as well. Might intercept those villagers as well. And Viereyy, he needs to take a significant winning fight now, or all his chances are gone. He is 20 population behind. Pikemen, how can they hold this one? Mangonel maybe trying to get something done, but it's looking so bad here for Viereyy. Okay, Eagles now moving forward. Oh, but only 1 at the front. He will lose so many HP. Only gets 1 hit off and then loses his life. That's something we cannot see happening. LaaaN now with an 18 to 14 KD. Eagles in 2 archers only. How many archer ranges do we have? I can see 1 for LaaaN, 1 for Viereyy, so both going for Eagle and Skirmisher at the moment. +1 defense for the Eagles. Do we see them on both sides? Yes, LaaaN has +1 defense as well. Uh-oh, and those 4 Eagles, they are just wrecking through all those skirmishes. Suddenly military count is 14 to 6. What did we witness?
80 military for LaaaN and 40 for Yinghua. And here come the trebuchets, rams, and slingers from this side as well. I don't think Yinghua can keep up with this. LaaaN just has so much. His post-imp has been so good. So there's the GG. Yinghua calls it. He goes down to 120 population. My goodness, when this guy gets to post-imp, he's insane. All right, we are back. I don't know if this means, am I on camera again? Oh, I'm on camera again. Okay, cool.
I always have to make sure.
Yeah.
Put my shirt back on, put my pants
Stop
back.
picking my nose,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, awesome. Well, anyways, welcome back, everyone. This next set will be very interesting. You saw some highlights of LaaaN playing Velez a lot.
Yeah, it was funny. Like, it seemed like 4 out of those 5 highlights were just LaaaN beating up on Velez.
Poor Velez.
Poor Velez, dude. He's a nice guy. Don't do this to him,
Yeah.
But I think that shows that LaaaN hasn't really been around in the top scene for more than maybe the past. I'd say that King of the Desert 2 highlight that we saw was when he really broke in.
Yeah.
And there's just not as many highlights of him as there are of other players. I'm surprised we didn't see one for Dogao there, because he has had such good tournament performances throughout his career, I guess you could call it.
Yeah, Dogao's been around a long time. Notably, last big tournament, Hidden Cup 3, Dogao made it to the semifinals, had an amazing Islands game against the Viper. I got further than most people expected. He was probably the biggest standout. So I believe the Civ draft and the maps, all that stuff are happening right now or have happened. So we're going to send it over there. I want to see what maps they will pick. I know that Dogao, he's definitely more experienced when it comes to tournaments, but I feel like LaaaN and Dogao play so similarly. And Arabia's always game 1 in these best of 5s. LaaaN has Cross as his first home map. I'm actually going to do this more in order this time. He banned LaaaN's Madness. And then El Dorado is his final home map. And then Dogao has Golden Swamp, banned Sinkhole, and then Wings is his final remaining home map. Dave, anything there that stands out to you?
Well, I think both of these players are pretty good hybrid map players.
Mm-hmm.
So these maps should be pretty beneficial to both of their styles. Wings is interesting because I don't peg either of these players as like an overly aggressive style of play.
Yeah.
And that one is an extremely aggressive map, as we saw with the last series.
Yeah, I kind of feel also that the Wings is the only new map, right? It's the only one that really stands out to me, whereas everything else just looks standard. We'll see the Civilizations now. Now, Vikings is a big standout pick. I'll talk more about that later, but LaaaN from left to right, he started off with Vikings, Huns, Celts, Magyars, Aztecs, Ethiopians, and then Teutons. Teutons.
Wait a second. Yo, run it back. Run it back, boys. What is going on? This is before the new patch, so they do not get that cavalry armor. They do get cheap arms, though. What's he going to do with it? Is it just, is it a throwaway pick? Are we going to see it on Arabia like last time?
If I were to be honest, I would say it's a throwaway pick, but what I'm going to say instead, so viewers stay and get excited, is that it's going to be used, all right? He has a plan for Teutons. And then Khmer, Malians, Persians, Britons, Byzantines, Franks, and Slavs for Dogao. Keep in mind that Persians was banned or sniped, and Aztecs was banned. So what that means is they pick 7 civs, then you get to ban one of your opponent's picks. No Aztecs and no Persians in this set.
So Aztecs, great civ, especially on Arabia. You want to get rid of them. And then Persians on the old patch, just probably the most OP civ of the patch.
I'm really happy it's getting banned because I am so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. Oh, man. It's such a strong civ. But, Dave, there's so many other ones, right? Khmer, have they lost a game in this tournament? Like, Khmer are playing out of their minds. You have Franks, you have Slavs, you have Byzantines, Britons. I don't know, man. But this should be a great series. I'm thinking
Byzantines again. Well, I guess there's no sinkhole here either.
I know. It could be Cross. Remember, MBL went for that approach.
Yeah.
And there's no other civilization that stands out for me on Cross except maybe Malians for
Yeah,
Dogao.
and maybe he thinks LaaaN's going for the Huns on Cross. So he can pick the counter pick, the Byzantines.
Yep. No Japanese picked, which is interesting. Cross could be good for Japanese. I guess there's no... Yeah, I mean, no Kawasan, which is where Japanese was picked previously, but...
I'm going to call it right
Okay.
now. Okay, Teutons on Wings. 10 Villager Tower Rush.
Dave, if you get that, I will gift 25 subs to your Twitch channel. And that means...
See how stingy
25...
he is? Do you see how stingy he is?
50, man.
Bro, just because you lost 6k subs in the last month since Hidden Cup doesn't mean that you can go... full stinginess on me. I got at least 100.
Stingy. What? 100? Dude, 100? What do I get in return if it doesn't happen? Jeez. Stingy. Anyways,
give you a sub.
sorry. Oh, you give me a sub. All right, that's a deal. I'll do 25 gifted subs to your channel. If you get it wrong, you just do one. No, you resub to me. How's that? But I'm thinking it won't happen. But if it happens, that's so hype. The stone position's going to be kind of awkward. I would love to see some Elite Teutonic Knights. I know MBL's been doing his Teuton Tuesdays, as he calls it.
That was bad.
All right.
That was
Right.
really bad.
Teuton
Yeah, just the way you say that, it makes me itch.
makes you itch. Oh, sorry. Well, I won't talk about Teutons much in this series.
All right,
I can
so
tell you that
Arabia.
much.
What do you think civs are we going to see? Are we going to see Vikings, maybe?
I think
From land?
Magyars could be... Damn, right when we started talking about the civs, we have the bracket. All right. Now, I'm thinking Magyars, actually, because Vikings could be good on any map, especially a map like Golden Swamp for
Yeah.
land. So I would like to see Magyars on the open lands map, definitely.
I would say land doesn't have, like... There was no Mayans picked here, was there?
No Mayans. Can we go back here, overlay guy, to the civilizations and the maps? It's a good point. I was surprised we didn't see Mayans used from Vinch in the last series. I guess he wasn't playing too orthodox, but... All right, I'm going to bring up the draft myself here and talk about it as the viewers look at the bracket. What do we have here? So... It wouldn't surprise me if Dogao went for... See, I really need to see the other maps here. But I think maybe Slavs versus Magyars as a start on Arabia could make sense.
Maybe. I haven't
Maybe
really
Franks.
seen the Slavs pay off so far. From
Yeah.
the games I've casted anyway.
There's been so many, it's hard for me to remember. There's too many options. We can speculate after the third game because then there's only so many civilizations remaining. But
Are we going to
For
see
me-
Britons versus Magyars?
you know what? That
Arabia.
makes sense. That makes sense because Britain's not really not a pick for Cross or El Dorado. It's not really a pick for Golden Swamp when you have Malians or Byzantines. Yeah, Dave, I think that could be a good matchup for both.
All right, so Britons versus... We're just waiting for them to get into the game, by the way, chat. We're not, delaying the game so we could chat about this. Britons versus Magyars on Arabia, and then on Cross, we might see Huns versus Byzantines. On
I think
Wings,
that's a
we might
fair
see
guess.
Teutons versus Franks on Wings. And then
I
on
think-
Golden Swamp, we're going to see...
Vikings, definitely, for land.
Vikings
I
versus
think land
Malians?
goes Vikings.
And then
Yeah,
on El Dorado, we're going to see Khmer versus Celts. Did I already say Celts? Nope.
You
Khmer
didn't say
versus
Celts yet. Yeah. I feel like the most confusing thing about this draft for me is that Dogao chose Golden Swamp as his last home map,
Mhm.
but he doesn't have a civ which screams Golden Swamp except for Malians and maybe Byzantines. So if I was picking Golden Swamp, I would want to have Vikings, which LaaaN has. But LaaaN's first home map was Cross, which is a map where you might not pick Vikings. So Vikings are probably one of the most OP civs in this because of starting with free wheelbarrow. But still, it's fascinating with that whole Golden Swamp pick.
Yeah, it's fascinating to me. No Mayans.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, Mayans could
neither
be
one
good
of these
any-
players chose to pick Mayans. It's very strange.
You could have picked Mayans instead of Teutons, LaaaN. Mayans instead of Teutons.
No,
You
man.
chose-
No, you gotta get you can't fit 10 Mayan villagers in a tower. All right, you can't do it.
All right, Dave. So we talked about it earlier, but what are your thoughts for the series? What's your prediction?
I think Dogao takes this 3-1.
I think that's the safe guess.
Yeah.
But I
I
like-
want. You know what? I want LaaaN to get a result though.
Yeah.
You can tell he gets frustrated with the game because he's so emotionally invested in it. And when you meet him in real life, like, he's a super nice guy, and I hope for his success, really.
Yep. You could say the same for Dogao, obviously. All players, they want to play well, but it's good to see new names breaking into the top 8. And that's what he would do if he got the win versus Dogao.
I also
Dogao?
want to see Dogao do well though, because like both of us kind of grew up watching RM with Dogao being in the top scene, right?
Yeah, I think Dogao, after taking a year off and coming back and getting such big results, was probably a surprise for many. And also since the community has grown so much recently. I think many people didn't know who he was. And then all of a sudden, lost to Viper in the semifinals of HC3.
I've seen
and
people
Miguel's return too.
I've seen people saying he is a new player.
Yeah, that's
whoa,
crazy.
wait a second. How old am I? Oh my god. I remember when Dogao was on Team China or Team SY.
Okay. Yeah, that was a weird one, right? Stark
was.
playing for Vietnam back then as well. Vietnam legends. So I have a bit of a story. They're about to start the game. Yesterday, so we're all in this call together, right? And I had my mic muted, thankfully, but I pulled the whole MBL fire alarm mistake during the stream yesterday, and I was terrified, dude. You and Nili were casting. I think it was Nikov against Hera, and I was terrified that you guys would have heard that as the game was going. Oh god, didn't happen.
I think
Would have been so me.
I took a shower yesterday morning when you guys were casting, and I almost walked into my room like within range of the webcam, like with just a towel.
Dude, anytime I leave this room, I cover that thing up. I don't want any of that getting out there.
Ah, it'd be great. Only you guys would see it too. That'd be the best part.
Yep. Well, Dogao vs LaaaN. Apparently they're having issues with the start, guys. So enjoy your story time in the meantime. But yeah, if LaaaN, let's think about this. If LaaaN or Dogao win, whoever gets through, they're going to have a very tough task in facing either the winner of that set, Mr. Yo, or Slam. Dogao and Slam, did you watch that game they played? I think it was a ranked game. Portuguese against.
We're back on cam. I gotta adjust myself.
Dude, the game just like reflects onto my face, and it looks like it looks like I'm a Oompa Loompa. But
I saw someone in the chat write that yesterday. I wasn't gonna point it out to you.
Yeah, like I could change a few things here on my screen. It's a little bit better, but I'm not used to having the face cam. Sorry, guys. But yeah, anyways, Slam played really well against Dogao. It was this crazy Mediterranean game. So I think if there's hybrid maps between those two, if they get through, of course, it'd be fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's time. Game number 1 between Dogao and LaaaN. Should be a long series. I think this could go to 5 games. Game 1 will be on Arabia. Will we see Teutons? Will Dogao continue his excellent tournament form? All right, here we are, guys. Game number 1 between Dogao and LaaaN, and we have an immediate pause.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Oh, never mind. Unpaused. Slabs for Dogao on the red, and in the yellow. All right. Oh, never mind. Unpaused. Slabs for Dogao on the red, and in the yellow. GG!
In the yellow we have game is over.
Wow, GG! Amazing.
Instant.
I'm being told by the admins that there was a trapped villager, so it was a bugged map. Thanks to E. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that villager in there. She's trapped. Oh, man. I guess that happens when you spawn with... Yeah, Dogao had a villager like stuck in the middle of the wood line. She was chopping the tree, too. That's what's funny. She could never drop it off. All right, so I don't know how much of the stream saw, but we'll go back, and we'll be good to go in just a moment.
So that's what all the delay was about. Okay.
Probably.
That's good to know. It's not like connection issues or anything like that. We just had a trapped villager. No big deal. Let's get into the next game.
So, Slavs versus Vikings is something we can talk about. Vikings, incredible win rate in this tournament. They do have to use the same civs in game 1 now. So, what's the difference here in the mid game? They both have great economies. Slavs have the farmers. Vikings have the free wheel and handcart. Where do things go from here?
I feel like Slavs have more options though early, because you can viably go for those scouts and upgrade them fully. In terms of economy, I think the Vikings definitely, their eco bonus is definitely better than the farmers for Slavs.
Yeah, I'm with you.
But late game too, Slavs, late game composition, better than Vikings, I think.
Yeah, I think the difference might be... See, Vikings really struggle against siege pushes, too. They don't have monks that get redemption. So, yes, while Vikings have the eco and they frequently play into crossbows and arbalest, you never know. Well, we'll find out in a moment, guys. Game 1. Hopefully there's no villagers trapped in woodlines. Let's hop in. Okay. Here we are. In the red, we have Dogao playing as the Slavs, and in the yellow, we have LaaaN, who's playing as the Vikings. They're actually on different sides of the map here. The map is Arabia, and we're catching up to speed with where the players are. And Dave, you said it, pretty even Civ matchup.
I think Vikings still have the advantage, though.
I agree. It was the first pick, remember. So the very first pick for LaaaN he's using in Game 1. I think Dogao picked Slavs 4th or 5th on that Civ draft. So maybe Dogao's saving some of his stronger picks for later in the series.
And Dogao is a bit unfortunate here. Look at his main gold placement.
Yeah.
It's so far forward, and there's a hill right there. I like what he's done in putting the archer range there and trying to secure that. Looks like he's also going for a wall. He knows how important that is, but like his main and secondary gold are just so exposed. And
All right, another pause. Is there a bugged villager somewhere? Maybe they're just asking a question about the rules. For a fast-paced tournament, this has been a really slow start to this set. Our apologies, but yeah, you know what really sucks about Dogao's position? Not even just the gold. He's in the position where he has to open up and play defensively with skirms. Because going scouts against Vikings, as they'll probably have the walls up, not really an option. So we see this pretty frequently. You have that stronger eco-civilization that can go archers, and then the other player tries to go skirm counter. At least that's what I believe will be the play for Dogao.
Well, Slavs, like I was saying before, Slavs later in the feudal age, when you're mixing in scouts to maybe counter the skirmishers or counter the archers, and you have all the upgrades, having bloodlines is really, really nice for that. So maybe we can see an advantage come in there. Also, that mid-game is when all the farms kick in. So Slavs farming faster. It doesn't matter at the start like having free wheelbarrow does, or it doesn't matter as much. You see LaaaN getting his walls up, and you'll notice, guys, that the players are playing so similarly. And this is what I've seen with sets between them. I remember so many sets, best of 5s, best of 7s, where these players would go for the same strategies, same playstyle, which is why I think that this series could go to the 5th game. So you were saying it before, LaaaN needs to get walls up as Vikings.
Yeah.
You just need to defend your base as much as you can, capitalize on that eco bonus, and Dogao isn't punishing him at all for walling like this. Like, he doesn't have any pressure. He can see what's happening because he's got the camels wandering around. But not punishing the fact that LaaaN is using, what, 5 villagers to wall his base?
Well, it's difficult to punish because you don't start with the with scouts. But Dave, this is not something we saw from Fire yesterday against Viper and some other players who would opt to send forward a spearman and an archer with fletching. So again, they're just playing safe, man. We'll see a lot of walls, a lot of safe play, which will lead to a very long series, I think.
Are they going for the score lead? Is
Dude,
it too early?
I watched Hera versus Nikov yesterday.
Is it wonder time?
I remember the Vietnamese versus Mayans game 1 Arabia, and I was watching you and Nili cast it, and I just said to myself, this is going to the score. Like, Hera had like 4, he was just honestly playing defense. Honestly, just playing defense, and wasn't necessarily going for only the score victory, but it ended up getting there. Poor Nikov, man. I feel so bad about that. But yeah, it could in this series.
Range for LaaaN coming down, and look at LaaaN's resources. He's up to Castle Age.
Crazy.
He's going to get punished, though, for deleting that wall and coming out with 1 villager.
Yeah, that's true. All LaaaN wants to do is complete that range. I think since it's just skirmishers, he'll just plop it down. Send the weak Vill back, LaaaN. Send the weak Vill. There you go. He's back to gold. Yeah, he'll get the range up. I just wonder if it will only be crossbows in the next stage, Dave. Because there are skirmishers out. Oh, there's a stable. So he will add 1 knight. This is so sick. Vikings are so sick on this. 1 knight and then full crossbow with Bodkin. Dogao, there he goes. He's on his way to Castle Age 2.
And he is adding a stable as well.
Okay.
But once again, bloodlines for the Slavs and no bloodlines for the Vikings. So LaaaN can't really consider full switching into the knight line.
Yeah. And also, LaaaN didn't punish Dogao's bad gold. So Dogao has had all the time in the world to wall what is, I would say, a worse map. But we will have one archery range elite skirms for Dogao, who's keeping a very close eye on these archery ranges, making sure the archers won't come out. And then 2 stable knights. I think that takes some more time to get going, whereas crossbow with a knight or 2 can be more effective for Dogao early.
I think this is the first game I've seen so far out of these 2 days where both players have gone so defensive at the beginning.
Yeah. What do you think about the scout play, man? That's something MBL does a lot. Like, I know I'm constantly referencing MBL, I'm sorry, but truly, like, adding a few scouts before that first night can be helpful to give you some room to breathe.
Mm-hmm. I really like the scouts, especially when you know your opponent's going skirmishers. You can push them back, and what that allows you to do is get the map position with your archers, right? Otherwise, it's very, very hard for you to get out of those ranges in the first place. You're going to have to push out from your base, but now he can push out from that hill.
That was beautiful.
Put pressure directly on Dogao's base.
That was beautiful. Wonderful addition. I loved that. And here the crossbows, they have Bodkin already, so they could actually fight the skirmishers. LaaaN with a strong start to the series.
They continue to be useful even after Dogao is in Castle Age. And it's such a low cost for what you're getting out of those 2 scouts.
Yeah, did he even make a single knight? Okay, here's the knight, but the fact that he's adding a second stable now, Dave. Wow, I thought he would boom behind this. But no, he wants to pressure Dogao's gold.
Interesting play from LaaaN here. I wonder if Dogao can defend against this with only 1 range. He's getting elite skirm. Okay, he should be fine. He's getting elite skirm now.
He's getting elite skirm. There will be knights. Dude, this is so intense, man. I'm so ready for this series. The fact that Dogao was just able to get the elite skirms out before his main gold was harassed.
No upgrades for the cavalry yet from LaaaN.
True.
And armor, first armor is coming in from Dogao. I think Dogao can win this fight here once he gets the armor.
Well, no armor on the skirms, though. So, especially with the hill, I see Dogao maybe holding here, but I don't see Dogao being able to push up that. It always depends on the micro, but only 4 pierce armor versus 7 damage crossbows right now. Normally, this is the concern when you're going knights and skirms, is that everything's so expensive with the upgrades.
Second TC from Dogao already, so he's investing a bit more into eco, whereas LaaaN is going full military. There's another pause.
Another pause. And he also placed the TC on the wood. Many people might be thinking that's a mistake because it doesn't protect the gold, but that's because this guy is playing with confidence. He thinks he can hold, and he wants to play towards more farms with Slav. So all new villagers go to wood, so he can add more farms.
Yeah, and he's gotta make sure, because he invested that extra res into the second TC, he's got to make sure that he doesn't push out too far with these skirms. Don't take any risks.
Yeah. Yeah, especially once you add the TC. You're waiting for that to kick in. Just play defensive. I do think that I would have placed the TC on the gold. And also, I was not expecting this approach from LaaaN. I was thinking LaaaN would go for the second town center faster because he has the Viking economy. I kind of like the idea he's going for knights because otherwise, he might give up map control, and Dogao could flood the map with knights and siege.
Well, look at LaaaN's base, too. Like, even if you go for that boom, all your wood lines except that one at the back are exposed. Like, there's hills everywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe you just want to control the map if your base is looking like this.
Yeah, I don't love his map with the hills, especially the left side. That's really awkward.
Yeah.
But he does have the extra 3-tile gold there, so if the game goes late, he'll have that castle up on that hill, and suddenly it's good for post-imp.
Are these guys like trolling us?
Pauses,
restarts.
I know that when they initially launched, the game crashed, and then they launched again, and then there was a bugged Ville, and now maybe I don't know. It's 2020, but it's still a 20-year-old game, so maybe there's a few issues.
Well, if you look in the left corner of the map, the bird, I know it doesn't bug out anymore, but it's there.
Oh, I thought it was bugged. I got super excited, man. That's the bird.
We just caught it at the right moment. Yeah. Unfortunately, in Definitive Edition, that used to be a bug in the old Age of Empires where it would fly against the edge of the map
and get stuck in the corner. Yeah. Of all the things to fix, immediately they fixed that. I was like, no. What's funny is it gets caught up against the edge of the map sometimes. So if the players were in different positions, I would say that it would make sense for whoever was in LaaaN's position to make siege on that hill. A siege workshop there, pressuring those golds, would be fantastic. There's another gold a little bit more to the north of Dogao's base. I think this position and also the positions on the hills to the right and the left of LaaaAN's base, those are going to be the hills that dictate this game. Yeah, it was a feature. Exactly. So I haven't...
many features were removed. I can't stack units properly anymore. How am I going to make YouTube content if there's no bugs in the game?
I remember yesterday, again, Nikov versus Hero, I was watching you guys, and when I knew Nikov was going for Knights against Cav Archers, I was thinking, well, this is a great test of the melee pathing DE. We'll see if the Knights can do it. Nikov ended up doing it.
It has gotten much better, I have to say.
Oh, definitely.
I think they didn't really know how to approach that issue because pathing is so difficult, but they made it work somehow, and we're going to have to go back.
All right. So, again, I haven't heard what's going on here. I think they must be having connection issues. I will have to go back and, again, look at the maps and the civilizations. Yeah, I think they're lagging, and they're going to restore from this point. So they're not going to start from the beginning, but what they'll do is they'll restore from this point, and hopefully those issues will disappear for them. If there was ever a series for us to just speculate to death, this would be the one, Dave. We just speculate over every small little thing. It's a shame, but it does happen.
See Fire in the chat. Well played yesterday, Fire.
Yeah, nice to see
Very well
Fire.
done.
See a lot of names in the chat. Hello, everyone. Almost 11,000 viewers here on a Friday. Not bad, not bad. It's awesome for Age of Empires. Tomorrow is going to be a doozy of a day. All the best players from yesterday, all the best players from today will be facing off in best of fives.
Saturday. Look at the matchups on Saturday, dude. Oof. I'm doing that whole day.
Oh yeah, I'm doing all day today, which seems like it's going to be a long one because we haven't even finished game number 1 yet. And this is best of 5. But if we could bring up the bracket, maybe, you guys can see what the potential matchups will be. Do I cast the beginning? I forget. I'm trying to think what sets I cast with you. I'm not too sure, but that whole day is going to be amazing. Did Doubt play? Doubt did play. We'll go to the bracket now. You could see his result. It was a great best of 5. I'd highly recommend going to the Red Bull Gaming YouTube channel and watching. Doubt ended up getting the win.
Look at those first 2 matchups.
I know.
Viper versus Doubt and Hera versus MBL.
Yep.
Like classics, just classics. And we could see Viereyy versus Tatoh or TheMax, which is insane.
You could have Dogao versus Yo. That'd probably be like the most classic, legendary matchup of these best of 5s that are yet to complete today. Okay.
I'll be watching Slam versus Yo today. Oh my goodness. I would not miss that for the world.
Yeah. So guys, while we're waiting to restore where they're having issues and we're trying to sort it out, obviously Dave and I are just here to cast the games. We're going to go for highlights from day 1. We played these highlights at the start of the stream, but many of you guys weren't here. So we'll go to that now and you can catch up on all the action that happened yesterday. And here come upgraded fire ships. Can Doubt hold with his own demos? That was actually a good trade.
Let's take a look what we can find out here. Doubt, he gets good connections. That's perfect.
Oh my god, how did that happen? ACCM, I don't think he expected Doubt to have that much on water. Oh my god, that was perfect for the Lord.
That was the game changer. Hallelujah. That was so important. He could have lost everything, but 4 perfect demo connections there. I absolutely didn't see that coming. Neither did ACCM. Look at the horse trying to block there next to the archer range of Viereyy. Look at how he is forced to build the weird walls there.
Yeah, we didn't really catch it all, but that's funny to me. Right now, I'm keeping an eye on...
Not against this army.
Yeah, Nikov hopes for a mistake of Hera. I think
200?
he needs to force the fight.
1 year?
Oh, and... No!
313-point difference. 300
Going in with his 4 knights. I think he shouldn't get... He gets the kill there.
with the help of the Trebs. Gets that kill. I like how he unpacked those trebs out of range of the castles, just to kill any trebs from Nikov.
Oh god, that's not the best engagement here for Mr. Nikov, though. He's very clumped up, not all his army's fighting, and that was seconds before Paladin
He
finished.
should still win, though.
Oh, indeed, the X-Men did. We have
Okay, Nikov
wheelbarrow
has
for
wheelbarrow.
Nikov. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a deep dive in, though.
The
Oh,
trap!
oh, no! What is he
It's a
doing?
trap!
He is completely trapping everything, Dave. This is so beautiful, and the villagers still working on that gate spearman behind this. Nikov loses his full advantage.
That was sickening. That gate placement and the house. He waited. He waited until the right moment. And now Nikov throws.
Oh, Viper's moving out too
leading
early.
the way.
Oh.
No, not like that, man.
But that's a lot
Oh
of
my god,
scouts
he's
on
still
the side.
losing. He's still losing archers, dude.
Oh god. Oh god.
Oh my god, what is
Oh.
happening?
Oh. And all of a sudden, like, military looks so even.
The tower.
Oh god. Oh god, you're so low now. Oh god. Oh. And the skirm's now doing the work, yeah. Oh, I didn't expect that. Oh no, that's so costly. That hurts so much. Fire.
That's disastrous, man. He loses for free. 3 scouts.
Oh, triple cast.
Okay, 5 seconds.
All right, guys. Thank you. That was awesome, man. That demo from Doubt, or the demos from Doubt with Fuel Age demos against fire ships was sick. Oh,
I like the
what's up,
trap
chat?
from Viper on fire. That was crazy.
Yeah, I didn't watch much of that series. I watched a few games. I saw the final game. The fire had so much military and ran back to his base. I was very close to screaming at my computer when I saw that. Like, oh, man.
I think it was just one of those instances where you just misread the game, right? And that can hurt so much in a tournament like this.
Yeah. So what I'm being told is that there are issues with connections between the players. So they're trying to sort that out and get a restore going so they can start game number 1. So that's all we know. And with live games, this can happen. So my apologies, everyone, as we wait. But thanks for your patience. If you missed it, we're halfway through the Castle Age. The Castle Age has already begun. Players are adding TCs, crossbows, knights, skirmishers. So it was pretty close.
All of this pausing and restoring has distracted us from the fact that LaaaN does have Teutons as a civilization pick.
That's the fallback, man.
Which is just amazing, in my opinion. Like, could you imagine seeing Teutons in a competitive setting?
I mean, I don't want... I do want to see it, but I wouldn't want him to pick Teutons unless he's up 2 games. If he's up 2-0, then go Teutons, you know? That's next lever. But otherwise, please don't try it. I don't see it working too well. You know, Teutons at some point, right? They were just buffed. We're not playing on that patch, but at some point, they're going to go from being at the bottom of the barrel to really high up there. Because they're going to get buffs because everyone loves Teutons. It's eventually going to be so
get
OP.
the Khmer treatment.
Yeah.
Gonna get the Khmer treatment. And then we're going to have to, like, reverse nerf or reverse their buffs.
Yeah.
Back to a point where they're unusable again.
The frequency in which Khmer is picked and banned is unreal to me. And maybe in 2021 we'll see Teutons banned and picked all the time. Elite Teutonic Knights, strongest unit in the game. They are really strong. Even now, even pre-recent patch, Teutons are strong. It's just they're not so good on open maps. There's a lot of that in this tournament. It's funny though, because Teutons are such a slow civ, and this is such a fast tournament. You know? So to pick that is kind of hilarious. I bet you LaaaN was having a chuckle to himself about that.
I saw someone on Reddit the other day suggesting that Teutonic Knights should be able to convert other units.
Oh,
the most random Civ balance suggestion.
Yeah. That might be one of the players that plays Pop 2000 fast speed ludicrous size team games.
Yep.
Probably gets a lot of his experience from that. Not saying that's bad, everyone. Not saying that's bad. All right, not here to judge.
Aren't players like that how you make a living, though? You get one game where it goes 12 hours, you get a clickbaity YouTube title, and then...
Dude, I casted and believe me, I was not happy about it. Low Elo Legend game, 2 hours, 55 minutes. Well, I don't want to spoil it, actually, but let's just say that blacksmith upgrades and eco upgrades weren't a thing, and oh my goodness. Yeah, if that's how I'm making a living, I quit. That was ridiculous. It was way too much. However, there is that one guy who's still playing those 20-hour-long games on Voobly. He's still out there.
So how do you think this Arabia game's going to shape up? Obviously, LaaaN had the advantage with the eco. He's got handcart already. He's got wheelbarrow already because of Vikings. But Dogao has that second TC, so...
Yeah, I think...
Who do you think has the lead? Right now?
Obviously, it depends, but Dogao has already invested into the second town center. What's interesting to me about that is that his eco should be at this stage of the game worse, and he maybe recognized that, so he's trying to get a few more vills going. LaaaN, I think he has a better army composition if he gets an armor upgrade, maybe an attack upgrade on those knights, right? Because the crossbow ball can engage against Dogao's knights, so he just needs to get rid of the skirms. So Dogao is hoping that he can defend for a couple minutes, and then LaaaN is hoping that he can pressure in that period. It's really tough to say. It's honestly, it's neck and neck.
Even. Yeah, it's neck and neck, and I think that's a good thing because I think they might have to restart the game completely on Arabia for the third time.
Not sure. I'm not sure. I haven't heard any word. Haven't received any information here. Oh. Okay, so this is new game, not restore. Okay, got you guys. So, unfortunately, they're going to have to replay that. Same civilizations. Fortunately, no one was in the lead.
Does that change the strategy for either player? Because both players went for the really aggressive wall.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that it's still going to be into 2 ranges, fast castle for LaaaN. It would be interesting, though, if they were to use some information they got from this game and apply it to the next. Like, maybe some type of a... Like, maybe Dogao considers adding a stable for a scout to stop the wall off. Maybe. I don't know. Alright. So, I am waiting for word from Robo about the next game. I think it should be close. If we continue to have issues, we do have some plans for you guys. But it's not like... Do you remember instances in the past? So many people weren't around back then, but there would be a drop and no potential for restore or lag or whatever, but they were already 45 or 50 minutes into a game, and one person said, "No, I'm ahead." And the other person said, "No, I'm ahead." And then there was a bunch of drama. Oh, boy. Yeah, that'll be avoided here. You know what I watched the other day? I watched the Arabia Invitational game. I think it might have been between Yo and Vinchester, but do you remember when I made that dumb Lion King noise?
Oh, yeah.
Way back, man.
I remember that same tournament. I think my favorite set of that, I still remember, it was Mentalist versus Yo, I believe.
Yep.
Where Mentalist brought him to like 7 games. He almost brought it back from 3-1 down.
Mentalist. See, that's a name I want to see in upcoming tournaments.
It's my Canadian boy right there.
Yep.
I'm looking out for my Canadians. Hera, Mentalist. We got Slam.
Yeah, meanwhile in the States, we got Spring, dropped out of the tournament. Daniel, he did play, has been playing really well. I miss Metal, too. Oh, man, the nostalgia. the Mentalist Metal show match. But yeah, anyways, and I believe we had some real technical issues during that tournament back then. Casting in maybe front of 100, 150 people. Remember my power went out right before a big Megan L shot or something?
We used to wait for hours for one game to start. Oh man.
The worst one was Fire against Doubts, and they're both notorious for being late. They're much better nowadays, but I think that series was delayed by 2 hours. So, shouldn't happen. Shouldn't happen here. All right, guys. So, again, you can look at the bracket here. Viper won 3-1 against Fire yesterday. Doubt won 3-2 against ACCM. Almost lost that best of 5 after winning the first 2 games. Ahara beat Nikov. MBL beat Velez. So, those will be some legendary matchups tomorrow here on this channel. Tatoh versus TheMax will be the last set of the day today. We're waiting on Dogao versus LaaaN to get started. And then Mr. Yo versus Slam is the next best of 5. Leary's the only person that has gone through today. So that means not a single player who qualified for the event has made it into the next round. That's just how good those top 8 are. I suppose there is potential for LaaaN.
Yeah, even though if he makes it past Dogao, look who he has to face up against in the next round, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be tough for LaaaN either way, but it's always going to be tough for him because he's always going to, until he gets results, he's always going to come in through that qualifier position and have to face up against the invited players.
Yeah. I guess the structure here, too, does make it a bit more difficult for the qualifiers because it's so no one in the top 8 faces each other in round 1. So that is tough, but man, if there's one way to really stake your claim in the scene and make a name for yourself, it is to beat someone like Dogao. ACCM, I'm still so torn on that one from yesterday. Imagine if ACCM would have beat Doubt. There would have been people who were upset, but that was so close. And Doubt's been in such good form recently. It really shows what ACCM's been able to do.
I think ACCM impressed me a lot yesterday, and there was just a couple questionable calls from him that kind of tossed the series away, but he was playing amazing. And he's really kind of pushed himself up into maybe that top Vietnamese player spot, which is hard to do because you've got Backed, you've got ACCM, you've got Say My Name, you've got other players like Cool or Huang. I'm putting them in the same group, but you've got a lot of great players in Vietnam, and ACCM's kind of proving that he's sitting maybe on that top spot with Back maybe a little bit below.
He's in the conversation. But we are going to move the conversation, chat. We need your energy, okay? We need your energy. We're going to move the conversation now to game 1, again, between Dogao and LaaaN. They are back in.
We are starting this game over again, and here we go. Slavs versus Vikings.
Okay, so Slavs against Vikings. They could not restore it, so we might see the very same thing at the start of Feudal Age. Double Bidax and Horse Collar coming in for Dogao. He's gone for the eco approach. Okay, there's Bidax now for LaaaN. And Dave, I expect to see the exact same thing. They obviously have a strategy for the civilizations. They're both heavy wallers. I think we'll see very little aggression in Feudal Age. We'll see walls and archer range from both, and then towards Castle Age.
I feel like LaaaN got a better map layout this time around, but Dogao is in the same boat where he's got that goal underneath the hill.
Yeah,
again.
What's that lumber camp? You start with the 3 lumber camps. That one lumber camp on the left is really awkward. You know what's super annoying is these scouting camels. I saw both players garrison their town centers to try and shoot them. They're impossible to hit.
You can't use that idle time. You can't waste it.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Stupid camels. Look, and Dogao's just going to see that archer range. He's going to back up with the camel. So basically the same thing again, although Dogao isn't going for the walls this time.
All right, I wonder if he'll keep an eye on the range, add walls later. Yeah, probably. It's unlikely that LaaaN will send anything forward here, so he's maybe walling later.
Dogao continues to make houses too, which is weird as Slavs, because you get that population boost from the military buildings. I know he's using them as part of the wall, but I feel like you could use that wood in better places, right?
So that's a thing that Dogao and Fire and Riot, a lot of the Brazilian players do, funny enough. I don't know why that is. They obviously have played each other a lot. But certain players like to build extra house walls. But I think now he's adding palisades. He's actually using that lumber camp as part of his wall. And he's sending the skirmishers forward. Dave, the difference is LaaaAN's berries are forward. So yes, his gold is good, his wood is good, his berries are forward. So there's actually something for Dogao to harass here.
Well, I think with starting in Feudal Age, being Vikings, getting Wheelbarrow, the berries aren't as important as they would normally be.
True.
Since he can get the full efficiency from the farms. But it's still going to be super annoying, and it'll delay him a bit. Not much, though, because he's on the way to Castle Age.
Yeah, it's crazy. Now, remember, there was a bit of a difference in the previous try, and there goes Dogao. So Dogao, if anything, is faster to the Castle Age than the previous game. And LaaaN has been unable to get that second range up. He's just now adding a stable. So I like the late walling from Dogao because he expects LaaaN not to be aggressive until Castle Age. And I like that he's done something to delay LaaaN's economy, even though being Vikings, LaaaN's still going to be strong.
Do you see that hidden stable?
Look at the camel! Okay, camel died. Yeah, I see the hidden stable.
So he's not making it forward because he doesn't want Dogao to know about it. Although Dogao has to suspect because he did this in game 1.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you should expect it. We might even see him send a spear forward. Yeah, you see the spearman? He's hoping that LaaaN doesn't send a scout out. We saw it before, a chain barding armor. Only difference between this and the previous attempt, I guess, at playing this was that LaaaN had 2 ranges, and this time he just has 1 range.
Is he going to show the scout, or is he going to hide it? He's going to send it out this way?
Ooh.
He's being a sneaky boy here. He's hiding the scout. Remember, Dogao still can't see the stable.
Does he want to snipe the Wallvilles, maybe? He's sending the scout around to snipe the Wallville? He's scouting with his camel right now. That's interesting. I really like this, actually. Let's see what Dogao's reaction is. Dogao could notice this and quick wall in that villager, and then he'd be fine.
He's going to try and trap the
Oh!
skirmishers?
Oh, man. What a beautiful
That
quick
would've
wall
been-
there.
Man, LaaaN tried to trap the skirmishers.
Oh, at the
from
house.
Dogao beside the archer range.
Well, now the knight will come out, and now Dogao knows that there's a stable because he saw that scout. Dogao is just waiting for the archers. It's like, send them forward. I dare you. I dare you. Send them forward.
So this is immediately different from the last game. LaaaN going with that 3TC approach, and I can't help but feel like both players are kind of adapting to what they saw in game 1 and adapting to their new maps as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Vikings can do that. So that's why I was surprised. And LaaaN will do very little with that knight. So he's invested into armor on the knight? That's interesting. I feel like he's not going to make that many more. So to get armor on that knight's
Is LaaaN
bit
going
of
to
an
pick a
investment.
villager with this scout? This scout is so annoying.
It's possible. He has armor. Maybe it's worth it then. He picks
Maybe
a bill.
2.
He could get 2 if he gets the hill, yeah. All right. He's not getting the hill. Man, if he got the hill, he would kill that villager. Not
There
sure
it
about
is.
now, though. Oh! Villager survives.
That was close, man. If he had the hill, he could have picked 2 villagers there, which is very, very nice for him. And also very nice that Dogao's not putting any pressure on LaaaN's economy right now.
I like LaaaN's position, dude. And he's also recognizing that if he goes with too little military, he'll be at a disadvantage. So he's adding some monks, and he's also adding archers. The risk here would be mass skirmishers, but he has knights to take care of that. So yeah, LaaaN taking a pretty big Vill lead, 6 Vill lead at this stage is not something that Dogao will be happy about.
With handcart.
Yeah, and you can't. The dumb thing is you can't avoid it. Vikings are going to get here.
Yeah. It's just, at what point does Dogao realize that LaaaN's playing very passively, and does he invest in the army and try and push heavily in Castle Age?
I think that point is likely when he has his 3 TCs up, because that gold is pretty exposed right now, and he hasn't seen the archers come forward yet. So he's really worried, I'm sure. He also doesn't have a lead skirm, so his eco balance is off. And here comes the army from LaaaN. LaaaN noticed, well, he's sending something forward, or was thinking about it, because he noticed that Dogao was behind his walls, but instead he's opting to fight the army. Here comes Dogao. He could lose knights to this.
Easily
Oh.
got +1. There's 2 monks there. You can't split away from conversions.
All right, so now there's 3 knights, and this knight's a little bit stronger because it's a Slav knight.
Oh, did you see Dogao coming forward with 2 villagers and immediately sends them back as soon as he saw that?
Yeah,
He was going to come forward and make siege workshops, it looks like.
Yeah, that hill's just asking for it, isn't it? Right in front of the stones, too. I feel like the stones will be so important for LaaaN in this game. If he can get to a castle and make berserks, or just get a castle to secure his eco. Very important for him. I think that's the risk of Vikings, is dealing with the Slav siege. You don't have great monks, you don't have great knights. It's mainly archers and eco in the castle age.
Dogao going to use this poor camel to scout. Can't be hit by the arrow shots. He's
just-
going to figure out what's happening there.
That just cracks me up. It looks so silly, man.
Did he see? He saw the siege workshop.
Yep, notice the siege workshop. Davey doesn't even have Bodkin on his skirms yet. He doesn't have +2 on the knights.
Look at his eco balance too. Look at the gold for Dogao.
That's actually why you'll see you won't see a TC so heavily on the gold or so early on the gold sometimes. Because you have nowhere else to send them. But he can spend it all right. Chain barding armor. The Slav composition just gets stronger. It's just more expensive. And the eco's not quite as good in the early game as Vikings.
And LaaaN must be thinking, oh, it's great. I can deny him of gold.
Mm-hmm.
Dogao's got enough gold. The gold is not his issue right now. As he moves to the back too.
Yeah, I think
So-
LaaaN will be pretty happy about that. Snipe to villager. Also, relics. We haven't seen a lot of relics getting collected in Empire Wars on Arabia, but he's snagging that relic. Might look for one more, because this is going to the Imperial Age. It's just a matter of what position the players will be in when they get there.
Do you start thinking about score right now? Do you build towards the long game?
Nah,
could
you
be a
just start
very
thinking
stale
about...
baby.
You start thinking about late game position, which in turn would give you a decent score, right? Like, I would love to see a castle on all these little hills around LaaaN's base.
Good move from Dogao, looping around behind, looking for those reinforcements. If he finds
Oh,
those
the
monks,
monks!
though, it's very nice.
LaaaN needs 3 conversions. He gets 1. Is it just 1?
One.
Like, he just got 1 conversion there. No ballistics on the crossbows, it's worth pointing out. Not the worst
But
fight
Lance-
LaaaN could have taken.
Lance Mangonel is exposed now.
Yeah.
So he's pulled the crossbows out of position. Those knights are going to go in, try and take that Mangonel, and Dogao, is going to keep running around the siege workshop, looking for more reinforcements to pick off.
I think Dogao needs his own siege, though, because look at the resources of LaaaN. Only with Vikings can you do this. He's about
He's
to
gonna
click
click
up to
up.
the Imperial Age, and when you're producing knights and you have to spend hundreds of food and gold into armor, you won't have the res to go imp into Dogao's position. But what you can do is flood knights and siege and skirms now.
Lance got to be careful, though. Anytime you click up to the next stage, you expend all those resources.
Yep.
There's a potential to get flooded from your opponent. Especially if your opponent isn't going up, and it doesn't look like Dogao is going to go up anytime soon.
Ooh.
He's just going to flood knights, and I think if he gets like 5 more, he can take this.
Yeah, knights with the Mangonel and the skirms too. And I actually am not a huge fan of LaaaN's next move. He's thinking pikemen. And the concern I have with that is he might not have as much food for Bracer and Arbalest. So hopefully for him, he's going to have the res for that once he gets to Imp. But he needs to go back
Don't
home.
push in too far. Don't push in too far here, LaaaN, and he realizes that he's on his way back. I think Dogao could push him right off the middle here. If Dogao goes forward at the moment.
Man, I'm really surprised Dogao's not moving out. He has to expect that LaaaN is up. I'm with you, Dave. I think with this many upgrades and this many siege units, it could definitely work. It could even work after LaaaN hits Imp, depending on the upgrades.
Yeah, if he pushes out right now, maybe.
Remember, the
I keep
pikemen...
waiting for it. Here he comes.
The pikemen don't really matter that much here. They're not in high number, and skirmishers can take care of the crossbows. And the pikemen! LaaaN, you've got to back out of here. I don't think LaaaN realizes the situation. Now, he could use his own knights in siege, Dave, to take care of the siege from Dogao. He could also sit between his houses.
Dogao's got to be really cognizant of the monks converting his knights, too,
Yeah.
to kill the Mangonels.
Oh!
He's looking for good shots. LaaaN gets a good one.
He has to use his crossbows against the other Mangonel. He does that. It's good. The pikemen are here. Now, how many will there be? Only 5. I think LaaaN, there's no way that pikemen help in this situation. Back up. Just wait for Bracer and wait for Arbalest.
what a great fight for Dogao. And I think, like, LaaaN didn't micro his monks. He didn't get any conversions there. That could have swung it very nicely for him. He did save his crossbows.
Oh, he needs
though,
to
which is
wall.
Okay,
Dogao wants
but
to
he
dive.
needs to wall. He can't let this in.
Oh, Dogao wants to dive. Now this is where
Ignore the
Bracer and
crossbows.
Chemistry are coming in. I actually think you trade versus the crossbows. And just
think
keep
you can
flooding.
damage-
Look at the flood. There's more knights coming. There's more knights coming. Will LaaaN have military left, Dave? This is the risk in going imp like that. Dang.
I don't know. I think he hit the eco now, and that's what Dogao's going to do. He's going to clear up so much.
Yeah.
Knights on the left, knights in the back. The Arbalists just aren't enough.
How much will LaaaN have after this? Will he be able to take out the knights and then use that group of Arbalests to push back? There's still potential.
Look at the villager count now.
Yeah.
He was in the lead.
25 vil difference, and it will get worse. Dogao, it's going to be tough for him to continue to produce knights as he's on his way to imp,
Well,
so I
he's gonna
think he needs to get good value from these. But yeah, he'll probably click up now. That was such a well-timed attack from Dogao.
It was just perfect, man. And I think LaaaN went forward at the wrong moment, too. If he had just camped near the siege, maybe made some more walls around there, he could have held that position,
But Dave,
potentially.
this isn't over. It's 45 military against 8. Dogao's going to make skirms now, but he hasn't actually clicked up to the Imperial Age. He has the resources for it.
He's going for a castle.
Oh! That's actually a great move.
Did he not have the... Oh, he had to make the second building, the monastery, so that he could go up?
Yeah.
He still hasn't clicked.
Oh. But at least it's taking LaaaN a long time to come forward. I think if he can build that castle there, it can stall LaaaN out big time. But this is a very interesting game now. We thought the series would be close. We knew the Civ matchup would be close. We're seeing why now. Faster Imperial still matters for LaaaN. You could avoid the... Oh my god.
He's coming. He's coming, man. He wants to put it there. He's got a castle on that hill, but unfortunately for him, Dogao already has a castle too. And I think by the time LaaaN's goes up, if it does go up, Dogao's going to have the trebs to be able to counter that.
I guess
but that's
that's
a
the-
big army from LaaaN.
I guess that's the question. When does this castle start making trebs? Because if it's before Dogao, it's good. If it's after Dogao, it could be bad.
Yeah.
But the skirms, Castle Age skirmishers and mangonels will do nothing against
Look
this
at
army.
look at what Dogao's doing with his knights. He knows there's a hole over there that the Arbalists went in. Is he going to go through that into LaaaN's economy?
Dude.
Yikes. Yikes for LaaaN right here.
So the knights are going to go in, but what Dogao just did was so smart. He didn't attack the army from LaaaN. He attacked the vills. He took out 4 villagers building that castle. So it just delayed the castle a little bit more to keep LaaaN
But LaaaN is still
slightly further from Trebs.
gonna have trebs out first.
Yeah.
He's
Also,
still gonna have them out first. He's still gonna have them on that hill.
I think it's going to be so tough for Dogao to fight this Arb pikeman army. Like, Slavs don't have the best skirmishers. I like the idea to attack and raid here. But the TCs have Bracer and Chemistry. A few pikemen might clean eventually.
Ooh, but if LaaaN leaves though with this army, look where he's going. He's going to the north. He's going to the south. He's not staying with his castle.
You're right.
That is a potential to lose that position.
You don't send that Treb out if you don't have army to protect it there, LaaaN. He's on the gold though. That's great. He's going to the other side. That's great. Dogao has too many areas to deal with. Dogao hasn't even garrisoned that town center. No! Not all the vills!
Yikes, dude.
Look,
he's sending more villagers up that way too.
No!
What is he trying to do?
Oh,
Dogao!
what are you doing? Oh. Didn't realize, Dave. I think if LaaaN has the resources for reinforcements, maybe send the reinforcement to the Trebs and then send these armies in, because it's working so far.
LaaaN's still losing villagers, by the way. He's still been losing to the knights in his eco, but Dogao is just being pressured so hard at his base. How does he clear that army up on the hill? How does he deal with the army on the left?
Yeah, Dogao only has skirms as well, so he doesn't have knights anymore, or he doesn't have cav to take out the Trebs. So with that in mind, great decision from LaaaN to leave the Trebs on their own. And it's 73 military against 21. LaaaN has 160 population. It's only 120 for Dogao.
Castle goes down.
Like, who cares about the Vil count when there's a 50 military difference and you can't fight anything LaaaN's creating?
I like the micro from Dogao with the one skirmisher acting as a runner in front, but still not going to work. Arbalest on a hill, just so strong.
No bracer on the skirms either. They have the armor now, so they'll tank. But LaaaN has that perfect middle castle. I'm struggling to see what Dogao can do here except survive, Dave. This is crazy.
Wow, what a turnaround here.
Yeah, Dogao...
You feel like Dogao should have gone all in Castle Age there and just kept up the production instead of going up to Imp?
It's tough. See, when Dogao dove in, the big reason I basically screamed attack the crossbows and attack the Arbs is because I knew he wouldn't have a follow-up answer to them, but at the same time, then he doesn't kill the amount of eco. So, yeah, maybe you just don't go to Imp at all and you continue with just Knights. He did see the Viking Pikemen, though. They have more HP on them, so it's just tough against Vikings. There's no other way to say it. It's just tough.
Well played from LaaaN, though.
It's just
to get
amazing.
this position with the castle, to hold it while he was attacking on two sides, Dogao's base, and to deal with all the raids that were coming into his eco.
Yeah, there's a lot of things he's doing, too, with the scouting and late game awareness on golds. I like the outpost now to the north of Dogao's base, just in case Dogao tries to expand. I also like how he's going for the champion line. So he knows that the champions would counter these skirmishers. It will take him time, but he's building those up as we speak. Maybe a bit early for it, but...
does Dogao figure out that he's out of this game? I think there's like probably a 1 or 2% chance he can come back here.
Yeah, I think what he'll do is he's just gonna try. I don't see how he can change the situation. I don't see how Light Cav changes the situation, how Skirmishers change the situation. Maybe it's the champion upgrade, maybe it's when the castle goes down, but LaaaN's winning this first game.
Two-handed swordsman coming in now. Those will do work against those skirmishers, and yeah, Dogao taps out.
Yeah, I think it's hard to say because it was such a close game, but it either was Dogao needed to go all in Castle Age, or he could have attacked with that Castle Age army 30 seconds earlier. Because he researched chain barding armor about 5 minutes before he took that engagement. And I know you were saying Dogao can take this fight now, and it still took some time for him to get forward. But you win by these small little decisions. The players are so evenly matched. Again, I think this is going to 5 games. And it just happens. And Vikings are one of the toughest civs to deal with in this tournament. All right, let's go to the statistics on this, and let's see the difference between the economies. As we look through, just keep in mind that LaaaN was 20 or 30 villagers behind after that big raid. And the food difference, not all that much. Dogao had almost 17,000 food, had 17,000 wood. It was stone and gold where LaaaN had more. Still very close all around. The KD was in LaaaN's favor. Of course, he would have had full control as the game continued. Have Vikings lost a game yet in this tournament? I don't know. We can go back to the maps and the civilizations, but I don't know if Vikings have lost a game yet in the main event.
Huh. Didn't Doubt beat Vikings?
Doubt.
Or did he play as Vikings? We've only had 5 sets, and I'm already confused.
I know, and I casted all the qualifiers too. I remember Doubt played against Vikings in the qualifiers, so maybe that's what you're thinking. Yeah, who knows, man? But it wasn't just Vikings, as someone says in the Twitch chat. It was also LaaaN playing incredibly well. Let's prepare for game number 2. So Dogao has Wings and Golden Swamp as his home maps.
If Dogao picks Wings, LaaaN is going Teutons, and LaaaN is going to clean up with the Super Tower Rush.
Okay. Super Tower Rush from Teutons is what Dave's predicting. Teutons confirmed. I'm thinking if it is Wings, that we will see... What? Okay, we good now? Okay, hold on a second. Hold on, that was...
What it...
It's the old scenes causing issues. I'm going to remove it, actually, entirely. Hopefully that solves the problems. Okay, cool. Anyways, so Wings, I'm probably thinking Celts or Magyars for LaaaN. I was thinking he might go Magyars in game number 1, but he chose Vikings instead. So Magyars being an open map. Also, the fact that you don't really need to go stone for towers with that civilization. I'm thinking maybe... Actually, I think Dogao might go Byzantines on wings. Byzantines against Magyars might make a whole lot of sense.
Magyars are pretty strong on the map because you start pretty close to the other person.
Yeah.
But obviously Byzantines you can just spam, right?
Yeah, and I don't see where Byzantines excel. Well, no, because you'd mentioned Byzantines on crosses potential too. Okay. All right, well, players are about to start game number 2. Dogao is probably expected to go through. Most people would have picked him. I think I said 3-2 or 3-1 for Dogao. And LaaaaaN got the first win. And game 2 will be on Golden Swamp. Let's dive in. Okay, so now we figured out where he wanted Byzantines, Dave. Dogao has Byzantines on Golden Swamp, which is pretty hype. And then LaaaaaN has gone for the Celts. What are your thoughts?
I like both of these civs for this map. Obviously, Golden Swamp, the fires come into play, so the Byzantines are very nice there, and you can send your raiding parties of trash units around to your opponent. And then Celts are pretty good on any of these maps simply because of the wood chopping bonus.
Yeah. So that can translate into having more on water. And Celts have slightly better eco. Byzantines have a lot of cool bonuses that apply here. I could definitely see Fast Imperial working on a map like this. Take full water control with the fast fires. Spending so little to go from Castle Age to the Imperial Age. It's very difficult for Celts to deal with Arbalest and early Imp. There's a second dock for LaaaaaN in the middle. Remember, they start in Feudal Age with a bunch of economy. There's a lot of water on this map. And then they have plenty of gold at their base. But then the rest of the gold is all in the middle.
We saw Viper yesterday with Celts on this map as well.
Yeah.
And he could just support so many fire ships and a siege push with that extra wood income, right?
Man.
And LaaaaaN, once again, going for the full walls here.
Yep. Telling you, man, we'll see the same from Dogao. Just these guys will get their bases walled virtually every game, except maybe Cross, which is harder to wall, might go to the Imperial Age. 2 fires for Dogao. How cool is it we're seeing Byzantines in this tournament? It's another one of those civs that we're seeing more often.
I feel like it's a civ that people don't like to play against and people don't like to play.
Yeah.
It's in a really weird spot. But it does have potential to pull off upsets against higher tiered civs.
No fishing ships yet. We have a demo inside that dock for LaaaaaN. He also has a fire on the way. And here he has 2 fires and a third. So this is actually his time to take a fight against Dogao. And here he comes.
Dogao with 3 docks, though.
Where's the third
and
dock
with the faster fire ships.
Where's the
Or
third?
sorry, 2 docks.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, 2 docks. I thought the dock from LaaaaaN in the middle was Dogao. I need a Red Bull.
I'm fist pumping. I'm finally not the one that's blind. Yeah. Interesting how it might have been the wood chopping bonus that made a difference, or also Dogao, he built a market, and maybe he was thinking, my opponent's not going heavy on water,
Demo
I'll
ship
go
for
next
Dogao.
stage.
Demo ship, let's see if he can get efficient trades. Well, 1 fire galley goes down.
Look at these women repair. They're just pounding the amphibious terrain.
Hey man, don't judge. Dogao is on the way to Castle Age, too.
Yeah. Yeah, and LaaaaaN will be up right behind him, Dave. So both players will have decent amounts of walls. Both players will be fighting on water. You have to favor Dogao now because he will be faster to that War Galley upgrade. I think we'll see that. He also has an archer range, but notice how it's just 1 skirm. He's not making much. No military building whatsoever for LaaaaaN. Of course, you
he
start
had
with
to
the
force
barracks.
down the market. 9 villagers building that market because he forgot to make it. Now he's going to click up to the Castle Age.
Yeah,
oh,
that
does
was-
he need a blacksmith too? No, he's got the blacksmith starting. Okay. Whew.
Yeah, that was a good demo for Dogao. Oh, these are good moments for the Brazilian. Killed 2 fires and will be faster to Castle Age. All right.
I love how the villager is just following the navy.
Yeah.
too. It's a really good play. Like
Both of them are.
yeah, she's just like, come back here.
Also in these water engagements, Byzantines have more HP on their docks too. So, Oh, we have another demo looping around, Dave. I really think LaaaN has just lost water. Too late to Castle Age, and this will be crazy.
Exactly. Watch this demo. Oh, good split from LaaaN, though. The awareness on that.
His own demo.
And he's got a demo of his own.
And good awareness from Dogao.
And he's going to repair with her. And LaaaN is busy. His is busy building a suburb in the middle.
Yeah. All right. See that a lot. War Galley should be coming in for Dogao. There it is. The repair villager's still there, and LaaaN needs to plan on not having a lot of water control in the next stage, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Byzantine fire ships can do decent damage to the docks, so it should be pretty easy for Dogao to clear these up here. It's just, we'll watch them what they switch into in terms of land armies.
Look at this MVP. Such a babe, man. Still repairing. It looks so ridiculous. But makes sense, and now I wonder what Dogao does behind this. Will he add fishing ships, or was it just for map control? I see a second town center on the way. I think for LaaaN, you've almost got to go straight. Like, still try and fight on water, but you have to go straight boom. Full eco with
You
Celts.
gotta try and sneak docks down, just to make him invest in all those water units. You can't just give it up for free, because then Dogao starts fishing, he starts taking that middle gold area, and you're in trouble.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. At this
4
point...
TCs for LaaaN.
4 TCs? What?
4 TC boom. You can afford to do that with the Celts.
Alright, I guess he bought 100 stone, and boom, boom, boom. He'll be on 4 total TCs. Whereas Dogao is going to add his third. I think Dogao's approach will be different. I think he'll stay on 3 TCs and add fishing ships. And a stable
in the middle.
Wow.
So you can build on this terrain, and Dogao remembers that. A lot of players forget about that. Byzantine stable is interesting. Obviously, Byzantines don't get bloodlines, and Celts aren't usually going to be going for cavalry units.
Yeah.
So making camels is maybe not the play either.
I had a mental list of maybe 5 or 6 things that Dogao could do with Byzantines, and the stable was not on it.
Stable was not on the list, yeah. Stable was on the list of things that you wouldn't think to see.
I mean, you could make arguments for it, like maybe a knight running in as he is now breaking down the walls, but it's still peculiar. I still love Dogao's position.
Look in the south. I was talking about Viper doing this. This is the villager that was in the middle.
Wow.
She's moved over, and he's gonna go for a siege push here. Does he add in the monks like Viper did?
Well, so
with 4 TCs, it's going to be tough to support this.
You can't show that Mangonel until you have a monk or pikeman there, because then a knight could come over and take it all out, right? So normally a siege push is accompanied by monks. I think since he's booming on 4 town centers, he's really struggling to get the resources to do stuff over there.
And he's going to go siege pike.
Ah, okay. I mean, either one works really well.
style push here on the side, or Max, or whoever you're watching at that particular moment.
Yep, definitely something that MBL likes to do. Definitely something that Max likes to do.
From Dogao in the middle, too.
Wow. Okay, so Siege Knight is the plan for Dogao. The economy's pretty even because Dogao's been adding fishing ships while not having that 4th TC. This is probably what both players should have done. Very close game.
LaaaN just didn't react at all to those knights running into his eco.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think he notices them yet. He's probably going to be like, knights? What? There you go. He notices them now.
What's funny is, now we have a defensive monastery for LaaaN, which is the correct move, but Dogao's not paying attention at all to that south side. And as Huang would say, Celt eat TC. And here come 3 Mangonels. We could easily see Dogao lose villagers and lose a production building or 2. Will he even notice that?
Yeah, he's making a siege workshop to counter it. It's going to be tough, though, against Celts. Faster firing Mangonels.
I think both those knights just died from Dogao.
Yeah, they just ran in and died to the TC.
Yeah, and now Dogao is using his Mangonel against the Celt TC. It's like LaaaN needs a defensive siege workshop. This is a ridiculous game.
Love this outpost from LaaaN. If you have a villager following up a siege push, and you suspect your enemy might have Mangonels coming to snipe yours, an outpost is so effective.
Yeah. And Dogao will lose that siege workshop if he doesn't repair, so he did repair. He wants 1 Mangonel to kill 1 or 2. Has to kill at least 1. He gets 1? LaaaaaN misses, or he hits, but it didn't get a kill. Oh, that's perfect for Dogao. That's perfect. Well, meanwhile, oh my god, LaaaaaN didn't react.
He's killing villagers, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Alright, Dogao still needs to keep that siege workshop up. He loses the villager. The Mangonel's at 90%, Dave. Oh my god.
It's out.
Oh,
and it takes one with
my
it. And
goodness.
Dogao is going for a castle in the fence. There's another siege workshop coming up from LaaaaaN. And Dogao with the...
What a snipe!
Insane!
Dude, how did he do that? Does he have Britain range on his Mangonels? Like, does that work? Oh my god. That castle will go up, and that pretty much puts an end to the siege push, at least on this side. What great defense from Dogao. That was beautiful.
Super impressive. That was like the max range you can get with attack round from a Mangonel.
Yeah,
I swear that was like 8 range, and their range is 7.
I know. It's so difficult to know because when you try and attack round and you're a little bit out of range, it just won't work for you. So he got it to perfection. That reminds me of our old dodgeball Mangonel days.
And he snipes another one coming up here.
Dogao might be able to compete with Smarthy with this Mangonel micro. Oh my god. What now, Dave? We're gonna see another castle. LaaaaaN wants some room to breathe at home, but there's more siege and potentially knights and fire ships from Dogao. So where is LaaaaaN going?
Is he going to the middle? I think the amphibious terrain might be the better option here. But look, Dogao is like got the Mangonel there. Once LaaaaaN sees that, yeah, he's diverting.
I also think it's a bad move to build a castle in the middle like this as against Byzantines, because they'll probably be in the Imperial Age faster than you, and you already know Dogao can make trebs. So I don't know where these Oof.
Well, he was sneaky with it, at least. Sneaky with the castle, and LaaaaaN gets some revenge on that Mangonel there.
Oh my god. This is, I can't. This is so much anxiety right now. Come on! Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Well, it'd be so...
He doesn't know!
No, he has no clue. He has 2 Mangonels, he has fire ships, he has vills, they could have built a tower. No clue. Well, there it goes. The castle's up. And now we have an archery range. Dogao really likes to build on the amphibious terrain. Nice pressure from Dogao. Continuing, though, Dave. Still more eco. And he's pressuring that all-important stone of LaaaaaN. LaaaaaN does have a lot of stone in the bank, though. And LaaaaaN... Actually, for a second, he clicked up to Imp on this middle TC. And then he decided to switch the town center he's going to Imperial with, because he knows he could lose it.
Yeah, it's surprising to me that LaaaaaN is so far behind on villagers, because he did go 4 TC right away. So he must have been idling a bunch of his TCs to support that push.
Yeah, that, and also Dogao added fishing ships. So the fishing ships were really helpful.
Look at that castle from LaaaaaN!
Yeah, I see that. And he could even send in Wodes to deal with these Mangonels. I'm surprised he hasn't done it yet. He will lose that town center. 2 castles. Both players will make it to Imp.
What do Byzantines do against Woad Raider raids?
Fast chemistry. You see the university now. They'll go fast chemistry, hand cannons, yeah, bombard cannons, and wall a lot. I think you need to keep the Wodes out of your base for the time being. Even Arbalest could be a decent choice, actually. You might not even wait, but considering he doesn't have even an archer... Oh, no! He's going crossbow. Yeah, so going crossbow will be a bit faster. Make those units before chemistry completes. I like the approach from Dogao.
Dogao is not on stone at all anymore, either. He's only got that 1 castle in the back.
Oh, no, the reason he doesn't have stone is because he's placing one right in the middle.
He's placing one right in the middle!
Do you like that or hate that, though, Dave? Because there's 2 castles from LaaaaaN already.
But LaaaaaN is going to have problems reinforcing that area, so he's going to have to make do with only the villagers and army that he has there, whereas Dogao can bring whatever he wants from his main base.
Yeah.
So it's a difficult one to call here.
Dogao's 3 Mangonel push on this gold is beautiful. And there's even more gold next to the town center. So I love how Dogao is not only defended at home, but he's countered, and now he's thinking about the middle. He's doing everything right on this map.
And he's going to come over here with this mining camp and discover that there is another castle he has to deal with. He didn't even know
Oh.
about that. But he did make a trebuchet from his old castle. He's got 2 trebs coming forward to the middle
Okay.
from his original one.
Yeah.
So he should be relatively even on numbers.
And
he's still pushing in on the right-hand side, too.
yeah, like, Arbalests are really good against Mangonels, so Dogao could run right in here. LaaaN's actually researching Onager, and he has a Mangonel inside of
What's in that
Siege Workshop.
Uh-oh. Dogao sees that. Every time you see a flag on a Siege Workshop and you have archers, it's just like, back up.
Get out of there, exactly. And the reason that this castle from Dogao made me think it'd be either great or awful was because if he loses this Treb war, LaaaN will have the middle secured. But he started off with the Trebs. Also, he has more HP on that castle.
Bombard cannons coming out for Dogao now.
Oh, that's huge. Yeah.
That'll be so good in this fight. Dogao just needs to make sure this castle stays alive. He's sending more villagers forward right now. Somehow kill the Woad Raiders. Maybe he doesn't have any military support. He's trying to gate.
He tried, Dave. He'll only lose 1 Treb, though. I think. It should just be 1 Trebuchet. I think he needs more Arbalest here, but that castle's going down for you, Dogao. Probably LaaaN will lose a castle, too. Maybe all of his Trebs, now that the Bombard Cannon's here. Treb wars are one of the more difficult things to cast. There we go. 1 castle down. That Bombard Cannon close to sniping the Treb. Another castle
LaaaN
down.
loses his castle.
Yeah.
And I think Dogao can win this fight over here now that it's only 1 castle and he has Bombard Cannons and he has the Arbalest there. But it's taking pressure off from LaaaN's base.
Still wondering what LaaaN goes into here. Because you can't go Woad Raider if you lose your castles.
Yep.
So there's actually not a lot you can do as Celts except Siege. And we've already seen Bombard Cannons countering the Siege, so I think it's a struggle to use Celts on this map against Byzantines in post-imp. Especially if Dogao gets such a big lead, right? He was doing everything he wanted to do in Castle Age. And say goodbye to your 2nd castle land.
I feel like it's gonna be so hard for LaaaN to push anything against Dogao. Because he just doesn't have the unit comp, right? He's making Siege Workshops at the bottom. But at the same time, I think it's also going to be tough for Dogao to push LaaaN. Because LaaaN is Onager. You know, LaaaN can spam with the Celts, so...
I think we're going to have a minute or two now where Dogao expands with a few buildings and maybe gets his eco straight, and then I think he'll probably send in Arbs to raid.
Yeah, I would have loved to have those 2 castles up if I was LaaaN. Maybe get Elite Woad Raider. Maybe try and hit the economy from Dogao, but now that you don't have the castles, it's just, what do you do?
Maybe it's that classic King of the Hill situation where you should actually build your castles on the shoreline at home, clear out Dogao's middle, and then take the middle yourself with additional castles. Maybe it was too early for him, because he didn't have a lot of military. Dogao's just playing so good. Ruthless. 170 pop for him. Barely any idols. In all the right positions, still thinking about focusing on that gold on the right side of LaaaN's base. And 6 Bombard Cannon, or 7, sorry.
That Treb is not afraid of anything.
Oh, that Treb! I thought you were talking about the other Treb.
Get a hit.
Okay. Siege Ram now for LaaaN. Funny enough, Siege Ram Onager is probably his best play here, because infantry won't work. Skirmishers won't work. Just a bunch of Rams might do it.
He needs some sort of complement with the melee unit, so I think he's gonna go pikeman. I don't think he can afford halberdier.
Oh, wait a second. He's gonna push that right side.
Yeah.
Okay. But he's gonna lose his base, so yeah, it's desperation mode for LaaaN. He's already 1-0 up, so he's gonna try his best here, but I think he realizes the end is near.
I love the light cav addition on the right-hand side by Dogao as well. Dogao's really turning up the heat here. And, oh man, just too many Bombard Cannons. LaaaN has the Onagers, but
Sick.
That's not going to work.
Sick.
We saw how good Dogao was with attack rounds earlier.
That's 2 of them, and then the 3rd won't get anywhere near, and then you could always use light cav as well.
What is happening at the bottom?
Just the most awkward push you'll ever see.
The most awkward defense, too.
Well, Dogao's just like, wait, what? That's where he's been. Okay. And now a castle. There's Trebs. I still don't think that LaaaN can defend his own eco, though, so that's the thing. He's going to lose eco as he barely scratches Dogao's, but it's a funny attempt, that's for sure.
Oh, man. I think for LaaaN, you got your feet wet in the first game. I think it's time to kind of refresh now and think about your strategy going into the next one, because I can't really see how he's going to pull this back.
Yeah, he is trying to reboom in that one corner, so he has these random areas where he has vills. If he can continue a push here in the south of Dogao's base, then I think he should continue playing, but I just don't see it.
Even non-elite cataphracts will do so much against this push from LaaaN. Really good choice from Dogao.
Look in the north. Look at LaaaN trying to survive. He has 40 units building a castle, man.
Yeah, but look at how many bombard cannons. 7 bombard cannons coming. That castle's not going to stay up for very long.
I don't think so either.
How many siege workshops did LaaaN make this game?
A lot.
10?
Yeah.
So many.
A lot. Forward siege workshops, middle siege workshops, defensive siege workshops, rebuilding siege workshops. He'll run out of stone. He can barely repair. And the cataphracts, they don't need to kill. They are doing that. All they need to do is hold. A few arbs in the mix as well. And yeah, this game is definitely over. LaaaN needs to consider calling it and go into game 3 with this series all tied.
I think he can hold that top corner.
You think so? It's probably the wrong time to say that, Dave. Wow, what a game.
Man.
So there's one thing as far as mistakes go. LaaaN forgot his buildings to go Castle Age. I don't know how big of a difference that would have made, but he could have been in Castle Age faster to compete with Dogao on water. Instead, what he ended up doing was abandoning water entirely and going for 4 town centers. I liked that play, but how good was Dogao's defense against that Mangonel push, Dave?
Yeah, it was. If Dogao didn't get the shots that he did, I think that one Mangonel took out 2 from LaaaN, and then another one took out another 2 from LaaaN. If he didn't get those shots, he was in big trouble.
Yeah, that castle that he placed and eventually protected his economy with would have never gone up or wouldn't have been in the proper position.
The siege workshop would have gone down if
Yeah.
he didn't get the first shot, so the second Mangonel doesn't come out there and clear up the army from LaaaN. So really, really impressive hold there. And then, like you said, late imp, if Celts don't have the castles up to produce Woad Raiders right away, then Byzantines are going to carry it.
Yeah, I think maybe LaaaN could have built his castles on the shoreline. That's what I would normally say. But then again, there were still 3 or 4 Mangonels there from Dogao. LaaaN actually had to sneak his villagers out there in the first place. So my suggestion on the castle placement might not have worked at all. Anyways, we'll go to the statistics here. I'm curious to see the food difference because Celts tend to have really high wood counts, which leads to really high food counts, all due to the fact that they... well, they're adding farms with that wood. But yeah, it was actually Dogao who had more wood and more food collected, so his eco was way better than Celts, despite LaaaN going for 4 town centers. And then Dogao had more gold. So, simply put, Dogao outplayed. Dogao deserved the victory. Now it's time to really start to break down the civilizations. We haven't seen Teutons yet. Will LaaaN go for Teutons in Game 3? He has Cross and... what's his other home map? Cross... I forget, but we'll see it here in a moment, everybody. Such a sick series, Dave. This is going to be such a long day, ladies and gentlemen. We're only on set number 2, and this series is going the distance. Oh, El Dorado. Okay. So let's assume it's Cross. Do you think that LaaaN is going to be going for... you think that LaaaN is going to be going for Huns, Dave? Hello?
Oh, sorry. I think on Cross, Huns is a pretty solid pick. I actually was muted there.
Oh, that's funny. Okay. Okay, yeah, so I think Huns makes a lot of sense on Cross. Dogao, well, he used Byzantines there. We said that Byzantines could be good on Cross. At least that's what MBL thought.
Yeah, and they're a good counter to Huns, right?
Mm-hmm. Apparently the game is up. All right, we'll find out here soon, guys. Next game between Dogao and LaaaN, game number 3. All right, so I was just about to say before we hopped into the game And props to the players for keeping this moving. I was just going to say that Malians are a sick civ for this because of all the wood they say. But I've heard you and Nili talk about it. I've talked about it with Nili. Are Malians better or are Malians worse in Empire Wars? Because you start with a lot of buildings.
I think they're still good, but I think they get nerfed slightly because you don't have to build all these houses, all the military buildings. I do have to say, though, as we get into this match, I have never seen a cross generation where the players are this close.
Yeah, I think it was Stark versus Max in the
Like,
qualifier was like this too.
They could both theoretically go for the same pond, as we see LaaaN coming out here right away with a builder to make a dock.
All right. Well, Huns have the faster producing stables. They don't have to build houses. LaaaN's not taking any risks, Dave. He knows how close they are, and he's already building a tower on that gold. No docks yet, though. And is the Dogao about to think about walling? Or is he about to think... Is he going to think about docking the south?
Do you wall here? Like, can you afford to wall if you're this close? If you miss one hole?
I think you
Like,
wall
you
a
gotta
little
invest
bit.
in military.
Yeah.
A little bit, yeah, but you can't go for the YOLO full walls like they did the last 2 games.
Yeah. I wonder which player
And,
that will
oh
suit.
man, Dogao! Oh, LaaaN almost trapped the 2 horses from Dogao in with a gate and a palisade wall. It was so close.
I see that, yeah. All right, well, here comes fletching now for Dogao. He's about to run forward with 3 spears and 2 archers, thinking this is a great idea. But LaaaN already built a tower, so that tower pays off already.
You know, LaaaN might pick off the dock villager from Dogao. Great loop around there.
Oh, man. So not only will Dogao not have fishing ships out, but he's lost that villager. I think LaaaN has docked to the south. So he has a fishing ship on the way. That's a nice start for him. Dogao tries to quick wall. LaaaN, there's so much going on right now. LaaaN's just passing. He's just passing. Can he find more Vil kills on the golds? Should do. Should get...
Spearman coming forward for Dogao, but I think she's gonna die.
Oh, the micro too. LaaaN didn't take a single hit from the spear. That was incredible. And he's also prepping skirmishers and archers at home to defend from Dogao. Dude, Dogao is not having a great start. LaaaN is looking so good.
Dogao's pressure really did nothing there. At the front, he's running into the tower from LaaaN now.
Oh no, Dogao. He's so far behind already. This could be the fastest game of the series. Look at this. He's losing on every front. Scouts. Scouts now for Dogao. Okay, there we go. Only 2 archers mixed into that one group from LaaaN. Now LaaaN needs to back up. I think for Dogao, he's got to think about changing things a little bit, Dave. Getting more units or finding a weak point.
Yep, and there is a threat for LaaaN here, because if LaaaN figures that he's done enough damage and takes his foot off the pedal, maybe thinks about going up to Castle Age, then Dogao's going to have an opportunity, right? If Dogao starts flooding military across the map. Still only 2 archer ranges and 1 stable, though, for Dogao.
Yeah, the scouts are coming back for LaaaN. He'll have 5 scouts in a moment. The numbers will be pretty similar. You see how LaaaN is playing safe, but he actually... He's virtually full walled if he gets his wall up here. The front's still open, but that's towered. This is really good base layout for LaaaN. And a dock on the other ponds too, Dave.
Did Dogao find that with his horse? I don't think so.
Oh, man.
No, Dogao has seen that with his horse.
Okay.
So he knows that LaaaN's docked over there. That's important.
Can he get there is the question. I feel like it's more difficult to get to the northern pond and that back pond. If you're either player, it's more the southern pond you can contest. Big fight here, Dave. LaaaN has started off this series good. And Dogao responded. Can LaaaN continue his winning
Good fight
form
for
here?
Dogao, I think.
So tough for me to tell. More archers in the mix for Dogao, so I guess he could clear out the scouts in theory.
But his scouts didn't have enough HP. Okay, I was wrong.
Oh, also
LaaaN is gonna
Bloodlines
take
came in
that.
for LaaaN, dude. This is...
Oh, that's why. Okay.
This is crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, Empire
Armor
Wars
now in, though.
changes how
Armor in
it's
for
played,
Dogao.
how we cast and everything. What I'm thinking right now is whose eco is untouched and who has 2 ponds. It's all LaaaN. He's adding fishing ships. He's also adding villagers. He should just put his foot on the gas and produce more scouts, like you said, Dave. Don't stop producing.
Feudal.
Finish the game in Feudal Age, exactly.
Yeah, Dogao is fortunate that his gold is in the back, and he's almost completed that wall off. So LaaaN can't really pressure that like Dogao could potentially pressure LaaaN's gold. But I think even pressuring the farms here at the front is super devastating to Dogao's economy.
Yeah. Villagers have to leave berries. Villagers will have to leave farms. Such awkward compositions, too. Random spearmen, skirmishers, archers. Is LaaaN saving for Castle Age? He's destroying Dogao. He doesn't need to. Looks like he might be saving for Castle Age.
Yeah, he is. And he's sending a villager, actually, to that final pond.
Wow.
I wonder if she'll loop around at some point and go to the pond at the left.
It's possible.
Maybe try and hit Dogao there.
Dogao is in an awful situation now. He needs to produce more military just to defend. Whereas LaaaN says, oh, whatever, I've already done enough damage, and I'm on my way to Castle Age. Unbelievable performance from LaaaN. Dogao had a shaky start, and it's really paying off now for LaaaN. The fishing ships, I'm so surprised that Dogao didn't even think about trying to get a build to the south. The micro. I think Dogao cleans this here, but he's had to invest so much more into the feudal age. Only 100 food banked up. What should Dogao...
LaaaN's got to keep producing here, though.
You think
Find
so?
a way to keep producing. Yeah, because that army from Dogao, this is what we're talking about, right? Every game we see one player, they wait to click up, and they stop producing military, and then they get pressured again. So LaaaN, I think, realizes that. He's walling off, and he's still making scouts, even though he's going up to the
Yeah, it's a safe play. Also, archers, too. Good to mix in the archers. Would like to see some quick walls. It's deceiving. Huns can't build houses, but maybe some palisade walls just so Dogao can't dive in? Because I think Dogao realizes that LaaaN's probably up.
This is the danger, dude. We talked about it every single game.
Oh, man. Can he clean this? If LaaaN cleans this, he's good. Oh, his TC got so many hits on the archers.
Yeah, so many good hits on the archers. Dogao needed to be one tile farther away, and now I think he can clean this. Also, credit to LaaaN for realizing that, walling up, and continuing to make scouts.
Yeah. Did that town center kill 5 archers? I think it did.
Yep.
Ballistics town center in feudal age. My god. All right, Dogao, this is a good move from him. If he has a chance in this game, it's going to be on something like this. He kills a few villagers, and he also brings LaaaN back to his own base, which is important. But the follow-up from LaaaN...
He's still behind in economy. He's still, behind in the castle age. Hasn't even clicked. He's going full feudal.
GG. He doesn't even wait to find out. He knows, I will die to the all-in. I will die to knights. I would die to cav archers. And LaaaN, the person who came through in the qualifier, is up 2-1, Dave.
LaaaN looks really impressive right now.
Mm-hmm. Also?
Like, really, really impressive.
Also? I don't know if this is because of how LaaaN played it, or if it's the difference between the civilizations, but I felt like Dogao had way less military in the early going. Yep. He was walling at that time, but LaaaN had those 3 scouts loop around to the perfect area, and Dogao didn't have a lot at all at that stage. Actually, what Dogao did was he opened with the range, went for fast fletching and spearmen, and LaaaN's tower on the gold defended from that. It was perfect.
I think Dogao was really counting on having those fish too. And the loop around from LaaaN was just so aware.
Wow. Okay. A lot of people would not have expected this. We knew it would be close, but Dogao was in the top 8. He was guaranteed a spot in this tournament because of his performances in Hidden Cup 3. How huge would it be for LaaaN, and what an upset it would be if he gets the next win. We'll find out.
So we're going to wings. LaaaN has Teutons.
Dude, if he goes Teutons, I will lose it. No statistics here, because I'm sure the next game's going to start. We're going to keep it moving. Overlay guy, let's go right to the maps and the civs. That's what we need to talk about. Oh my goodness. Teutons.
If LaaaN goes Teutons, he's officially the people's champ.
Okay.
100%. I'll give him my title.
Do you think it is possible that LaaaN will have more fanboys than Viper if he picks Teutons? It'd be close.
Yeah, the quality of those fanboys though, for all the Teuton mains out there, I don't know.
You just
Maybe
offended
the quantity.
Minus 7K, man. We were gonna lose all of our viewers. Oh boy. All right. So Dogao needs a response. It is on wings. I think Dogao. Dang, man. I feel like Khmer, Franks, and Britons are all solid on this. But he probably wants to save Khmer for El Dorado, so Franks...
Can you
or
save
Britons.
at this point?
Can
you save when you're down 2 games? Can you save a civ?
Well, if Franks and Britons are good civs for that, then yeah, I think you can. I think LaaaN, no offense, Teuton fans, I think we'll see Ethiopians or Magyars. If you're expecting that, Dave, maybe Britons is best against it. Because I feel like, how many times do we see Franks have a good start, but then Franks don't get bloodlines, so their scouts end up not having enough HP?
Dude, there are way more fans of the Teutons than I thought there would be.
I remember I used to think
You people
Teutons
are
were
crazy.
OP, but not because of the Teutonic Knight. I used to think free murder holes was the best tech, best bonus.
Were you watching that one game I played where I landed an island and then had them in rams?
Yeah,
we'll go into the next game. We'll talk about that.
That's true. They started the next game. Okay. So we should be in to the next game. Dogao needs to win or he is out of this tournament. Dogao is playing as the Britons in the red, Dave. In the yellow, we have LaaaN, and LaaaN has gone for the Magyars. Magyars have the cheaper scouts. They get the free melee upgrades per age, so the scouts will be deadly.
Yep, and Dogao going for Spearman right away out of his starting barracks. And look at how many walls he's putting down there. It's got to be scary for Dogao because Magyars are very, very strong when you're this close to your opponent.
Yeah. What is also interesting is I think opening with scouts is better when you're far apart from your opponent. And on this wings map, you're pretty close. So it actually could benefit Britons because their ranges work a bit faster, and a few spearmen and archers going forward could devastate LaaaN if he's not prepared himself. What a crazy game
How many
mode.
scouts do you wait for from LaaaN? Okay, he's got 2, and now he's moving out, but Dogao with the clutch early walls here. He's going to deny entry to the top of his base, to the side of his base, and he's going to make a tower on that gold preemptively.
Yep, that gold's pretty bad, but also the berries are quite bad for LaaaN, and he'll need that food, so expect a lot of walls. And to answer your question, I think with any other civ, you have to wait for 3 scouts, but in Empire Wars with Magyars, you can go out there with 2 scouts, because you could snipe villagers no problem with 2.
And I think Dogao's spearman might be out of position here. If LaaaN loops around through that hole into the back of the wood line, the spearman from Dogao might not get there in time before LaaaN can pick a couple villagers.
I was thinking, does LaaaN know this map? He might opt to keep his army alive for the main fight instead of potentially losing 2 scouts. I think he realizes that the walls are up now. And great decision from LaaaN to make his own archers. LaaaN does not have fletching, and fletching is already in on Dogao's archers, and spears are coming forward. So I think the scouts almost need to come back for LaaaN, and he's going to need to defend for now. Yep.
Dogao's got to be careful here. Magyar scouts are no joke.
Also, he's adding some skirms. That's... I guess you never want to go full archer if you're expecting your opponent to go skirms, but when scouts are out, so risky.
Don't toss away the spearman. Do not toss away the spearman, Dogao.
Oh!
Make sure they are next to your army.
He lost one. He could lose this one too. LaaaN should just fight it and micro.
LaaaN fights that.
Beautiful.
The thing is, like, Dogao can make spears all day, fine. But he's only got 1 barracks, so it's going to be slow. And if he wants to make more spearmen, he's going to have to make another barracks, which is an investment, right? So
I think
LaaaN can take that fight and take 1 hit on his scout.
I don't think Dogao can push out. I think he needs to stay defensive until he gets a larger mass. This is too risky of a situation for him right now. Maybe he feels like he has to, but the skirms and archers that LaaaN has, they can take care of any spears. Dogao needs a victory. I would consider him pretty far behind, at least with momentum right now.
After losing 2 spearmen.
Yep, that's how crazy this is. But, you know, if the scouts go down for LaaaN, that's the worry, right? If the scouts go down, then suddenly it's ranged units versus ranged units, and Dogao is more. Okay, here comes LaaaN. He could kill villagers, and he also could force Dogao to come back here. Dogao just wants to buy time. LaaaN needs a few more skirmishers in the mix, I think.
Well, this is dangerous now for LaaaN because Dogao has a good position here. LaaaN is going to be forced up against that wall or against this wood line. He's going to have to notice in time. I don't think he can really engage with the scouts until the spears are gone.
And I don't think he should have stayed there for so long. It was so obvious Dogao was just looking to buy time. Dogao didn't really seem bothered by that. And now Dogao's getting some big kills.
Yeah, questionable micro there from LaaaN to stay and like try and snipe that one archer. You
Yeah.
just give up 2 extra units for free.
Do
Yeah.
you see what
not the
Dogao's doing
greatest
now?
maybe for him.
Stable. So he realizes the skirm numbers will be low. He's thinking about adding a scout or 2, and now it's his turn to get into LaaaN's base. Not really sure what's making up the score difference right now. I think a lot of it might be scouting, but it's 24 military versus 14, and LaaaN can't use his military against Dogao's military effectively. Oh, I thought there was a hole there. Oh my god.
Dogao's just kind of looping around land space, looking for opportunities. The wood lines are getting pretty scarce on both sides.
Yeah, double check if you have holes in your walls at this point. And LaaaN is probably looking towards Castle Age, Dave. Of course, Dogao will do the same, but not after he makes scouts. Do you think Dogao even needs the scouts right now?
I don't think so. If you're not in, you don't see an army to engage against, and all you see is full walls.
Mm-hmm.
Scouts aren't really doing too much for you.
I guess if he gets in, it could be good.
Oh, hole in the wall! Hole in the wall in Dogao's base. LaaaN is in.
No! Dogao has
She
all of his
overchopped.
military forward, and she overchopped the tree! Oh, that's so... That not only is that bad for his chances, but that's tilting. Oh, man. Oh, and he has to send his scouts back, some archers back, all of which should be going forward. And LaaaN has just built another layer of house walls behind this, which is the correct play. Halfway to Castle Age now.
And another villager is going to go down. No, he saves that villager, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But still idle time, and, you know, LaaaN's defended nicely at home, just creating that wall behind his first wall.
So nicely,
The
yep.
archers can't get in. Does he go elite skirmisher as soon as he gets to Castle Age?
I think he has to go knights. I think you have to play to your civilization strength, right? Also, you see scouts are out from Dogao, so you probably don't want to make skirms. I see a second stable now. He's getting scale barding and bloodlines, and he'll have iron casting for free with Magyars. Dogao still hasn't clicked. How many knights with full upgrades do you need to fight, let's say we're looking at maybe 25 archers in Feudal Age?
Well, it's archers and skirmishers, right? It's
Yeah.
not just archers.
Trying to...
Until he combines those forces together. I think against that force in the back, you probably need about 5 knights to fight against that. Maybe 4 if you get +2.
Oh, there is an overchop for LaaaN, too. I'm looking at it. There's 21 archers, but they're not all
Oh,
together.
that could be so bad for LaaaN. Oh, no, dude.
Yeah, Vils will die.
Send
1,
the knights there immediately. Send the knights there immediately.
2. That's his gold. 2, 3. No armor yet. So he can't fight with the knight. He needs to wait for armor. Guess that's what happens
Too
when you
many
try and
Vils.
full wall on this map, right?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
And
Oh.
now the archers from Dogao,
Oh,
though, just running into the TC. That's super unfortunate for him.
Yeah. See, he would have lost them anyway, but he could have got a bit more value from it at least. All right, well, that was messy for LaaaN. It's now on Dogao to save his army, wall at home, and play super defensive. I see him adding another range, Dave. He wants to go for 3 archer ranges. He also has this force in the south, which LaaaN can't seem to find.
Yeah, that's a good force to have there, because at some point, LaaaN's going to have to expand outwards to the wood.
Yep.
I think both players should start thinking about how they're going to do that. And with the force back there, LaaaN is going to be pretty nervous about going in that direction.
I think if that force... See, he's torn because he knows he's going to need a lot of army to deal with the knights. But I think if he sends that force back...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
LaaaN's hunting
Uh-oh.
hunting it down. Uh-oh. Oh,
Dude,
no.
it's like a submarine battle right now. He's pinging with both forces.
Oh,
looking
man.
for
The
enemy
skirms
sub.
on the other side. You know what? Depending on how Dogao reacts to this, this could be okay. His upgrades will come in soon. Uh-oh. The upgrades will be 30 seconds late. Oh.
+2 knights.
Oh,
are gonna just-
Dogao. Not to mention, he only has 5 archers left in there anyways. Beautiful play from LaaaN. There's also knights on the front pressuring Dogao. They can't get through yet, though.
Yep, LaaaN is constantly looking for holes. He liked that one over chop. He looked for another one at the top. Dogao had walled that up. And Dogao going for university, so he's going full military approach here.
This game just feels so over right now with the way LaaaN's playing this. It's incredible,
and look at the
dude.
south.
It's incredible.
The skirmishers are trying to deny the villagers from walling. I think Dogao's going to get that down anyway, and he's going to go forward and find... Actually, he's going to find the villager making the siege workshop.
Yeah, but now in the north as well. Oh, this counterattack from Dogao. That's a huge counterattack. If he can wall at home, and let's say LaaaN doesn't have the gold to make enough knights to deal with that, there is a chance.
I think LaaaN's going to have enough knights to deal with it, though. He's going to have 4 pretty soon, and then just wait for 2 more to produce.
Run!
And I think you can send against that.
Run!
And meanwhile, Dogao has to make sure that he keeps walling behind all of this stuff.
Dude, it's so many walls, it's ridiculous. Oh, and now there's a hole. So he will lose some villagers. He could lose a lot, and then he could lose his army too. Dogao will lose vills. Dogao will actually be behind in villagers after this is all said and done. I think.
Well, LaaaN is losing 4 in the south.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Maybe not. You know, neither player has gone for a second TC yet.
Yeah, well, I think that LaaaN either just placed TCs or he sold all of his stone when he was off his gold. Yeah, he sold all of his stone, Dave. The knights are actually taking a good engagement against the pikes. And now the knights for LaaaN need to group together. And hopefully for LaaaN, he can fight against these crossbows because the army is much cheaper for Dogao. Dude, Dogao has ballistics, and you know these wood lines are annoying too. How's the pathing going to be? Oh my goodness, this is crazy. Meanwhile, like on both sides, we have big fights. Will the +2 attack from Magyars be enough? Look, only 2 knights will fight. Thanks, DE. No.
I think LaaaN's gonna clear that up though.
Yeah.
And he got away with some of the knights in Dogao's base, and Dogao has had so much idle time. Like, you just look at his main gold, and that explains his entire eco. He had so many villagers on it. Just messy, messy, messy.
It's worth pointing out to get more gold on this map, it's around the sides too. So it's either in between the players or it's around the sides.
Yeah.
And I don't know where Dogao's going right now, but yeah, he's going to the gold that's right between the players. That is not a good sign.
Yeah, and if you're looking to expand to other golds, I would much prefer to have the knights rather than the crossbows.
Dave,
just because the crossbows are so slow.
I don't know if LaaaN can afford to create many more knights. He doesn't have a lot of eco upgrades. He doesn't have wheelbarrow, he doesn't have bit-axe, he doesn't have... Or, sorry, he only has bit-axe, he only has horse collar. LaaaN has to make his knights, and now Scorpion count. I think you just have to engage here. Yeah, good engagement. Dogao's taking the gold right above this. This could be Dogao's series, or LaaaN series, I guess, in the end of Dogao's. Oh,
that Scorpion shot was huge. That was absolutely massive. They lined up perfectly for him, and he sees the gold with his other Scorpion from the other Siege Workshop as well. He knows exactly where to pressure. He's constantly scouting at the back of Dogao's base in case Dogao comes out.
Oh, Dogao's losing so much. Like, at the very least, he loses a ton of vills, and LaaaN takes the vill lead. At the very least. Half of his eco scrambling.
The vills have to go back from the knights in the front, but unfortunately, they're running through the knights at the back.
He doesn't have golds. And now LaaaN, of course, is stabilized a little bit. Oh my goodness. Now it's 53 villagers against 44. GG. Dogao loses to LaaaN. What a performance.
Okay, I think LaaaN just got a lot more fans. I think LaaaN just gained a lot more fans.
Yep.
Wow, what a performance from him, beating Dogao.
Yeah. Yeah, guys, quite a few tournaments where LaaaN would qualify and wasn't able to make it past the first stage. Here, he fought a player who only lost to the Viper in Hidden Cup 3, and he won 3-1. Congratulations to LaaaN. That was a beastly performance. Now, there were a few instances there where it was messy on either sides. Do you think if LaaaN had, let's say, another Night Civ like Berbers or Huns, he wouldn't have been able to do it? Because to me, it was the Magyar attack that made the difference.
Yeah, like when Dogao overchopped and went in there.
Yeah.
If LaaaN doesn't have Magyars, he maybe picks 1 villager there instead of, I think he got 4.
Mm-hmm.
and then he doesn't win the fights against the crossbows as easily. He doesn't win other things as easily. So I think having Magyars there was really, really nice for him.
All right. Wow, that's amazing. Well, let's go to the statistics on this one. I'm just curious on the whole eco because things got really messy at the end. I think that one thing Dogao really struggled with was that he couldn't get gold on the outside of the map, which was there. He just couldn't move out to it or didn't move out to it. Yeah, more food collected for LaaaN makes sense when he's going knights, and he had slightly more gold collected, but I think it just came down to the fights. 103 units killed versus 50. You know, Dogao even had the resources to make more pikemen at that stage of the game, Dave, but he didn't have the pikemen out, and losing 10 villagers was the killing blow. Crazy. Well, no Teutons. No Teutons. But LaaaN wins. Now, I don't know if we're going to be able to get LaaaN in for an interview. I'm sure people want to hear what he has to say. He might be jumping for joy right now. But that is the second best of 5. There will be 2 more best of 5s to close out the round of 16 today. No interview is what I'm being told. All right. Yeah, LaaaN is too happy. He's already popping the champagne.
I can see him popping off in my mind right now.
Yeah?
Yeah, I saw how frustrated he was in real time after NAC, like after his losses, and I can only imagine him after his wins too.
Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so here's the schedule for the day. Up next will be Mr. Yo against Slam, and then the final set of the day will be Tatoh versus TheMax. In the meantime, we're going to throw it to ZeroEmpires. ZeroEmpires is going to sum up the series. He'll give you guys more information about what will be coming on the show today. Dave, I think that's it for us today, right?
Yeah, I mean, some really impressive games. Obviously, LaaaN making it through unexpectedly. Vinchester putting up a good fight. Sorry about the audio issues, guys. We're going to work through it and make sure everything goes smoothly. And yeah, I'll see everyone on Saturday, I guess.
I think Dave will be casting the entire day tomorrow. Today's my full day, so you'll be stuck with me. But Dave, thanks, man. Can't wait to cast with you again tomorrow. And guys, we'll send it over to ZeroEmpires.
My bad. I think I was muted right then. So muted right now. Oh man, I was just saying how hyped I am right now for LaaaN. Seriously, I cannot get over the fact that he just took Dogao out 3-1. Incredible performance from him. And as Dave was saying, I can only imagine how excited he is as well, because he didn't have the best performance in NAC 3, much to his disappointment. And now to come here through the qualifications, beating Villesa in a 4-1 victory in Qualification 1, making it through to the main stage, taking out Dogao in round 1 with a 3-1 victory as well. The guy is on fire. Honestly, I'm a little disappointed that I don't get to have an interview with him right now, because I was preparing a lot of questions. I had so much prepared to ask. But we will run through real quick what we just saw. Game 1, we did see him picking the Vikings versus the Slavs, and that turned out to be a fantastic choice for LaaaN. The Viking victory coming through there in the first game. Game 2, it was the Byzantine pick from Dogao. Dogao, of course, taking control of the water, looking very good in Game 2. And that's something which we thought, okay, this is the Dogao we all know and expect to see. And then Game 3, my goodness. Game 3, LaaaN playing the Huns on cross. He was on point. Every single move was so on point. He was on the water. He was managing his land economy perfectly. He was raiding Dogao in the back. And my goodness, I am excited for LaaaN right now. And I think, as you guys said earlier, T90 and Dave, he's probably just won himself quite a few fans. I really wanted to ask about the Teuton pick. We didn't get to see it in action, so maybe that is something that we can still look forward to in the next round, where he'll be playing against the winner of, let me double check who that is actually. He'll be playing against the winner of Yo or Slam in the next round tomorrow. So you've got that to look forward to. Right now, though, we are going to have a short break. T90 is casting for the whole day, so we'll give him 10 minutes or so to get some food, get refreshed. This is your time to go and grab a drink, grab a Red Bull, and stay hyped for the rest of the stream. We've still got 2 fantastic series coming up, and we'll be back after this short break. Stay tuned.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1, and will be a landslide of entertainment.
the day, Viper's crossbows are gonna get yo. Hey yo.
Yo, bro.
Yo.
Yo. Dude.
Oh, got him. Nice. Never a doubt. but at the end of the day,
But Leary potentially running into the scouts. That's a lot of scouts. That's a lot of scouts, and Yo is not fully walled because that's pretty much impossible on this map. Uh-oh, Leary's looking to do a lot of damage right here.
Does he take the fight against the Spearman? He's opting not to. I think that's a good decision overall. Oh, the quick walks from Yo, though. Oh my god!
Can he get the poke?
He can trap them! He's trapped them all, and it's not going to be the end of the world because there's only 3 spears, but that is a fantastic play from Yo.
Yeah, but now he can bring his own scouts home, I believe. Yeah, at least they're still mostly alive, but actually, Yo doesn't have much of an army.
So nice. Well played from Yo. That is definitely a highlight here. Walling in like 9 scouts, and the question is now, does he send his scouts back to deal with them, or does he just mass up a couple spears?
I can guarantee you guys, this game is a lot more fun to watch than to play. I think Viper's in trouble, though. I really do. If that tower goes up...
Well, with all those villagers with full HP now, it's going to be really rough. And he's doing the same thing again, but this time there's so many more villagers here from Mr. Yo. He's going to repair the tower and attack the villagers.
Viper's Vills will melt.
They are melting.
They're
Look
melting.
at the Vill difference. It's 30 to 24 right now for Mr. Yo.
Is this game over?
30 to 24. I have a feeling Viper only has 3 villagers on food right now. He's got 1 on the forage bushes, 2 on the farms.
Another Vill will die.
He can't produce from his TC. He doesn't have enough food to repopulate
and another
his
Vill
village.
will die. The villagers keep dying.
This is gonna work. This is Mr. Yo's game, I think.
Yeah.
He's got...
Yo's getting guard tower to deny the resources.
Does Yo not know there's a castle there? Yo still doesn't know there's a Wait. No way! He just used... Dude! He just used the longboats to distract the castle, send in skirmishers and a single siege ram, and then meanwhile, he's taking a fight here and it's not too bad. Of course,
But
guard
he's got
towers
heated
will
shot
help.
with the guard towers.
Yeah. A heated shot means the towers and castles do more damage.
300%.
Dude, this is a great game. All right, guys, what a player profile video there. So many highlights from Mr. Yo. I'm back, T90, and Nili is back. Nili, nice to have you back in the casting booth, man.
Thank you so much. And yeah, Mr. Yo, what a sick player. Top 5 in the world for what feels like a decade now.
Yeah.
He is so good on diverse maps as well, so good with strategizing, and extremely scary on unconventional settings such as Empire Wars.
Yeah, let's see. Thinking 2014 is when I started watching competitive Age of Empires, and I think Mr. Yo was in the finals of the very first event I watched. So here we are in 2020, and then we have Slam, who's a guy who has played on the legendary Team Tyrant and now Secret. Slam qualified for this event, but it's the first event he's qualified for in a long while. What is the difference between the players? I guess general difference between them, Nili, and what are your expectations here today?
General difference is consistency and mindset. Mr. Yo, constantly top 5 in the world, reaching semifinals, performing against the best in the world, team games, and 1v1s alike, one MSC. Slam on the other side, on and off. Rated games, he might be top 5 in the world. Tournament games, a lot of shaky things. We saw him shake in the qualifiers even. We had very famous games where the fletching meme basically was created, him forgetting important upgrades. It comes a lot down to his mindset.
Okay. Well, it's been a while since he's been in an event as well, so if he's going to be shaky, it might be today. But we're actually got to make this pretty quick. If we could just switch over to the maps and the civilizations too, because I think, I haven't heard word yet, that game 1 is about to begin. Slam is a very fast player. I would say he's faster than Mr. Yo. So technically, if he has open maps, if he gets leads early, look for Slam to try and push those advantages home. Game 1 Arabia, as always. And then I'll read through Slam's picks. Vikings, Incas, Persians, Khmer, Slavs, Franks, and Celts. But Yo sniped Persians.
Yeah, we got the confirmation. We will still wait for 5 more minutes.
Cool.
And so we will find the time to talk about that. Inkas for Slam. Is that a pick for himself or a pick to pick it away from Mr. Yo?
Slam does not like to get villager rushed. So that's funny, Nili. That might be the first time that someone has picked something they don't want to necessarily play with. Okay.
Also the crazy first time that Slam picks Vikings and Mr. Yo picks Vikings as well. The mind games on
Wait.
him.
Is that allowed?
No, it's not, Tristan.
I was like, the way you said it made me think it was allowed, and I was about to say, hold on a second, something's wrong there. Let me look at the draft.
What did we see?
Blame Robo for this. Let's see.
Yeah, and Robo is probably passing us the Dogao against LaaaN. So, yeah, everything going wild behind the scenes here.
Well, I imagine maybe the last one was just a throwaway pick for Yo because his other picks seem so strong. But something there isn't correct. What's that?
Maybe he picked random and then it gave it to him?
Yeah, I clicked the draft and it still did the previous one. But either way, we can still go back to it. I kind of want to talk about the maps and the civs. Did Slam pick Land's Madness?
I didn't
think he did.
Slam picked Aslan first and Land Madness as the remaining map, yes.
Ooh, beautiful. Okay, so we have the draft here on our screens. Land's Madness is just perfect for Slam. This is funny. Slam didn't even set his name within the draft.
And now we will see. Oh, so Slam initially picked Adsax. And we have Vikings as pick number 14. That feels kind of late.
Very late. Oh my goodness. Vikings has been number 1 or 2 pick almost every set. Okay, so let's reread through this. Aztecs, Incas, and then Persians was banned. So Khmer, Slavs, Franks, and Celts for Slam.
Mm-hmm. And we see a lot of interesting things here. Vikings potentially late because what's the best map here? On AZ, you don't want to play it necessarily. On Land Madness, I think they're bad. On Sinkhole, Vikings aren't great.
Yeah.
So Vikings only viable for Arabia and Golden Pit. But see that there later. And also something I want to mention, Mayans, not necessarily the best civilization in Empire Wars or with those maps, but certainly the favorite civilization of Mr. Yo.
Yeah, fascinating. Okay, so Indians is available for Aztlan, which has a bunch of shorefish there. I'm surprised Slam didn't get rid of that.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like he might have a strategy against it. I remember earlier today when Dave and I were casting that amazing set between Vinch and Leary. Vinch got a win against Indian, so it is possible. Cool. What about the Saracens pick, Nili? We saw that from MBL. Do you think Yo is thinking for the same strategy?
I think we will see that a lot. Honestly, Saracens, I like my theory crafting is that there might actually be a good counter pick on AZ to counter Indians because you can tower rush so nicely as well, right? Build the market, get 3 towers up, and have all the center control. But he has Indians and Saracens. Now I don't have a plan anymore.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I like to see it, man. I think that with Tatoh and Max, which you and I will cast, that's the last best of 5 today. Another doozy, but I think that Max or Tatoh would want to go for that strategy. Only one can, of course. All right, cool. So game 1 should be coming up. What are your thoughts here? We talked about the consistency of Yo over almost a decade. Slam coming back to the high-level scene, getting this result in the qualifiers and making it in. How far do you think Slam can go here today, or do you think Mr. Yo is going to clean up?
Obviously, like, I love both of them to death. I still feel like Mr. Yo, he also looked sharp in the practice games, performed really well against Terra, who already started practicing as well. I have to give it to Mr. Yo. I will go for a 3-1.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think my heart says Slam, my head says Yo. Mr. Yo is just too damn good. But if any player that qualified could beat Mr. Yo, it could be Slam, because I think his peak potential is higher than any other person who came in the qualifier.
Yeah, I agree with that. But we will find out, Tristan. Let's jump into game number 1.
Our game number 1 in this best of 5. Mr. Yo is in the red. He's gone for Vikings. That was his last pick, remember, Nili. But Vikings is the first civ he uses on Arabia, and then we have Slam, who's gone for Aztecs in the yellow.
Well, as we said, if you want to use Vikings, it has to be Arabia or Golden Pit. And it kind of feels reverse world, honestly. That Mr. Yo on Arabia is facing a Meso civilization and is kind of having a reasonable counter still. Because Vikings, well, they have pretty good longswords if he wants to counter the Eagles.
I feel like Vikings are better at counting Meso, much better at counting Meso in this setting versus the regular setting, but we did see Vikings a lot in Hidden Cup 3 against expected Aztecs. But you're right, Mr. Yo loves his Meso civs in standard AoE. He's gone for Vikings instead. He's opened up with 2 ranges, Slam piling on the early pressure. I say piling on, but just 1 archer and 1 eagle.
Yeah, well, as I said earlier, the Eagle edition at the start is just such a nice scout off, sees exactly what's going on, and, well, some pressure there, but both players already starting to wall off. That will be probably mass archers, lots of walls, and then see who gets to Castle Age a bit faster.
Yeah, so early momentum here for Slam. He's got to make some decisions on what upgrades he gets, because if he wants to go into Eagles, he has that option if it's expected that Yo will go Archers. But Vikings, not only do they get the free wheelbarrow and have a great economy, as Nili mentioned, they have the option to go Longswords or Knights, but a Longswords is something that might even be preferred. And Slam probably won't get through here. Mr. Yo is playing incredibly defensive. This is all I've seen from Vikings so far in this tournament.
Yeah, and he has to play defensive, right? Double archer range is to compensate for his late first archer range. He did go for both eco upgrades in addition to his wheelbarrow. His eco will be out of this mind.
Yeah, so did Slam, actually. And Slam has just gone 1 range, 1 barracks. So maybe a few extra farms from him. I think the goal here is going to be clicking up first, then making decisions on where to pressure and what composition you go for.
And Mr. Yo, he kind of gives Slam an option there. Don't you think, like, left-hand side in front of the gold, that there's a nice hill that Slam could control later on?
I think Yo didn't scout that wood line until he'd already committed to these walls. Because had he walled from this palisade to the wood line, it would have been better. But yeah, it does definitely is the case. He does have a gold in the back, though. I think Mr. Yo has definitely walled in himself a better base, whereas Slam, I look at his golds, his main gold could be problematic, his second and his third gold, and also even the wood lines could all be problematic. So Mr. Yo has back resources, Slam does not.
Yeah, but that's something for the far future, kind of, right? Slam still all the map control. He knows where the archers are. He will be up earlier to Castle Age, so raids won't be coming in too quickly. And Slam already going for the tech switch away from archers, more barracks being added.
All right, this is going into Eagles. Do you like this or do you not like this? Personally, I think this is good because if Yo goes into longswords, it's not the end of the world. Longswords are pretty slow.
Yeah, he needs to get to the other side, and you still might have some crossbow numbers, right?
Yeah.
As we saw yesterday with the Viper, he could have made the defense still happen, try to go for the switch there. You could also go for Jaguar Warriors. So I think Eagles is a really good option as well.
Okay, yeah, especially with Slam. Loves his mobility, but the one potential negative thing for him, he is in a great position, is that he's not tracking the army of Yo. He doesn't know where Yo is at the moment. So if he's not threatening Yo, Yo will probably counter him. But thankfully, he's soon going to arrive in the Castle Age. Yo has opted to stay at home.
Yeah, but he saw the archers as well after he tried to knock down the wall, tries to keep Mr. Yo honest, saw some of the archers, so he knows counterattack isn't coming too quickly, and, well, he kind of forced Mr. Yo to keep at least 5-6 archers at home anyways.
Yeah, and if Yo were to run forward at this stage, it wouldn't be good. Credit to Slam for his macro, because a lot of times I'm seeing Vikings in 1v1 Arabia. Vikings are always hitting Castle Age faster because of their eco. So props to him. It's one of the few times you'll see that. Hey, Eagle Warrior on the way now. Slam, of course, going to find Yo, which is wall up again. Yo will have a huge force of crossbows, but Eagles are out in the field.
Yeah, now the big question is, do you think Slam, after seeing all those crossbows, should maybe add a siege workshop? There's a lot of important hills in the center of the map.
I feel like against Yo would probably just avoid it, and Yo is probably going to boom anyways. So you have to be greedy, but I think you almost need to go for the TC and only Eagles for now. I don't know, man. It's really difficult, right? Because you can make an argument for adding the siege or for just being greedy with economy.
For now, he still sees the army at the top. So, indeed, he did go for the eco approach. Feels comfortable to do that. Mr. Yo rushes out the university. So, no triple TC opening by him, but wants to get some actually hitting firepower here as well.
Yeah, and what else is interesting is no stable. No longsword, so he's not looking to get anything but crossbows, which for people watching might seem kind of weird, considering eagles are so good against archers. But I think Yo's just looking for the critical mass, and he has incredible micro and macro, so he'll look to focus fire down those eagles from distance.
Slam adding TC number 3. He still doesn't even have wheelbarrow. Obviously, with Vikings, Mr. Yo has handcart, reinforces those walls at the top. Mr. Yo, he gets a lot of scouting intel, funnily enough, with only sitting at home. Sees Eagles, Eagle Warrior upgrade, +2. He thinks he can't be too far behind an Eagle.
Yeah, and Yo, he's adding a siege workshop. I think he might be adding a siege workshop because he's expecting Slam to come with some type of siege. Because siege doesn't really help him against Eagles. You might think Scorpions, but even Scorpions are pretty bad against the Eagle Warriors.
Yeah. And we mentioned earlier, right? The gold could be very open there, and maybe he did try to palisade scout some before, try to build some buildings, and saw, okay, I couldn't because there were some eagles around, and got a bit more scared than needed. And eagles.
Do you think this is good or bad for Slam? I don't think Slam can go through there. I think that's good engagement for Mr. Yo on both sides. Oh, on the other side, Nili. Oh, and the market wall fails. So this is huge for Slam. Wonderful play, wonderful macro behind it. 3 town centers pumping out villagers, and he's sniping some of Yo's.
Yeah, and the moment he got in the left-hand side, he tried to poke the right-hand side again. 1 villager will die, and that's not enough crossbows for the defense, but Slam knows, okay, there's more coming behind this. He gets to nice numbers.
If Slam is really smart, he's going to try and distract as much as possible with this group of eagles, and then get more eagles in. Yo actually re-walls that. Is there a hole? Yeah, he re-walls that, but now he has to run back in and wall again. And now Slam is knocking on the door of the north as well. This is amazing pressure from the Canadian.
Ooh, but he needs to do the pressure, because on the way to him is Mr. Yo. He wants to buy some time and do the LAN approach, get Arbalist, and then return the favor.
It's sickening what Vikings can do in this game mode. Good pressure from Slam. Now, even if he's not an imp as fast, if he can just hold, if he can just delay, it could be massive. No ballistics yet for Yo, so he's not going to be hitting all of his shots. And there's 3 TCs, though.
Slam 10 villages ahead. Overall 14 population lead here, but can't really break Mr. Yo at the moment, who's just running around and defending pretty damn well.
Maybe now you're thinking maybe Slam should have added the siege. Like, if he had a few Mangonels with this would be almost unstoppable pressure. What do you do if you know that Mr. Yo is on his way to imp in this situation? Do you go for a lead skirm and castle age? Do you make Mangonels, Nili? This is... It's a hard question to answer. I don't think there's any great decision.
Yeah, and Slam, looking at the score, should know that Mr. Yo is up, right?
Yeah.
Slam, he knows, I didn't get a lot of kills. I saw 3 TCs.
Yep.
How can I be ahead that much? And that is because Mr. Yo is losing 180 points because he's clicking up to him.
Yeah, now, it's not necessarily a composition, but how he uses his eagles is really important. He broke through again, meaning that Yo might need to send units back to deal with that, and that would keep Slam safe at home. But here goes Yo. He's on the way forward. He's about to get Bracer. He doesn't have the best economy. 58 villagers only, but it's Vikings.
Indeed. Some eagles at the top, not really getting the fight there. Let's take a look. That's so risky by Mr. Yo, honestly.
Yeah, wait for upgrades, man.
He isn't getting punished. Some eagles in the back, some raids instantly seen by Mr. Yo. Can Slam force an engagement? I would be surprised he can click up Bimp any second as well.
Yeah, so Slam, he needs to delay in whatever way he can and keep eagle numbers alive for Elite Eagle. And with the TC position, it's fine. It actually looks like he misclicked or something. He's stressing out, but he does also have another TC on another gold. So I think we'll have the gold, Nili, to get to Elite Eagle. Yo hasn't killed any bills yet.
Aren't great against some mangonel pressure, but they're
Yeah.
really solid against the Arbalest because they are between the gold spots and the Arbalest. I really like the scenario, but only palisade walls here could be broken. But look at that, Slam already re-walling with some houses.
Already house walling. Probably needs to do so between the blacksmith and the house as well. Yeah, so there's quite a big wave of Arbalest coming forward. But Yo hasn't been able to do any damage yet. He's just been knocking at the door.
Uh-oh, fight in the center. Or it's not really a fight, it's a slaughter.
Oh man, Slam was waiting for the reinforcements, Nili. And with these resources, if he can just get to Elite Eagle with the armor upgrade, he can fight all of these Arbalest.
Oh, and Mr. Yo, his timing window is disappearing.
It's over,
Right? He
yeah.
lost everything at the front. He's blocked off at the right-hand side. This is a beautiful move here by Slam. And now he picks off more units in the center.
Yeah, great job from Slam. He's had a couple armies to deal with. He's also been defending at home. A couple kills before he even gets those upgrades. He's about a minute away from the Imperial Age. And Yo still can't... I bet you he wishes he was Mayans right now so he could get obsidian arrows and somehow take out the town centers. Because he can't do anything with his Arb army.
Mayans banned by Slam. He doesn't want to play against Mayans
Nope.
here. And look at the resources. Sometimes we see people with that sex trying to rush Imp and have not the best eco. But not with Slam. He can afford Elite Eagle Warriors instantly.
I hope he doesn't fight before his upgrades come in, though. He might be tempted to hit this archer range again. There are 7 Arbs here. He has some weak ones. It's not the worst fight, but yeah. Plate Mail and Elite Eagle. Plate Mail takes some time. Elite Eagle's pretty quick. Yo needs a quick wall. Yo needs to keep those Eagles out of his economy. Nothing, actually. There we go.
Built one, but that's still 5 villagers on the outside, and yeah, he now opens the house again after seeing the army goes to the right-hand side. We see the tech switch from Mr. Yo already attacking into the champion line.
Yeah, I don't know if he has the food for it, but he's Vikings. We'll see. Will Slam have any Arbalest left to protect, though? That's the thing. Like, these Arbalest are forward. He knows that Slam will be going for Elite Eagle. He's looking for a good position to sit in. One area where he can stack his units before Slam swarms in.
But Slam indeed is swarming in. Now needs to be between the Arbalest and the Woodline. Does a beautiful job here. That's a nice engagement.
Oh, that's perfect. There's so many Eagles in there. And most of them seem to be fighting. It was 30 Arbalest, and now it's 18 Arbalest, and now it's 15 Arbalest. And all the Arbalest will die.
Oh god, what a beautiful surround. The positioning was just on point for Mr. Slam here. And Mr. Yo, he needs to defend now. Longsword attack still... the small numbers. Look at the military count, 35-7.
Yeah. So now Slam, he has all the position in the world. It's game number 1 against Mr. Yo, one of the most consistent players in Age of Empires history, and Slam is up. You need to close this out, Slam boy. Whether you continue to raid or start to raid with Eagles and break in, whether you make a tech switch, he has an eco lead and a military lead. This is a true test of his mentality, isn't it, Nili? Can he close this out, or is there going to be a throw situation on the cards?
This isn't like... He gets shaky when there's like small advantages,
Yeah,
right?
okay.
This one looks really good for him. And he's doing all the right steps, right? He's doing arson, incredible to tear down those buildings. He's adding some ramps as well. Mr. Yo, oh god. His back is against the wall.
Yeah, a good job from Yo to stay alive here. I also see Bodcanero for Slam. So Bodcanero means we might see some archer ranges come out. Maybe crossbow, maybe Arbalest himself, and that would take care of these very slow, very weak against archer two-handed swordsmen.
Oh yeah, and indeed, crossbow man tag there has 4 archer ranges up. Might break the left-hand side against the gold. No. Mr. Yo is doing a good job of re-walling everywhere.
Yeah, but he's just... It feels like he's delaying the inevitable right now. Can Mr. Yo get an engagement?
Ooh, actually overchop at the woodland there, but not being punished. Massive
yeah.
repair on those 2 archer ranges.
I think big thing is for Slam, he's just got to keep his numbers alive and wait for that transition of archers with this. Does not want to take a fight against a two-handed swordsman. So even though he didn't break in, he's had the map control. And you look back to his base now. Wow, he's even taking the ostrich. What value? But we should see archers coming forward. And then Slam should not fight here. He should just wait for the archers.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just buying time. Like, it's impossible for Slam to take a bad engagement now, right? Champions, they're more of a defensive unit against all those eagles. They can just tear down buildings, and if they see, okay, champions are coming over,
Wow.
just disengage. Wait, fabulous.
Slam also broke in with a few eagles. Those eagles will snipe villagers, and that will further distract Mr. Yo. And I think Mr. Yo now knows I'm the one reacting to Slam. I'm not in a good position. I have to get some type of a counter in, but Slam says, no, I actually haven't left yet. Surprise. Good luck taking your stone, buddy. Just waiting for the archers to arrive for Slam.
I didn't get a single kill. He got 1 villager kill and lost 1 eagle. I also thought like that 10 villagers would die here.
Yeah. I think he's being very, very cautious. Very safe. Where are the arbs? Okay, here are the arbs. It's taken a while, and the upgrades are coming in. With arbs and eagles, he should be in a fine position, Nili. Just waiting for him to patrol forward and wipe these things up before they're champions.
Yeah, they have +4 defense indeed. 40-50% champion upgrade now. We see chemistry now coming in as well. And the moment Slam sees all the 200 swordmen at the front, he moves in with the eagles.
This is really good from Slam. He is well aware of where Yo is at all times. He knows where to be. He had the proper tech switch. He had the amazing defense earlier here. He's going to act like he'll fight just so Mr. Yo will turn around, probably. Like, here, I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you. I'm going to fight you. Take the hill. Fight me, please. Fight me, please. Run back.
Oh, but the Abelisks are leaving, and that's the trigger for Mr. Yo to take the fight again.
Yep.
Champion upgrade finishes as well.
Yeah, so Slam had the right idea, but half of his arbs are patrolling back. It's 59 military versus 50 now, and Yo is just now getting supplies. No!
Oh, that hurts so much. Could have built the champions with way less of a food investment there. And Mr. Yo, now suddenly the guy raiding with champions at the top here. But again, quick balls by Mr. Slam.
Yeah, so Slam loses the monk. He's looking to snatch up the relics. He only has 1 right now. Good job from Yo to use this time where Slam is chasing with eagles to move elsewhere. But amazing awareness from Slam. Again, every time Yo looks to turn around, the eagles, they were never interested in fighting. They're just interested in delaying.
Builds massive amount of house walls there, tries to quick wall, but actually like he quick walls 20 villagers out. The raid at the top is really massive, and all of a sudden I don't mind Mr. Yo's position
Does
anymore.
Slam need to have the eagles here? Why are the eagles here? Like, I understood it in the middle of the map, but Slam, I don't know what his eagles are even doing right now. What is happening to your eagle warriors, Slam?
What eagle warriors? Dave, tradition. I'm so confused. Why did he just lose 15 eagles there?
Nili, he was in the position to close the game out. He's allowed Yo back into this one. Oh my goodness. Now man-at-arms for Slam, so he's thinking about his own instead of eagles. Hope he gets supplies.
But that only makes sense if you get 2 Garland Wars. Mr. Yo now in the back eco of Mr. Yo, of Slam here.
I lost a lot of villagers went down for Slam. Slam is down to, well, actually has quite a bit of food. In fact, Slam isn't really even spending his resources, but as Slam's down to 80 villagers, and it's just 100 now for Mr. Yo. So Mr. Yo's ahead in eco. He still can't really deal with the arbs yet. But if this goes into champion v champion, you're right. Viking champions are better before that Garland War attack for Aztecs.
How are we looking on stone here for Mr. Slam? I think he didn't mine a single stone yet. Only now switches to it.
Yeah. All right. Elite Skirm. So champion Elite Skirm could be the play for Yo. 150 population for both.
This game could be way longer than expected.
Look at all the eagles in the south. Like, they're not raiding. Slam was not able to use his eagles effectively. As I say that, there's a few that have squeaked by into the back, but that should be dealt with. And again, the eagles just forgotten about here. Sliced up. That's your raiding unit. That's your anti-skirmisher unit, Slam, and you don't have many of them now.
He's taking reasonable defense here into his own hands and will defend against the champions, but next group of champions is moving forward and Slam. He will have to face a big castle on that beautiful hill in the center.
Yeah, so the map position's not great for Slam. I think he could fight this with the amount of arbs he has. Actually, only longswords. Oh, I don't know what to think. I don't know what to think. Again, Mr. Yo is using a small force to distract 30 units from Slam.
Oh god, that's so...
Not a good trade for Slam at all. That's a really bad fight for him. And suddenly, instead of 80 military versus 40, it's 60 against 50.
Oh god, that's so well done by Mr.
Mr.
Yo
Yo
here.
My god.
I have one barracks at the left-hand side going for some raids. No one grabbing the neutral gold at the top so far.
Yeah. Nili, as a caster, we can't truly be speechless, but I think right now you are as close to speechless as it gets as a caster.
Yeah, it really hurts, right? I thought Slam was around to finish this one.
Yeah.
It felt like he had 40-50 population lead, had the way better attack, had all the map control, went for the better units, and all of a sudden, this is a completely open game again.
Worth pointing out that the extra gold that Slam was taking, he no longer has. Mr. Yo sees virtually everything, so he knows about the gold in the north, relics and golds in the south. And he also knows about the Arbalest that Slam, or I think he will find out, about the Arbalest that Slam has. Good work from Slam.
Yeah, but some villagers... Oh, he's not sending them back. He only sent them, like, some tiles away. And the other stone miners, well, apparently they're up for grabs.
I think that Yo patrolled the skirmishers that direction, but he patrolled them into the house. So they're currently attacking the house because Slam built a building there. So nice job from Slam. Now, can Slam defend? At his base, it's purely champion. If it's Arb and two-handed swordsman, he should be able to win this with proper micro.
Slam now has close to 1k stone. I really need to see a cast. I need some traps. I need to see Garland Wars to give +4 attack to his champions, and then he will suddenly win the fight.
His
Arbalest. Not
Arbalest.
the best spot.
His Arbalest are going to die. His Arbalest will die, and if he had Eagles to take out the skirms, this would be no problem. Meanwhile, I see Yo taking the gold in the north. Yo will clean up this. Yo will get his third relic. He's Vikings getting relics from Aztecs. And Yo has champions inside of Slam's base. Mr. Yo has the population lead, Nili.
Oh god, and Mr. Yo, he's considered to be potentially the best post-in player in the world. And he's really showing the map awareness. He's not taking any bad fights. He should have the worst civilization in this scenario, but he's outplaying Slam.
Yeah, whereas if you look at the castles from Slam, that's 2 castles in the same spot. Whereas Yo's going to build castles on important hills to secure this whole map and take it late.
Yeah. And, well, we still have 20 more minutes of fighting into this one. And indeed, beautiful castle number 2 there at the bottom as well. Slam simply missed the timing to get a lot of control for himself. Yeah. Now traps leapfrogging forward through the center.
Seadram, I wonder how... I feel like Seadram's not going to be that effective with the amount of champions that are out. I love the castle from Yo in the south because he's securing that gold. I've never seen champions do so much damage with raids. Yo, raiding with champions in the north, like... If you're new to the game, please don't raid with champions. Raid with Hussar.
Yeah, and now big fight through the center. Rams? Uh-oh. Well, they're doing some damage.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm questioning whether or not they can push the castles. That's going to be tough. Obviously depends on the amount of champs.
Uh-oh. That could be a big throw. That could be a big throw. What's happening here?
From who, exactly?
Slam.
From Slam.
From Slam.
Could
Going
be.
Up that hill
Could be.
castle.
Like, on the other side, he was getting hit on the stone, Nili. I think he was trying to go for massive walls. And look at Yo building barracks in the north, too. He's completely surrounding Slam.
Oh, so nice moves there. And what do you want to see from Slam out of the castles? He goes for Jaguars. I think Garland Wars could be really important. Traps would have been lovely as well.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see... It depends how you want to use your gold. Like, would it not be smart to get Atlatl skirms out? Because they're pretty strong in their own right. And then maybe try and use eagles and speed the game up a bit on the flanks. Like, there's open spots where he could hit. Makes the game so much more difficult, though.
Skirms is the unit we need to go for. Look at that. Slam. Not a single villager on gold. He only has 1 relic ticking for him at the moment. It's broken at the right-hand side. Both neutral golds to Mr. Yo. Slam... He's not really playing Aztecs if he can't build any gold units.
He's getting elite Jaguar Warrior. You know, if there's one unit, because I think it's clear now that Slam has thrown a great position in this game. If there's one unit that's going to turn it around when it's currently champion v champion, and specifically Yo has mainly skirmisher and champion, it could be the Jag.
I think Jag plus mass skirmishers could be good, but now we don't even have enough gold to get all the
Look at
upgrades.
Yo. Yo is in the farms again, and he's also producing in the north and coming in with Rams. I know that Slam is considered the faster player, but right now it feels like Mr. Yo is 3 steps ahead of Slam.
Oh, that's a horrible patrol in the center there. Oh, there's the defense as well.
Oh, Slam, no! Oh, God, that hurts so much. He can't push, and another shot. Oh, God. Oh, the arbalests go down. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful comeback from Yo. Poor Slam.
Oh, Yo had the perfect position there. Look at that. A small, tiny gap with the two onagers doing more hill advantage damage there as well, and takes the beautiful fight. Slam has to tap out a game that I felt he already won.
Two things. Slam, he should have won that game. He did throw from that position. But there's only so many players that can come back in that game. And Mr. Yo is one of the very few. That was incredible. Like, all of his arbs got wiped. He started to go champion. Slam took the initiative with Arbalest, but the way that Yo controlled his army in post-Imperial, and the amount that he was able to distract Slam with worse army, to then get to a point where he had the best eco and best army, was just incredible.
Yeah, and it's not like, okay, Slam had a lot of army and Yo needed just to produce champion. No, it was 30 elite Eagle Warriors left the moment Mr. Yo was just tacking to Longsword and having 2 barracks.
Yep. Yeah. I think initially when Slam was doing that little trick where he was chasing the champions with his Eagles, and then he pulled them back, like, initially that was a nice idea in the middle of the map. But the second that Yo starts sending his champions to a useless corner, he did it twice. He sent it to the right, and he also sent units to the south. You can't continue to play that game. That's when you send the Eagles to Yo's economy, because you know a lot of his military is in the middle of the map, and then you fortify the sides. I mean, the castles weren't up, the relics weren't in. Mr. Yo had 4 relics, and he got most of them in the Imperial Age. He was about to get his 4th, sorry. Like, that was just disgusting.
Do you think maybe Slam went for too little siege? Because that's what we felt in Castle Age, right? He had all the map control, 2 Mangles could have done something, and also early Imp. Like 3 Capture Amps could have broken those walls so much easier.
And Nili, see, he did send a ram forward, but when I only saw 1 ram, because I had the same thought, I basically said, well, it doesn't matter. If he doesn't have the siege, what he's going to do is he's going to pull the Eagles back, send the Arbs in, and then while Yo is distracted dealing with that, Slam's going to castle the north, next to the 3 golds. Slam's going to castle the south, next to the stones and golds. Like, I thought Slam would play late game. And then I thought he would have Yo completely starved out, and then he would have 70% of the map and win. But in reality, what happened was he didn't add the siege. He also didn't lock down any of his areas. And Mr. Yo, like, you would not frequently see Onager in this. You would not frequently see him do many of the things he had to do. But he made it count. Incredible. Well, let's go to the statistics. Now, you talked about mindset. Slam, this is this first big tournament in a long time. How do you think he's feeling here?
Oh, God. I don't know enough about it. Like, I did an interview with him like 2-3... No, actually after he qualified, and asked him exactly that, yeah. And he is like, oh God, I'm still so shaky.
Yeah.
If I get into the good positions. And, well, I think he completely resets for the next game. But obviously it's not something he can build on.
Yeah. Especially when you're up against Yo, who's expected to almost... I think you and I said that we think Yo is the favorite in the bottom half of the bracket to make it to the finals, right? Mm-hmm. So you get that big of a lead when it's going to be so difficult to do so, and you lose. Man, there's the KD for you guys. Yo had more food, more wood, more stone. There weren't big differences there. The Slam had more gold, wasn't able to make use of it. 97% of the map was explored by Yo and 96% by Slam. And this is really important because if this was regular Arabia, they have to use scouts to scout the map, and it's very rare you see that high of a percentage. But in Empire Wars, since you start with the 2 camels, you can put them on auto scout, because auto scout's OP, and they both knew where those extra golds were. It's not like Slam didn't know about them. He knew, both in the north and the south.
Well, he went for the south, but got cleared up there.
Yeah.
North never really expanded. Did go for some relics, but Mr. Yo was early there as well. Let's take a look at the option Slam's home map.
I am both blown away by Yo's performance, but I'm also very disappointed for Slam. I know he's got to be kicking himself for that one. Well, we now go to Slam's home map, and this is fascinating because Aztlan is likely going to be one of the home maps he has to play today. He has Land Madness as his other. And Yo has Indians, which is probably the Aztlan civilization. Slam's probably... I think he's slightly better off when it comes to civilizations for Lance Madness, and I think he's also slightly better off when it comes to skill on Lance Madness. So if I were him, I would opt for that over the Aztlan map.
So, for everyone to understand how this works, so Mr. Yo is player A, Slam is player B in those drafts. And Mr. Yo, like we do the map drafts before, and Slam knows that Mr. Yo will have the first pick out of all the civilization picks. So if he picks Aslan, he knows Mr. Yo will pick Indians first. And then still not banning it, I think Slam will have a plan here.
You think Slam has a counter pick to Indians? Well, he better, because he's down a game. Now, he can go for Lance Madness here, right? Does he have to go for Aztlan? Do they have to play in order?
Well, I already know the answer. Let's jump into game number 2. And no, they can choose the order. Oh, interesting.
Okay, so for me, this is so unlike Slam. He's picked Incas, he's getting Scale Mail armor, and he's going for instant Villager Rush. This is... I wouldn't expect Slam to do this. You said that maybe Slam would pick Incas so he wouldn't have to face this type of a rush. And here he comes with the Villagers! Noboru!
Okay. Look how prepared Mr. Yo is. Instant archery range, he walls this quite nicely. Tower now at the side, still remember, yeah, Incas can build the tower cheaper, but you still can't afford to.
Yeah, you still cannot afford to. You could fight with the Villagers, though. Like, this is an opportunity to maybe send these Villagers around if you're Slam and attack that tower. He can't get past here. The pathing's awkward. Both players investing into towers.
For the people that are confused why we see so many villager aggressions here with Incas, the big bonus is that their villagers benefit from all the infantry upgrades, and therefore they are better if we get into the villager fights, and now really good at tearing down towers. At least that's what Slam is thinking.
Yeah, so this is the way to do it. If you send this many vills... Oh, wall in the tower. Wall in the tower, Slam. He's also using his horse. Make it so the villagers can't escape.
Not that easy.
So far, remember, the big thing about Indians here is that their villagers collect food really quickly from shorefish. Yo hasn't really been able to do that, so far so good for Slam. I just wonder if he can continue this.
Oh, he already lost 2 units here. I think that was 1 villager and 1 eagle under the TC. And he even built the market. He will buy stone and drop another tower.
Yeah, he just bought it. I checked his base. He just bought it. But now that fletching is in on the archers, I don't know how far these villagers can move around. Like, I'm still not convinced that Incas can be strong, especially on a map where you have to buy the stone for the next tower. Look at Mr. Yo's micro.
Well, you have to buy it, but if your opponent wants to build some defensive towers, he needs to buy as well. I think an archery range could have been really nice behind this as well, to drop some skirmishes on the map.
See, I saw Vinchester try that earlier, tower rush and skirms, and it's really tough to do economically when your military is basically villagers.
And if your home base looks like this, look at that. Very super inefficient, mass amount of idle villagers.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's about to run out of food with the berries. He has to do some transferring, and Mr. Yo, he expected the rush. It's never easy to face up against. He's pretty fine right now, Nili.
Yeah, I have to agree. Maybe the second tower was a bit too defensive. Now builds a third one, though. And, well, archers will try to prevent that, but I think they should.
Well, you have 6 archers? I think Slam loses at least 3 villagers if he actually commits to this, right?
I think he will jump in and out, right? The tower should do a lot of damage. We'll get some archers here, and eagles are helping out a bit as well.
Oh, yeah, the tower's there. Let's see. 1 eagle goes down. There's quite a few weak vills for Slam. They're on the shorefish. Yeah, Nili, I think you're right. The tower, despite him taking some losses, I think will go up. Yo sees the weak vill. He will miss the weak vill, get the weak vill, but now the tower's up. So maybe now... Wait a second. Does Yo just build another mill? Yo just builds another mill. He'll just go the whole way around the center area. He doesn't care.
And it's so much more costly for Slam to build a tower, right?
Yeah.
He basically needs to... How expensive is the tower? Like 50 wood, 180 gold at this point?
Yeah. And Yo knows it's coming. His archer number is still really high, and Slam's trying to build it with the same villagers, many of which are very weak. But this is actually huge. Mr. Yo, you've got to stay out of that tower's range.
Nobles and outposts. I think Slam should wall a bit more. Just wall off
Wall
like,
there. Yeah.
the small areas.
All right.
Archer count is getting really scary. What, like, Mr. Yo, if he feels like, okay, I can't control the center, he can just go counter-attack and could wreck everything as well.
Yeah, there's a few Eagles on the way, and now Slam's hoping to make some skirms, but good luck getting any more towers up, Slam. Oh, no, the villagers. Yo kills another one. The Eagles are not in high enough number to fight. Look at the resources for Yo. 700 food, 300 gold. Slam has 60 food.
Oh, hurts a lot, and well, he still has some control over the Shorefish, but only 2 villagers left there.
It's just... You said it yourself. Slam picked this map, and then he gave Yo Indians. It's not a Slam thing to go for vills and towers. It's so unlike him. So to see him try this, especially after game 1, it hurts. But here he comes. He's got to go for it now, Nili. Eagles and skirmishers and more villagers and another tower.
But he sees the full army at the top. Don't you think that tower could have been way more aggressively?
Could have been. Yep. Could have been. Yo. I guess Yo might need to finally leave Shorefish. Can he... What's his food eco look like at home? It's not great. Not awful either.
8 farms, but it's floating a lot of wood, so he can drop some. Villagers not really lost there as well. Goes for some deer. I think he should be fine.
Yeah, I should be fine. The scouts there for the skirms too, and the Eagles are pretty weak. I'm, again, so impressed with how Yo prepared for this. Of course, you didn't know that Slam was going Incas until the game started. He might have had a good guess because of the draft, actually, but...
Yeah, I think so as well. That was kind of the assumption of
pick.
Mr. Yo.
Yeah.
And the thing is, well, what's the next unit for Mr. Yo, though? Will he just stay on Crossbowman? I don't think Camels will do too much.
I think Crossbow with Bodkin's still fine here, right? It's so much... It'll take out feudal age skirms and Eagles. I'm really surprised he's researching Man-at-Arms right now.
Yeah, maybe he's more scared of Slam. Look at that. He is like, Mr. Yo's 200 score behind. He might be that scared that, okay, Slam, maybe he's going mass Eagles.
Maybe he thinks Slam is up or something. Because, I mean, Slam is going to go Eagles, no doubt about it. But I feel like Yo, he doesn't need to go Men-at-Arms right now. I think just going Crossbow and Bodkin and a Camel or 2 would be more than fine. Supplies!
Siege workshop here being built, wants to clear all the towers. And I think Slam won't take any losses, right?
Yeah.
He's somewhat walled at home.
He still has towers up, and he still has villagers on Shorefish. You know what's really deceiving on this? Slam had, what did I say, 60 food? But because he had access to Shorefish, even though he wasn't Indian, that food count just shot up so high. And now Yo can't afford anything. Still really disagree with Longswordsmen, especially against Incas, because they can make slingers. I feel like, at least for now, Crossbow would have been the play. Yo's also full walled at home, Nili, which is quite nice. So it's not like Yo can do any damage to the Shorefish vills. It's also not possible for Yo to do damage to the Woodlines or the Golds.
Something we didn't mention yet. On the outside is all the gold and the stone in the map, and Mr. Yo just so much quicker to chopping to his right-hand side corner. Slam didn't even go for it yet.
Do we have another situation where... I don't want to say that Slam is way ahead, because it's not the case, but would you say that Slam is in a good position to take a fight in Castle Age and be ahead?
If I look at military count, it's somewhat even. Mr. Yo even delays some of his upgrades. I think longswords will be too good. If Slam had more crossbows or maybe some slingers mixed in, maybe. Okay. But very early castle, no chance.
I wonder if Slam... I hate that I have to say this. He knows slingers are a thing, right?
We will find out. Like he certainly. We had some drafts in one of the qualification rounds where he didn't pick a single expansion civilization.
Yeah.
Like, it was like it was best of 7, and he had like 2 like non-AOK civilizations.
Yeah.
So out of the top first 13.
Yeah. I say that being a huge Slam fan, and sometimes he might struggle with some of the newer civs here, and that was Yo not using his archers that effectively. Not that he can now against skirms and eagles. But
One of the
Slam
newer
thinks twice
civilizations.
about this, and he's going crossbow instead. I mean, it's not the worst move in the world, but Incas do get slingers, which are incredible against the longswords.
Yeah, one of the newer civilizations from 2016.
Still new when it's a 20-year-old game.
Well, he's attacking into crossbowmen. I would have loved to see slingers as well, yeah.
Yeah, crossbow takes so much time as well, right? So he could have had 2 or 3 slingers out. He didn't have it. What's Mr. Yo's economy looking like? Like you said, players can see the corners where there's stones and golds, and Yo's about to go through there, and wouldn't surprise me at all as he takes the shorefish back. If Yo builds a second TC there and uses all that food to mass more villagers.
Yeah, TC is going to be tricky, right? Because they did the towers in the center, so he needs to collect stone, then go on to gold, so it's a bit of a process, but most of the process in the game is actually in the center now.
Yeah. Slam, does he have... Okay, he has skirmishers and some crossbows. Man, if he added slingers, they're so much more effective in low numbers than crossbows are. And so he could have actually taken decent fights against this already. Another game where Mr. Yo has known what Slam was throwing his way. Actually, there's a hole between... Oh, never mind. There's not a hole. But yeah, Slam's trying to go for some type of a raid. Nothing doing yet.
Well, plays mobility card. Trades off 2 eagles against a scorpion. Kind of okay.
Oh my god, this ram. I would love to see Yo eject the archers from the ram and kill the crossbows.
Diving under there, not the worst option.
Yeah, now
There's
eject
a lot
the
of
archers?
longswords, though.
There's siege behind this for Yo, and Slam's making his own Mangonel. Will the crossbows be enough?
Oh, this could be brutal. Tower is very low on HP as well. Now goes for some repair. When does the Mangonel pop?
Boom! Nice shot from Slam. He could just patrol in now. There's a lot of longswords with a lot of armor, though. Here comes Slam's eagles from behind. Not that useful in this fight, though, Nili.
Why did Slam go to the top with all his crossbowmen there? He needs to protect his Mangonel. Villagers now getting... trying to run for their lives there.
Yeah, meanwhile, Mr. Yo on stone, so he has the stone to build a second town center if need be. He still, as Indians, has the shorefish. It is 78 population for 75, and Slam, he is on the wood line, and Slam's building a TC on the back, so it's still manageable for him.
Crazy idea. Don't you think Mr. Yo could even pop his first extra TC in the center here to protect all the shorefish?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I wouldn't hate the move, let's just say that.
It feels so natural to build it on the outside, right? You kind of work your way through there and want to reward all the villagers.
Speaking of working your way through, here come longswords. Slam has longsword raids to deal with, which means he'll pull his crossbows back further from the all-important middle. But yeah, Nili, I think it's probably better to build it on a wood line, because eventually the shorefish will be gone, so Yo will add farms. But does he need to? 800 food? Indians are so broken on this map. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, remember we're also playing this on the quote-unquote old patch, so the one we used to play on 2 days ago.
If Slam gets through here and then the longswords get in behind...
He won't, no.
I was worried, dude. I was really worried. Alright, well, the longswords
will die there.
Will die, yep. We've seen this before, though, right? Yo tosses the army away, but what else is he doing? He's going cav archers?
What?
Cav archers?
Okay.
Interesting. Wasn't expecting that one, Nili.
Well, honestly, like, if we try to rule out what he cannot go for, we might end up with CA, right?
Yeah.
Because, well, longsword won't do much against the crossbow masses. We don't have knights. We only can go camels. Don't excite me too much either. And then CA, well, reasonable damage output, quite some mobility for them.
Also, Slam will be surprised by this, and Slam will have to come back to his base to deal with it. Yet again, he's looking to get a counter in. And surprise, you're up against cav archers, and they're going to be through your walls soon, Slam. So you have to react to this. I mean, he could go for defensive crossbow and elite skirm, but still really awkward situation for him to be in.
And, well, he needs to pull the villager there. No wall in time behind it. Tries to save the villagers at the right-hand side. Won't have a lot of losses, but... Oh, he actually didn't pull all his crossbow back.
Yeah.
He goes for the counterattack himself.
Yeah, I was just going to say, best move for him, I think. And if he breaks through this palisade wall, Mr. Yo was probably hoping the units would come back. Slam will break through here. There's a lot of exposed eco from Mr. Yo. He's already adding a defensive tower.
Longswords attacking through the center there as well, running into the TC. The siege workshop is getting pretty low though.
Yeah, and the Mangonel will likely go down. If Slam wants to take out the longswords, he has to take out his own siege workshop, I think.
Repair!
Oh.
Nice ground attack.
Yeah, good ground attack. So Mr. Yo knows his army's here. What does he have to back it up? He's adding a Mangonel. So man, this is the best game I've ever seen on this map.
God, look at the amount of idle villagers. 35 to 25 at the moment. So heavy rates.
Yeah. But seriously, like this map, normally one person wins early, and it's not that exciting for me, personally. But this game has been incredible, and it could be anyone's game too. I'm still questioning how well that army composition for Yo translates into the Imperial Age. Feel as though Incas are going to benefit a lot more from Imp.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, remember, we started this one off with like 8 villagers pulled into a tower rush.
Yeah.
This game most of the time ends in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
But we came out so evenly after the early fight.
Yeah, I don't have all the stats, but it could be the longest game on this map in the tournament. And the way it's shaping up could be the game of the tournament for me, because I don't know who's going to win this.
You and your Inca games, Tristan.
It's always Incas, man. It's always Incas. In before someone's like, T90's overhyping things again. Yo, this is sick. I thought Slam was dead.
I thought so as well. The defense was so good for Mr. Yo at the start, but then again, like, well, Incas with their eagles and crossbows, they did so well.
Micro from Slam on the back. Beautiful split from Slam. Okay, so he takes care of the Mangonel, and while he has to deal with this crazy push incoming to his base, which he's doing well, by the way, he'll continue to raid.
Crazy? It's not that crazy without siege.
Yeah. Yeah, the TC will hold there, and Slam will remake a siege workshop. Yeah, Cav Archers with Indians, they do get full upgrades, but ideally you're going camels, or hand cannons with them, and the Cav Archers are getting focused down. Good fight for Slam, a decent fight for Slam considering the cost, and also he's stonewalled on the right so the longswords can't break in.
Uh-oh, but in the back now the crossbows are back into the wood line here. Those will be
Slam! Slam is doing the comeback. Let's go, Slam!
Uh-oh, but the castle at the front, Tristan!
Uh-oh, no way. No way! Mangonel! Fire! No! Oh, God! Yo took out the Mangonel right before... Wait, it still could be denied. If there's another Mangonel on the way. Oh, it might not be in time. Or is it in time? Is it not in time?
Slam could build a tower as well. Not really sure if he knows that he's Incas here. There's not a lot of villagers, though. He could focus them down.
Yeah, but can he? Like, what can he focus them down with? Yo's just saying, longswords, sacrifice yourselves for the cause. And he's tossing in all of his longswords so the crossbows can't be anywhere near. And the eagles obviously can't fight that either.
Mangonel pops.
Oh, he attacked the castle. Slam. Repair it.
4 villagers left.
No!
Oh, he uses that one. Not enough repair.
I mean, meanwhile, he still has the crossbows in Yo's base, and it's still 103 to 105 population. But with that castle, Slam has to relocate so many vills, and as he tried to, more longswords found him. Nili, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I'm seeing that Slam will get cleared up in the back, and maybe I need to see something else.
His resources. Once that monastery completes, he'll be on his way to Imp. And he has stone access. So he could build his own castle. He could make trebuchets. He could take that castle out from Yo. If Yo doesn't get to Imp soon, this could be really good for Slam.
And Incas can build their castles cheaper. As you can see, 111 stone floating after.
Slam, are you kidding me? Now he needs to get like 13 units back into his base. Another castle? Yo, that castle from Yo is actually a mistake. Because if Slam's up first... he could make trebuchets first. I would not build that castle there if I were you, Yo.
Yeah, and he listens to you. Cancels that one, and actually, Mr. Yo up to him earlier.
Wow, Slam, like, he had the resources for 2 minutes there.
Yeah, maybe he didn't have the building, right? Or he had the monastery and siege workshop, yeah. I think he queued it up behind 2 villagers.
Well, I saw him build the monastery with 1 villager when he had 1,200 food and 1,000 gold, so... he probably should have forced that thing down. So 33:39 will be the imp time for Yo, and 33:56 for Slam. But here's my next question. With Yo making... Hold on. First off, what is he making right now? Okay, he's making Cav Archers. Is it not very possible for Slam to just go into Elite Eagle?
Adds more archer ranges, so he will stay mass arbalest here.
Yeah.
Does he feel like he doesn't have enough food eco? Also, like, the TC at the front goes down. Yeah, wood control loss, gold control loss, but it's also like 6 farms, and if you only have 25, that's significant.
Yeah, I mean, it also, you're on the back foot, and it's really hard for Slam to know if going Eagles would just face Champion. He doesn't know that Yo's committing what looks to be towards just CA. And Yo could always make some longswords too, so yeah, maybe Arbalest and defending your Trebs is the play here. 104 villagers for Mr. Yo, 81 for Slam. The Slam has played so well in this game, but Mr. Yo equal to it most of the time.
Yeah, and Slam, he's kind of turtling up now, right? Really like... keep his head inside his base, goes for hopefully the advantage in the trap war there.
Yeah, it's also worth...
If he wants...
Sorry, Nili, continue.
To build a second castle, where do you want to see it?
Probably where the ram is right now. Like, not exactly next to the ram as it's there, but like that position of your base is probably important. Also, I like how Yo is building a TC in the north. I've actually never seen... First off, double blacksmith. But he's going to chop through...
Triple, yeah. He's starting with one.
He must have lost it or deleted it.
Oh. Yeah.
But, yeah, he's going to chop through to the North Gold and Stone as well. I've never seen a game go on this long on this map, so I've never seen that strategy.
Goes for the second area there. Quite interesting for sure. Trap War. It feels like Slam's buildings might hurt him there as well, right? Where will the trap even try to attack from? Behind the market, probably.
Wow, also just the fact that if chemistry comes in for Yo, he can make bombard cannons. And that's not possible for Slam. So there could be twice the amount of siege for Yo. And yes, it's expensive, but he'll certainly have the gold for it. Here comes a counterattack. And did Yo spot that? Yo spotted it with all of his buildings, so he knows about it. And we'll have Parthian and Chemistry completing in a moment. I think he could even clean up those arbs.
Oh, especially if he takes the hill advantage. Slam just moves into the back, tries to out-micro it.
Yeah, Scav Archers getting nice and close with their mobility. The fire rate's a whole lot faster now. Nice micro from Slam. Oh my god, that was sick. And he'll also get a small hill, but it's not looking good for the Canadian.
Yeah, the problem is like the CA accuracy is actually so off that splitting against them isn't that efficient because you're kind of moving into the missed arrows.
Yeah. He dodged a few, but he could have dodged a dozen, and it wouldn't matter. A heavy Cav Archer now on the way for Slam. Here comes Eagle. Sorry, heavy Cav Archer's coming in for Yo. That's what I meant. Can Yo snipe the Trebs? This is a huge sacrifice, but I keep getting my players mixed up. I'm so excited.
And he can go for the bombard cannon as well. 2 traps, 1 bombard cannon down. And obviously, with the cheaper castle, we can also... bombard cannon! I said bombard cannon down!
Run! No! That's huge.
Yeah.
I think we're in that position where even if Yo loses his castle, he has so much more map control. So he's probably not too bothered by the situation. And now Slam has lost an army of Eagles. He's also lost an army of Arbalest, all gold units. And there's there's a lot of gold, but there's only so much space and so much time for him. Yo has built outposts everywhere. We talked about it in game 1. How good of a late game player is he? Sees everything, is well aware. Forward barracks now for champions.
50 population lead here for Mr. Yo.
Damn.
Look at that army knocking at the front door here. And that's what I said, right? The buildings are kind of hindering Slam from getting the perfect positioning there. Eagles now trying to get another snipe, but shouldn't probably work.
Yeah, Yo, he doesn't need to keep this castle up. He will try his best to, but if that castle goes down, it's not the game. Whereas for Slam, if his castle goes down, it's likely the game.
And Mr. Yo, well, he's getting masonry, extra armor, extra HP there. That's nice for him. Slam, the only thing that keeping him into the repair that easily is the cheaper castles.
Yeah. Slam can definitely not fight the composition that Yo has. I'm not even sure if Slam has the eagle numbers to fight Cav Archers. but he can fight the two-handed swordsman.
Well, he has 11 now elite eagles. That's not too
He
pretty.
does have
Lost
gold.
his only obelisk.
Worst case scenario, your castle goes down here and you have to wait 3 minutes before fighting Slam, but I don't think that Slam should take a fight versus this until he has a whole lot more. And he should also be getting couriers, right? The unique tech.
I just see 18,432 camels in production.
Camels?
Do you see it? That was a CA bug. Okay.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't see anything.
Look at Slam's production. Okay, it bugged out.
Had to resign with 1,500 gold. The reality is, if he produces 1,400 gold's worth of eagles, it's countered. And if he tries to push out at any point, Yo's gonna lock down the rest of that base. Like, if this game continued for another 2 minutes, I'm fairly certain Yo would build a castle in the north to protect his entryway into that gold. He would build a castle in the south to protect that entry, and he'd just straight up win. There's no other way to say it. Slam gave Mr. Yo Indians, picking this map as his home map. He did not pick Indians himself, and the counter didn't work, really.
Yeah, he did put on so much pressure, but he saw Yo instantly, like, building an outpost, building palisades around it, archery range opening. He knew exactly what was coming and did the perfect defense. Lovely play by Mr. Yo.
Well, Slam's making slingers now. He has slingers queued up.
Yeah.
I think Slinger over Crossbow in early Castle Age, and he has a lot more room to breathe in this one.
Yeah, I think so as well. And he could have gone for so small numbers, right? If you get to 4 slingers, you can out-micro longsword so easily. You can't do that with 4 crossbows.
I think 4 slingers one-shot a longsword, right? It's something
I don't know
insane.
the exact number, but
yeah, it's something insane. Whereas with crossbows, you had to wait for Bodkin, and you had to get more numbers out. But there's just small little moments where we're expecting things to happen because we know if it doesn't happen, Mr. Yo is going to stop. Mr. Yo is looking so strong. And we'll move on to the final home map for Slam. Before we do, let's look at the achievements. That was definitely better play from Slam overall than Game 1. I don't think he played bad in Game 1. It was just that throw, unfortunately.
I think, yeah, the first 20 minutes were impeccable by Slam on the Arabia game. And here, I think he has the worst civilization, and he really put Mr. Yo to the test. Again, it's this, we can say the same thing again. If Slam isn't facing a top 5 player, I think it's 2-0.
He wins. Yeah. Yep. 20,000 food collected for Yo, 20,000 wood collected, way more stone, and did not have as much gold, but would have had access to it in those 2 corners. The KD, pretty even as well. I think it was more down to the positioning that Yo was able to gain, and he started that in early Castle Age and spiraled out of control towards Imp.
Yeah. KD also, remember, Slam probably killed like 20-25 villager in the back and in the center.
Yeah.
So that really helped out with that stat.
Yeah, both players at certain moments kind of tossed away units. I know Yo had archers that he didn't upgrade. Slam tossed away eagles, though he probably shouldn't have, but it happened. So, anyways, back to the maps. Can Slam get a victory? Can he fight back? Remember, yesterday, Doubt was up 2 games against ACCM, and ACCM tied it up 2-2. So, if ACCM could do that versus the Lord, maybe Slam can do that versus the God, Mr. Yo. I don't know, man.
And Slam has arguably the best civilization now in his favor, right? He will go for Land Madness, will have Khmer. Most likely will face Magyars that are really strong at the start. But we did see in the Hera series that if you hold a bit with the Khmer, your eco just is so crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that in combination with the house garrisons. I felt so bad for Nikov. When Nikov was going against Hera, he would get in a position to snipe with Magyars, I think it was, and then whoop, right into the house. It was near impossible.
Indeed. Oh god.
So I'm
excited to see.
Pretty certain then, right? It's got to be. Well, I guess Yo could go for Huns or Magyars, but I'm expecting Magyars. I don't know if you agree or disagree, and then Khmer for Slam.
Yeah, Khmer is for certain, and as you said, Magyars or Huns. It comes a bit down to his liking. The question is, what did he pick Magyars for, if not for Land Madness?
Not Sinkhole, and probably not Golden Pit. I feel like Yo wants to go Saracens on Golden Pit. And so Japanese makes sense for Sinkhole, which means, well, we're still down to Magyars or Huns for this map. He did pick Huns first, though. So either it was taking Huns early so Slam couldn't pick it because Slam is a fantastic Hun player, or maybe it was his preference. We'll see. But personally, I think the quality of the games jumped up in this set a bit more than the previous set. Like LaaaN won 3-1. Incredible result. Two players that are very close together. If you guys didn't see that, watch it. But Yo and Slam's games so far have been so entertaining.
Yeah. I felt like Dogao and Slan, they didn't offer a lot of mistakes, and that was still a super high-level game. But this one, it feels like even a level higher.
Yeah. All right. And then we have Tatoh versus TheMax. You'll be with me for that. That will be after this set, of course. We still have the potential for 3 more games. I think Slam can do it.
Yesterday in the chat called it the El Clasico because they face so often and they're so good and they always provide such interesting series.
Really though? Like they do face each other a lot and they're great players. I love the matchup, but I feel like Tatoh has won the last few El Clasicos then, right? Like,
well, happens.
Yeah, that's true. It does happen if we compare it to that. I'm loving how engaged the audience is. I'm loving the viewer numbers right now. Thanks, guys, for being a part of this. For me, it's actually a great sign that the games are good and the show is good when there's not people chatting. It's funny, but when there's over 12K people here and everyone's just focused on the games, that's a good sign. But you guys could feel free to say hello. Hi.
Hi. 90 salute.
Nili, hi. See some of the Slam emotes in the chat. Loving it. He's not loving it right now. Here's the bracket, guys. Now, whoever wins this set will face LaaaN. That's something a lot of people expected. And they'll be starting the game soon, is what we're hearing now. But yeah, whoever wins this is, you could say, favored against LaaaN, but then again, Dogao was favored against LaaaN. So he'll have something to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And LaaaN, he looked really sharp there, and it could go for long games. It was a similar playstyle, right? The fight for Vikings will be on in case Mr. Yo will face LaaaN there as well. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting series for sure as well. But yeah, day 3, there are no boring series.
All right. So back to the maps and the civs. Nili and I have talked about it till we're blue in the face. We expect crazy scouts, crazy all-ins. Lands Madness, one of my favorite maps nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
It suits the tournament too, doesn't it? There are some maps that just don't suit regular RM and then Empire Wars, but I think Lands Madness suits this tournament very much so.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's instantly like that is one of the easiest choices for when we thought about the maps, right?
Yeah.
It's so good, no walls, instant actions. I'm excited to jump into the game.
All right, game number 3 between Mr. Yo and Slam.
What? Interesting.
All right. So we're in game number 3. You and I both expected Khmer, and Slam has gone for Slabs, which is not a bad civ on this map, but it wasn't expected because of how these games tend to play out.
Yeah. The Viper did go for Slavs yesterday as well. The economy obviously is incredibly good as well. We just feel like Khmer is number 1 there, and then he probably has to go Khmer on Golden Pit, I assume.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be interesting. Stable opening by Mr. Yo.
Yeah, so Magyars, they get that extra attack starting in Feudal Age. Empire Wars, you do start in Feudal Age, so look out for those scouts. Slavs have the faster farming, and if Slam can catch up in upgrades, we'll be in a great position there. Nili and I expected Khmer because Khmer villagers can hide into houses, and these games tend to get crazy, but if he gets the win, he still has one of his best civilizations available, and he'll need them against Mr. Yo.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe that's just the 5-game planning, right? He doesn't think like we just did. Okay, let's try to make it 2-1. He needs to win all 3 games, and maybe Khmer are needed on Golden Pit there.
Yeah, quick walls are needed. He has a lot of palisade walls up already in his base. It's amazing how much damage Magyars can do early, but Slam fighting it off with villagers, bringing in his own scouts. No attack upgrade yet, remember? So if he's taking these fights, it might be better for Yo.
Well, the villagers doing some damage really helped out as well. And Slam, he just wants to sit back, walling himself. Nice moves here. Maybe some more spearmen as well. And yeah, just drag it out till you get the same upgrades and then let your farm eco carry you to the victory.
Yeah, it's interesting. So they both hit a point now where they could get double bid axe. They both got a horse collar for the farms. Will Slam remember to get bid axe? Because the more wood you chop, the more farms you can make. So he has the resources for bid axe right now. Still has it, but he's making scouts right now. So I'm hoping that Slam gets bid axe so they're even on eco. And then eventually use the blacksmith that you do start with to get forging, and then you're even on upgrades.
Yeah, I think like going for double bid axe, you can only do it if you really know, okay, there's no way of me falling behind too much. And he goes for forging first.
Okay.
I think that's better for surviving for sure.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's just if I see that he has enough for bid axe and to make scouts and to make vills at the same time, he's housed badly and he's not doing it. It's just another couple seconds where he's not getting those upgrades. Where, yo, both players are just passing right now. Both players could lose a ton of villagers. Slam quick walls!
Nice move, sent the other villager away. One spearman dies, but he is attacking at the top. But some spearmen of Mr. Yo waiting there as well.
Just one spear, that will get taken out. Beautiful micro from Slam. He can find villager kills. 2 spears out of position for Yo. And so Yo will lose that Vill, and Slam moves along. Well played, Slam.
Yeah, on the other side, one spearman again traded off, but he does more damage. And, well, now double stable for Mr. Yo, goes for bloodlines behind this as well.
Do you see how Yo went for all the eco techs? He's even getting wheel now. Like, there is a different approach when it comes to the economies.
Well, maybe that's the two things, right? Slam knows, okay, I'm behind in upgrades, goes for the upgrades first. Mr. Yo knows, okay, I'm behind in economy, goes for the economy upgrades first.
The lack of bid axe is really, if you couldn't tell, it's really bothering me. I'm sorry, I can't hide it. He has 300 food. Okay, he's getting armor now, Nili, so further investment into the upgrades on these scouts.
Second stable by him. I think this is the spot where you could actually pull all the villagers away from gold. Like, do you really need 2 on gold?
True.
It could have been like 200 more wood you gather as well.
That's true. Yeah, bloodlines, so full upgrades on the scouts soon in a second for Slam. There's a lot of spearmen out for Yo. And Yo also has his scouts at home, so Yo is in a much better position, in my opinion. Catching up on upgrades now that he's getting scale barding, already has bloodlines, had the spears defensively, and has wheelbarrow and has bid axe.
Yeah, truly a sweet spot. Something we can't see, and we mentioned several times, though, that the farms are now getting slightly out of hand here.
Yeah.
Slam, he's sending some villagers forward, or what's happening here? Kind of 3 villagers. Okay, just expand towards the front wood line. And, well, is he now grouping up to make a go happen? Yeah, he sends his spearman forward, but at the same time, Mr. Yo goes for the counterattack.
Yeah, it's a bit of a risk. I think Slam could be okay for it. Really depends what direction Yo decides to go. He'll probably see the villager on the house and... Well, this is Land's Madness. Double bid axe or no double bid axe. It just depends on who arrives to the other's base first. The Slam arrives and sees 4 spears, doesn't want to take that fight, and now he's forced to quick wall again. It's so menacing to see this many scouts around. It's crazy.
And now the big engagement at the top.
Spear v spear. And then the scouts left over for Slam.
Oh, that's a lot of damage dealt.
Dude.
That's a lot of damage dealt against the spearman. I think he can dive in against the woodline at the top.
Oh, wow. Yo's not in position. Yo's getting scale mail armor. Can Slam take a big engagement? He needs a big engagement. Meanwhile, Yo just fought against the TC.
Eats the TC there indeed. Snacks 1 villager, some scouts as well, but the fight at the top is just massive.
Wow, there you go, Slam. Slam could get 1 more villager, but the spearmen are blocking the scouts, sadly. Not bad. 42 vills for Yo. Keep in mind that when he researched wheelbarrow, though, his TC was idle for about the time it takes to create 3. So it's not that big of a difference.
Slam takes a lot of damage in his own home base with his own
Lost
scouts.
2.
Now sends the scouts back.
I think he forgot double bid axe, Nili. Like, at this point, don't you assume you have that upgrade?
Yeah, absolutely. And well, we mentioned it before, it already hurt us in another series.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's something you don't really get. But what you get is a good fight if you have more scouts than your opponent. Score-wise, Mr. Yo in a heavy lead, though.
Yeah. Now, slab
How's
farmers
that?
are farming faster. And the only time Magyars... I mean, their scouts are cheaper, so that's very helpful. But the only time they make use of their extra attack is if we take this to Castle Age. And Yo... Because of eco, man. Double bit X and wheel. Good eco balance. He's on his way up. Wait, I just saw Slam using a market, didn't I? Oh, Slam just used the Slam's on the way up too. Okay, never mind. I thought Slam was dead. And just like that, sold some stone, bought some food, Castle Age.
Yeah, Mr. Yo sold all his stone as well. Look at that heavy usage there. Sent mass amount of villagers on gold. The thing is, and Slam is now selling more villagers on gold as well. That became very slow all of a sudden, and not the crazy move that we normally see, where both players continuously throw scouts at each other. I think they will now just trade armies.
Well, I don't know if they'll want to fight up the hills. I mean, there's nothing stopping them from creating more scouts and going for light cab, right? So,
okay.
I think one big difference I'm seeing here, Yo's going for more of the standard walls with house walls, and Slam's going for the more intricate little palisades. And I feel like if Yo gets into Slam space, he's going to do less damage than Slam could do in Yo's.
Against woodlines, I agree, but look at the farmers.
Yeah.
Slam needs to pull those now, and he did pull them several times already.
Yep. Yo, I think he's just building this house so he knows to get a move on with the other villagers if she gets attacked. And just passing right into the golds.
Oh, that's beautiful, and should get 3 villager kills there. Dives in deep.
Oh my
Spearman
god.
Won't really do too much for the
Both
defense.
sides though, Nili. Both sides. Full base trade. Slam killed more though. He definitely killed more. He has more villagers, and he also could hit the farm space of Mr. Yo. He just has to keep a move on here.
Uh-oh, that's an underreaction by Mr. Yo. Doesn't pull his spearman. He has 6 spearmen there for the defense. Slam lacking some spearmen and a lot of villagers idle.
Okay, these spears just got extra attack for Yo. Can Slam engage against this? I don't think so.
Oh. Needs to run. Does he want to commit against the 2 villagers? Can yoink them surely, but doesn't want that the spearmen are catching up.
That micro from Yo to use the weak scout against the weak scout.
Overchop at the bottom, Tristan.
Oh, 2 light cab are in, and Slam's also struggling to deal with the amount of numbers and the extra attack that Yo has as at his base. Excuse me. This is so messy. Slam doesn't have the numbers.
Oh,
Where are
Slam
his
has
units?
numbers at the gold of Mr. Yo again.
Oh man, it's back and forth. Oh, this is ridiculous. I'll tell you what. I do not want to be a villager in either player's towns. No, thank you.
That sounds really, really scary on those maps for sure. We have the pikeman tech from Mr. Yo as well. Stable goes down here, means Slam can only build out of 1 stable. Now, he does not have the pikeman tech. His light cav need to find more damage.
He also doesn't have... Oh, he has Bid-X now. Okay, so he has his eco upgrades, but I feel like his eco is less efficient right now. And Yo, with the stables, can produce more. There's a lot of villagers being sent back to work, and a lot of them are dying. 2 more villagers dead for Slam because of that. 40 villagers for both, though, Nili. Slam obviously has more idols at the moment.
Yeah, I needed to pull those over and over again. Pikeman could have been something. Monks wouldn't be a good option because there's still so many light cap and another raid into Slam's gold as well.
Yep. And Yo pulls the knights back instantly from the town center. It is just a masterful display. Mr. Yo is so good. If Slam was facing up against a different player here in round 1, it could and probably would have been a very different scoreline. Because Slam's not playing bad, he's playing amazing.
Surely. He did so much with the raids there, was so active. Like, he did a reasonable job of saving his villagers. It just feels like the bottom could have been walled a bit better. But now, how does he even get onto his knight numbers?
Yeah. Imagine if he had Khmer and could hide in houses, Nili. Something to think realistically we have to talk about if he does lose this game, right? Uphill fight for Yo. And he thinks twice about it.
Well, it's 7 knights against 3 knights now, so there's more damage output by Slam at the moment, but he's camping in front of his hill. Remember that both players sold their stone, so no options for extra TCs.
Yeah, Slam sold all of it. Originally, I thought he sold just 100, but
Yeah.
eventually
Step by
they'll probably buy it if they want a town center. It's really hard to find town center spots in this map. This is a good decision from Yo. Just attack the stable, force Slam to fight, and bring the pikeman forward so Slam can't fight.
Yeah, and with all the wood raids earlier, Slam doesn't have the most resources here to afford a lot of stable losses. Now takes the fight against the pikemen. Should be a winning fight for Slam.
The pikes are there. Also, there's a small hill bonus. There's a lot more knights for Slam, like you said earlier. A few of them are weak. And Slam will win the fight. I just wonder, was it worth it? It's a lot of weak knights now he has. And more pikemen on the way. Yeah, you need to match pikemen with your own pikemen here. He doesn't have that upgrade, so if he's making light cav and knights, he can never push pikes. And Slam sees the score difference. I think he knows that he's lost all momentum. And Slam taps out. Mr. Yo sweeps him 3-0. I just... There's so many instances where Slam showed his quality here. I hope that after today, Slam is not extremely discouraged. Because if Slam continues to work and build off of this form, he can go so far in this community. But Yo's a beast. There's no other way to say it. Yo is a beast.
Oh yeah, he is such a beast. And well, people asked me before this tournament, after we saw the brackets, what do you think is the most likely final? And I said on the bottom half, I think Mr. Yo has very good chances to go through there. And well, he really performed against, I would say, not underperforming Slam.
Yeah, well, game one I look back to, and I think Slam should have closed out that game. But in game 2 and game 3, Slam, he played to his potential in this series for the most part. I'm sure Slam will be kicking himself because it was such a close series, but you can't argue with the 3-0. Again, I just want to say, like, to all the players who have been playing today and yesterday and not making it through in round 1, there's so many that are improving. Slam was someone who qualified after not being a participant in these big events for a year and a half, 2 years. So great to see him, but he is no longer playing. We'll go to the achievements real quick. I'm really curious on the eco. I don't know how big of a difference that made. It's kind of deceiving because I feel like Yo had better eco and he had cheap Magyar scouts. The KD could not have been closer. Yeah, okay, Yo had slightly more food and cheap Magyar scouts, and then he also had more wood and more gold collected.
I think that mainly came down to the last like 3-4 minutes as well.
Yeah.
Where we had raids over and over again, and Slam simply was forced to idle his villagers so much to not loot them.
Yeah. All right. Well, as we back out of this one, we have one more big best of 5 for the round of 16. That will be the El Clasico, as Nili called it, between Tatoh and TheMax, two legends of the game who tend to get very strong performances in events. We're going to send it over to ZeroEmpires and have a talk with him.
The two of us, yeah. It's all three of us, because obviously we are now pretty far ahead in the schedule. We can maybe ask ZeroEmpires to tell us what we potentially missed in those 3 games.
You can see me right now on the stream, but I'm here. Good casting, as always. And I don't think either of you expected a 3-0, really. Let's be honest.
I thought 3-1. 3-0 would have been harsh to Slam's form going into this, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's... Sorry, Nili, go ahead.
No, 3-1 was what I was thinking as well, but 3-0 doesn't surprise me too much. Like, as we saw in the games, Slam can easily take games off Mr. Yo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that game 1, he took... it was Vikings versus Aztecs, so Slam had the Aztecs. I feel like, you know, Vikings are kind of scary. They've been banned a lot, and allowing Yo to take Vikings was a pretty big sort of... I don't know if you'd call it a slip-up, but it's definitely something you've got to be mindful of. But going into that first game, Nili, Aztecs, it's a pretty strong situation for Slam, right? To play against the Vikings as the Aztecs.
I keep saying that Vikings is most underappreciated civilization in Empire Wars. You start with the free wheelbarrow, your economy just flies towards Castle Age. Arriving there, it doesn't stop. You get free handcard as well. You have reasonable counters to the Eagles. I don't think that Aztecs are that much worse, honestly.
Yeah, and like in a traditional setup, like Aztecs would be a pretty top tier Arabia Civ, but Vikings essentially start with 3 free villagers from the free wheelbarrow.
Mhm. Yeah, it's just so disappointing as we see that big shot near the end there. It was beautiful, but Slam had that game. He had that game. He cleared up 40 Arbalest. He had all the control, or should have had all the control, and Yo was able to bring it back. That's one of the best comebacks I think we've seen in this tournament. Also, probably one of the bigger throws we've seen too.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Jags came quite late from Slam. You know, he basically been pushed off of gold, and then he was upgrading all of his champions, and then he went into Jaguars later on. It just felt like there wasn't perhaps enough gold to do everything that he wanted to do that game. And then in game 2 on Aslan, that was probably the best game of Aslan we've seen. It was such a long match, and it got really drawn out. It was super exciting to watch. That was Indians versus Incas, and obviously Slam going for the all-in Incas play in the middle, but it didn't quite work out as he'd hoped, I think.
Yeah, I think the second tower could have been a bit more aggressively. I think even the first tower allowed Mr. Yo to move to the top left-hand side, and then he kind of built a leapfrog tower to build the third tower. I think you need to do the pressure even faster. Pull 5 more boys and rush that tower down.
Yeah, and then also, even with how he built his towers, there was a moment in early Castle Age where he had all of those eagles. His opponent was only making longswords, and he could have made a few slingers. Like 2, 3, 4 slingers. We're waiting for slingers. We talked about it. He went for crossbow. By the time he had the crossbow, Yo had already secured a lot of that map.
Yeah, the slingers would have been such a good choice against the longswords. I think you said earlier that they would kill them in 4 shots. I think that's actually right. I mean, they do so, yeah. Bonus damage. It's huge. Essentially like a Castle Age hand cannon, which is, you know, awesome against infantry. So maybe he missed a trick there, but yeah, Slam getting swept. It's the first 3-0, which I think is quite shocking. And you know, every opponent in the first round is super tough. I mean, we could say, yes, Mr. Yo is an incredibly hard opponent to face, but who isn't in round 1?
True.
Yeah. So, T90, how you feeling? Long day for you, but high energy so far.
I'm actually really good. We ironed out some of the issues earlier, so I feel like we could start now and I could go for another 9 hours. We'll just do all of Saturday's games tonight, and then we'll do a rerun for everyone tomorrow. Sure, the players would like that. Yeah, but no, I'm feeling good, man. But the games help a lot, right? With games that are a bit lackluster, then casters begin to tire. Of course, the audience here, chat, is never picking on us, never making jokes.
Oh, no, it's always, it wouldn't be bad.
Always giving us the benefit of the doubt, you know. So with that in mind, yes, I've been having a great time.
Awesome. And Nili, did you catch the first 2 sets of the day? I think I saw you watching over in Discord.
Yeah, I was obviously watching everything. I'm way too big of an ZeroEmpires fan to miss any of this, honestly. And
we call Liri the micro nerd, but I think we're all Age of Empires nerds in the end.
Yeah, like, and the chat was like, oh, "What's with the casters calling him nerd?" And like, I told them that's one of the biggest compliments you can give someone.
Totally.
True.
Totally.
True.
And yeah, I'm a bit disappointed from what Vinchester brought to the table. Not skill-wise, but creativity-wise. Because we knew Liri, if he plays the straightforward game, he is the big favorite, right? He clearly has incredible macro, incredible micro, supreme decision-making there, but he lacks decision-making and adjusting in situations that he doesn't know and that are super crazy. But if we just think about like Arabia there, that was super standard. Like, it was Britons against Goths, we had skirmishers running around, and after minute 4, it basically looked like a complete normal RM game to me.
Well, it's such a Vinch move, isn't it, to go Goths in game 1? It's kind of crazy to see that. But I think you're right. I mean, Liri just played really standard games, and he just was the better player. Vinch has definitely got a lot of technical skill, but he just didn't really bring anything that sort of surprised Liri, I think.
Yeah, I've been saying the same thing about Vinchester for years. Has the quality, has the speed, and then it's not the gameplay. The gameplay, considering the situations he puts himself in with the civs, is normally really, really good. But he picks some really weird civs sometimes. And he picked Goths today in a time where Goths are actually weaker than... Would you say that Goths are weak? In many ways, they're weaker, like in Castle Age, than they were when he would pick them 2 years ago, right? Because it's only a 30% discount. Yeah, exactly. So like they are weaker now, thanks to the addition of supplies to other civilizations, and only the 30% discount on Castle Age than before. And he still went for Goths. So, but it's one of those things. If it works, we're like only Vinchester, and if it doesn't work, we think only Vinchester. So
we got to give it to him for the effort, and it's a shame there's no arena because maybe he would have performed a little better on there. I actually wanted to ask you guys as well. We haven't touched on this. The LaaaN and Dogao series. LaaaN so far is the only player who qualified to make it past any of the invited 8. What's your take on that?
It's like I was sitting here and I knew that I would probably get a question there, and it isn't that easy to say, honestly. Like, it sounds so cliche, but I think he simply did fewer mistakes, right? There were no overchops. There were like solid reactions after the Castle Age all-in came there, where Dogao kind of screwed up his timing, just moving back, and like every single step, there was nothing like super fancy about it. It felt methodical, it felt right, it felt smooth, and he just played a very high standard meta level. I love that.
I think I'm going to take a different angle. I think if they play that best of 5 again right now, it might be the same result for Dogao. I also think the draft was better for LaaaN for the maps. Like Vikings game 1 against Slavs. I think I would opt for Vikings more often than not. What was the cross civilizations? We had Huns against Magyars? No.
Cross was Malians versus Huns.
Malians,
and he won with the Huns there.
Yeah, Huns just seemed so much smoother and better there. Now, granted, LaaaN played well, but yeah, I think those guys were always going to be so close. Like Nili said, it comes down to who plays cleaner. I also think the preparation was better for LaaaN.
Yeah, and we also saw that Teuton pick from him, which never actually came through. So I'm wondering if he's got some surprises in the next round for us here.
I was expecting Dave to like we could see his camera, the viewers can't, to just like get angry for a second for Teutons. Yeah, Teutons. But yeah, I mean, it's a great sign for the Age of Empires 2 community that first off, LaaaN beat someone who was in the top 8. But also that we had Vinchester and Slam join this tournament, who are players who qualified over other players who were constantly competing in events. It's great to have the same names. We have memes, we have fun, there's reputations, but you also want some new blood, and that's what we've had.
Yeah, you definitely want to see those rising stars, and LaaaN is definitely one of those rising stars. He's not got a very long tournament history, actually, and I did want to talk briefly about the qualification because this is one of the first tournaments in a very long time that's had a totally open quali. There was over 200 signups for both of the weekends, I think even over 300 on the first weekend. So there's no question that the 8 players who qualified were the best 8 that were left out of the 8 that weren't invited. And it's still amazing to see just how these 8 players who were invited, who didn't have to qualify, are still looking so dominant. And I think that's a really interesting point because Empire Wars is a new game mode. Maybe we thought there'd be some more upsets. What do you think about that, Nili?
The question is like how much variance is in Age of Empires, and probably not that much. And also like new game mode, it's not like completely shuffling all cards new, right? Especially if like 2 players feel like, okay, my strength is in that area, and both are playing it RM style again, let's say how LaaaN and Dogao played it, the skill doesn't shift that much. So I think invited players, like obviously we got a lot of discussion about it, like should we invite players there although we changed the game mode, but apparently they are the top 8 in the world.
I think the biggest variance we've seen is with civilizations. And if we're comparing it to the last tournament, the last one was free pick, whereas here there's a draft. So in Hidden Cup 3, players say, okay, it's a best of 5. These are the civilizations I go for. These are the civilizations I train. Here, they say, I like these civilizations, but I know I'm not going to get the civilization. So there's more variance when it comes to the civs in the draft than probably the skill levels, because all these guys are very good.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're being told by production now we're going to be throwing it to a 10-minute break, but we'll be back very soon after that with the final match of the day, which is going to be Tatoh versus TheMax, El Clasico, as it has been called. I'm certainly looking forward to this one, and we'll be back very soon.
The Red Bull Wololo is played using an altered version of Empire Wars, a new game mode introduced with Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Players start in the Feudal Age, with a 27 villager economy already working and the corresponding drop-off points. The standard scout is replaced by 2 horses, which are unable to attack. A barracks and blacksmith are provided to help accelerate the player's choice of strategy and encourage variety. Loom has already been researched to compensate for this, as it's an extremely aggressive game mode. Each game is set to a 700-year time limit, roughly 1 hour of in-game time. If the time limit is reached, the player with the highest current score wins the match. Due to the quick start nature of the game, the pressure is on from minute 1 and will be a landslide of entertainment.
Come on, Demo, you can do it. Why is he staying there? Boom! Oh my god! Why is he doing that?
He makes the
Doubt
goal.
is jumping.
I think I would have loved this move, but Tatoh just too fast. There has another defensive tower, and this will be ugly. This could probably be the game-deciding fight here. More Eagles. I think they need to go back a bit. Like, still 40% left, but that tower alone is doing so much damage. Yeah, the tower might go down, but there's so much army lost. Tatoh is not really taking any arrows there. Skirmishers are doing so much. Villagers fighting there as well, and they have +1/+1 as well. Being Incas.
That's the big thing for Tatoh. Even though even if he loses his army, those villagers are gonna be able to survive and not die too fast, which, yeah, you can see Tato's just buying so much time here. Villagers aren't dying, the tower staying up, and all of those chances are...
Well, you wanted to see a decisive move, and the decision was to end this game by the all-in there, and Tatoh just did hold it so well. What a beautiful tower there.
Yo decides to run to the gold. Sees there's a TC there, sees there's villagers here, but now sees the Tarkans are chasing him, and now Yo could run if he wants. He's underneath the town center, and there's Tarkans around them, so... Oh my god! Oh my god! Tatoh gates him in! Tatoh trapped him here! Wow, what a play, man. What a ridiculous play from Tatoh. Now all the CA will probably die. It's just a matter of time. If Yo tries to run now, it'll be running with a lot less. What a high-level play from Tatoh.
If he kept his skirmishers alive.
Does Tatoh use the castle to target the transport ship? Does he? Oh, he does! No way! Yo, the plays these guys are going for is incredible. 300 IQ from Yo, 301 IQ from Tatoh. Holy crap. All right, man, that moment. What's funny is that was in the Who is Number 2 event, so that should give you an idea of how good Tatoh is. And there was also a highlight clip from Yo's perspective, because those transports happened twice in that game. That was fun. Nili, the final best of 5 today. Tatoh versus TheMax. Amazing games upcoming. How excited are you for this?
It's like we're expecting so much of Tatoh, and we don't really know what to expect of TheMax, right? He had kind of his breakthrough, huge performance of all time in Hidden Cup 2, going into the finals there, forcing Viper to game number 7. And then strong performances throughout, never really like contesting number 1, contesting number 2.
Yeah.
Really considered to be in the top 5. But he is scary to everyone, and he's known to be very well prepared. But then again, qualifier number 1 didn't look too great for him.
Qualifier number 2, he looked amazing. There was some improvement there, but I think what you're getting at is Max he didn't burst into the 1v1 scene in Hidden Cup 2, but that's when he really wowed people, when he almost beat the Viper. Since then, it's been a bit shaky, whereas Tato's only been improving. Game 1 is Arabia, and here are the home maps. We'll start it with Tatoh. Tatoh went for Golden Swamp for his first home map. He bans Wings, and he has Kawasan as his final home map. And then TheMax has Aztlan, banned, can I see that? Sinkhole, and then has El Dorado. A lot of maps we've seen before, but I was expecting Max to like a map like Sinkhole.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well. And also surprised that Kawasan is a pick by Tatoh. TheMax did used to pick Kawasan, at least in the qualifier. Performed really
Saracens?
well there.
None of them went for Saracens? I was fully expecting one of them to do it.
It's banned. It's banned. It's banned for TheMax.
Oh, God. All right. So Max picked Vikings, Persians, and Saracens was his third pick. And Lithuanians, Ethiopians, Britons, and Magyars. And players get to ban one Civ. Tatoh actually used his ban on Saracens instead of Vikings or Persians, Nili. Wow.
Interesting for sure. Let's take a look at the combination of civilizations with maps together, and then we can think about what they could use them on. Obviously no Land Madness, so therefore Magyar's really late pick. We don't even see Khmer at all.
Huh. Yeah, so the civilizations they choose very much depends on the map. Franks, Aztecs, Huns, Celts, Malians, and Incas is the final pick for Tatoh. See, the big standout here is Max went Saracens and went for the market abuse, the crazy fast imp in the qualifiers, and then we saw it from MBL in the main event. It seems strong, so strong that Tatoh decided to ban Saracens instead of banning out Vikings or Persians, which are probably top 5 in Empire Wars. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised as well that Tatoh must be really scared of something there. Maybe he had a strategy prepared, wanted to go for a bit of later Saracens, and then rather take it away. And maybe he wanted to play against Vikings and Persians. They're a bit more straightforward.
All right, well, this is going to be the final best of 5 today. Both players have a lot of fans. Both players have strategies prepared. Nili, let's dive into game number 1 between Tatoh and TheMax. So we start off this crazy best of 5 series. This is the final best of 5 in the round of 16 and day 2 of the Red Bull Wololo event. It's been a joy to cast this. The players have put on an excellent show. We've had upsets. We've had back and forth best of 5s. Tatoh is playing as the Huns, and Max has gone for the Vikings.
Tatoh, as the Huns player, instantly goes and drops down a stable, will produce 20% faster there. The max archer range at home, and already going for, well, some walls here as a setup. Takes 3, maybe even 4 villagers for the wall up here.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You know what I've seen a lot is Vikings building the range and then walling, and they can do so because players don't start with scouts. And so many players then decide, well, I'm not going to make scouts because by the time I get there, the walls will be up. Instead, I'll make a range and make skirmishers. So Tato's actually gone for a scout. He maybe wants to stop the wall off, Nili. We'll see if he can get there in time.
And yeah, the Max again goes for all eco upgrades, wants to sit back, and that could be the Viking approach that we have seen in the last 2 series.
Look at this camel. See, Tatoh wants to keep the walls open. He's trying to use the starting camel, and that's what you can do with a lot of villagers walling. And now Tato's probably thinking, well, that scout does nothing except get some scouting intel. Let's see what my opponent's up to. And Max completed the walls pretty quickly.
I'm a bit surprised that Tatoh didn't cancel his second scout. He should know, okay, the camel couldn't get in. Most likely my scouts can't get in either then. And we need to see a transition into skirmishes. Tatoh, he will have more vision, will have more quote-unquote map control. The action this game will start in Castle Age.
Yeah, yep. Again and again, you see it when you don't start with the scout. It's all about eco, and that's what Vikings are about. Free wheelbarrow working for you, second 1 in this setting. Nili, have Vikings lost a game in the main event? I think I asked Dave, but there's been too many games. I don't remember myself.
I will just say yes, because we saw them so often, but I don't really remember again, no.
I remember instances where they were troubled. Like, Yo could have lost against Slam, he didn't. Dogao ended up losing against LaaaaaN. I mean, at least today, it's a no-go for that Civ. Is Max trying to... Does he want that final ostrich to come in? Okay, I thought he was trying to get the ostrich and the zebra to come through his walls there. It's pretty much all we have to talk about, so...
Okay, so now the big question is the Max obviously wants to go for the Arbalest tag, wants to play this very defensively, wants to do well with his economy. What do you think? What does Tatoh need to do better than Dogao and Slam to really punish that?
Well, I think it's that late Castle Age window. It's so easy for Vikings to justify multiple town centers and 3 TCs into the Imperial Age. So I think it's just Castle Age in general, but also late Castle Age before Vikings get to Arbalest. I love that question, Nili, and I love the scouting here from Tatoh. And the uptimes, too. Both going to be on their way to Castle Age, and Tatoh patrolling the scout on the hill, waiting for the archers to move out.
Yeah, he will have all the vision. As you can see, so many red dots on the minimap and moving everywhere there. We have obviously some yellow scouting camels as well. Tatoh now moves forward with his skirmishes.
Okay, pop quiz for you, Nili. And I say pop quiz, but I don't know the answer. So, not really a quiz.
Oh, okay.
How long does the Elite Skirmisher tech take to complete? I think it's twice as long as Crossbow, right?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't know the amount of seconds, but in general time, I think it takes twice as long. So I feel like if Max is able to make a knight and get crossbow, yes, Tatoh ideally would have skirmishers. He might not have a lead skirm prepared.
Looking into the text tree, it doesn't show either.
Right.
And
We can test. We can trust Twitch chat. Someone said 69 seconds. I'm sure that's accurate.
Sounds reasonable.
2 stables for Max? 2 stables with Vikings?
Ooh, text match on the way here, and that's really surprising. And like, did he scout actually any skirmishers? I'm a bit surprised as well. Let's go into his POV. What did he see? He saw 1 archer range. Might expect 2. But
Well, if he's going 2 stable, he's expecting full skirm, and he just lost the camel. Let's see if Tatoh is able to... where Tatoh starts fighting is really important here. If he's fighting on the hill, if he's keeping those crossbows away from his base, fantastic. If not, could be awkward.
The Max, he will get to a very powerful army composition. Just mass crossbow, mass knights. And Tatoh, he thinks he has the aggression. He thinks he's the smarter boy that gets to the better army composition. Builds a siege workshop at the front. That's not going to happen.
Oh my god, and the timing on this could be perfect too, because Tato's just completed skirm, so he's super confident. Now he sees the first knight, now he sees armor, and now he's thinking, nope, can't do this. And it's 2 stables as well. Max didn't even get Bodkin arrow on the archers. So this could really hurt Tatoh.
Okay, but against 2 knights, he can somewhat fight with his skirmishes. Now some CA added here as well. Tatoh even went for a 3rd archer range.
Did he?
No.
Yeah, I was expecting
I just
it.
saw some correction. No, okay.
That's kind
Now
of standard,
university,
isn't
though.
it? If you're going skirms into cav archers with Huns, it would make sense to make something there. The Tatoh has 2 vills. This is a bit weird how he's just collecting the zebra. Just forgot about them. There he goes, and he's now off that important hill. Good numbers, though.
Yeah, so far no real kills in this game, only 1 camel. And Knights losing some HP. Feels a bit like the calm before the storm.
Yeah, and Max invested a lot of resources into those knights. It's not like he's booming behind this, whereas Tatoh, he's adding a second TC to get a small lead there. While Max did surprise Tatoh, and Tatoh wasn't expecting this type of a commitment, he's committing towards units that don't translate that well to him into late game, and they also waste a lot of that food that you could use for economy.
Tatoh now needs to pull those villagers away. Has a good gold spot in the back, though, that he can take. Skirmishers somewhat off guard here. Tatoh plays this very defensively. No holes in his defense so far.
Yeah, loses a skirmisher, has had to relocate a bunch of villagers. I don't think Tatoh will be liking how idled his eco is, but I think he'll be liking the fact he has numbers, and he's slowly building up those cheap Hun cav archers.
Well, numbers are very even, actually. I thought as well, like, skirmisher numbers looking pretty good, and now he gets some snacks here.
Yeah, ballistics is in. That's a lot of knights, though. And Tatoh, he's really struggling to breathe right now. Those knights have armor. No +2 or anything just yet, but the knights, I think, taking a good fight here, Nili, on the skirms.
Oh, and the villagers even blocking the retreat path there for the CA, and skirmishers tries to go for some snipes at the top. The Max with a beautiful engagement.
Max is going for armor on the knights, too. It's so peculiar to see the Viking player not adding a second town center, but the risk against Tatoh and also against Huns is they can flood with CA and skirm, so... and knights, depending. He wanted to protect from that, and it's working really well.
Ooh, skirms were a bit too far at the front there. If Tatoh just went full knights now, he could actually have a good unit, but tech switch would take way too long.
Yeah.
His eco, isn't that pretty behind the
Tato's losing a lot of units, and I think Max will just dive in. Oh my god, the units! No! Thanks, DE! They're blocked! Max blocked him with the knights. Tato's losing every... Well, hello? Okay.
You want to finish the job?
Yeah, I mean, he could have got more kills. Tatoh will actually be thankful he didn't lose more.
Oh, I think he just selected all the CA and the skirmishes together. Then they regroup, and then the knights ran in to get a lot of damage done. All of a sudden, 27 to 11 KD, completely unnecessary.
And now Maganel's coming to pressure the main gold. I'm just wondering, Tatoh, He's still on a second TC. He does have more villagers. Not many more, and he's had more idle time. Like, when will Max... Max! Tatoh! Oh, no! Both players didn't pay attention right away. Just wondering if Max will be able to get a big eco lead behind this, Nili. What pressure from the Finnish legend.
Well, with only one to see, he can't really get too much pressure in. 4 archer ranges now for Tatoh, but is lacking some upgrades from the stable for SCA.
Yeah, and I think Max will be happy with weakening these cav archers. It's not a Viking-style push he's going for here. Forward Monastery and Siege Workshop. I'm just waiting for the second town center to go up. Okay, there goes the Max. Second TC. Only 3 villagers behind. Still denying Tatoh's main gold.
Yeah, and, well, the Max, he just wants to control this area. Tatoh, I don't think he will find the breathing room to even go for a counterattack. Max even gets in with the knight there at the woodline.
Ooh, okay. That does damage, too. More idle time. 1 villager down, and now as Tatoh sends the CA over to deal with that, Max runs away. He says, thank you very much, I'll take your gold. Now, what's crazy here about Max is he has the monks here so he can convert any sneaky knights that Tatoh will send out of the stable to take out that Mackinac. Or at least he should. The monk is instead healing up knights.
Max dives in deeper than I thought. The Mangonel will go down to the knight as well. Nice snipe there by Tatoh.
Yeah, but a lot of villagers went down too. It's 58 to 58 and Tatoh has idols. Still doesn't have a big ball of cav archers, and look how weak they are.
Oh, yeah. Dove in. Try to out-micro against all this. Oh.
Tatoh taps out. And it was getting to the point where I don't see what he can do. Villagers were going down on both sides. Max was going to expand the economy. And it is the Max who takes game number 1 in this series.
Oh, and like we said, what a beautiful scout at the hill by Mr. Tatoh.
Yeah.
But if he just went in there, did go to the arch range, he could have seen the stables and the tech switch.
It's true.
He went purely skirmishes and the Max with a perfect counter.
Yeah, I mean, it's either going to look brilliant or it's going to look like a mistake if you're going Viking Knights. And here it looks brilliant. Full armor, full 1 TC aggression until just now. Max out of the second town center. That's what I like to see. And that's also not what I would have expected from Max. If anyone was going to play that type of a style, I would have thought Tatoh would do it because Max is more of a... I guess he relies more on the boom than Tatoh does at times. And Tatoh has to use his home maps now, Nili.
Yeah, and well... We are very sure that something will be prepared there, and I'm very excited to see what he has in store. Let's take a look at the statistics.
Ooh, 45 kills, 14 deaths. Oh my goodness. And the food, wood, gold difference, it wasn't extreme in any category except for the gold. Remember, Tatoh had to leave his main gold. He had a 4-tile gold in the back, but he couldn't fully saturate it. He wasn't sure what he wanted to make half the time because he wanted skirms initially. That, for me, is the best start to the series, because I think Tatoh, if Tatoh were to win game 1, I think most people were thinking, all right, Tato's going to win 3-1. But if Max gets the game, then now Tatoh has to fight back, and I think he's in better form going into this tournament.
And we talk about the Max preparation, right? If he holds true to how big we are hyping him here, and he just converts both of his home maps, he beats Tatoh, no matter what Tatoh does on his own home maps.
Exactly. All right, well, let's go back. Let's go to the maps. Let's go to the civilizations. And let's speculate, Nili. That is part of our job. Speculate over what will happen next. So the Max... Tatoh has Kawasan, and he has Golden Swamp. Thoughts on what map he might prefer to go against, to go on next? And thoughts on what civ he might go for?
I think Golden Swamp is pretty open. People tend to go for Celts there. I think Franks could be really good on Kawasan. Persian's probably the best pick against that.
What about Aztecs on Kawasan because of the 5 relics in the middle?
Yeah, I see that really strong in Castle Age. The problem is, how do you get to the center control?
Yeah.
Right? Because you don't have scouts, you don't have a lot of bonuses going for your water control at the side. Most of the time, you kind of like want to move around with eagles, and your strength is early imp, but relics are for mid-castle.
Okay. All right. Well, game 2 is here. Whatever map it is, whatever civs they have, we will find out. It is on Kawasan. All right, guys. Game number 2 between Tatoh and TheMax. Here we are. It is Persians, which, interesting enough, was a civilization that Tatoh could have banned. He didn't ban Persians, though. He banned Saracens. He was really scared of that. Now, Tatoh starts off with a 5-villager stable, which tells me he'll probably follow this up and go towards the berries. And Max has started with a stable at home.
Yeah, look at that. So much free food instantly collected by him. Goes 4 villagers on the ibex there, 4 on deer, and will drop some more, as you said. So he will ignore water for quite some time. What's the Max approach?
Well, Max, it's one of the best hybrid civs, if not the best hybrid civ in the game right now. Start with more wood, to start with more food, to have faster working town centers. The civ is just built for land and water maps. Max is going for the dock approach. I don't think I've seen someone pick Franks and go for the early mill to take advantage of the berry bonus. Have you seen this yet?
Not really, no. A bit later on, but rushing it that heavily, not really. Like in the very early practice games when we had like Frank v Frank mirror and both of us built like 8 spearmen, 8 scouts and just smashed each other's head. But not after Empire Wars was figured out a bit more.
Well, Tatoh did not play in the qualifier, so he probably practiced this. Why did Max leave 1 villager on that wood line unattended? He could lose her if he's not careful. Okay, he sends her back home now. Interesting. So, 2 completely different styles in this game. Very similar to the first game, and these are 2 of the most prepared players in the tournament.
That's at least what we're expecting, yeah. Secret Boys did practice a lot there, and... well, Spearman defending at home there. At the moment, both going for scouts. As we all know, Frank scouts, more HP, till the Max gets bloodlines himself.
Yeah. Wondering how much the berries are going to pay off. If Max ever has an opportunity to counterattack, surely Tato's going to be in trouble in the middle. But also wouldn't surprise me if Max never scouts the berries in the middle. Like, it's so... yes, Franks are great with berries, but it's not something we've seen commonly, so he might not even look for that. So far, hasn't spotted it. And also, I don't think Tatoh has spotted the fact that Max is docked, if you look to the minimap on that right side.
Yeah, but not scouting it isn't that bad because, like, he picked Persians, right? Is there a way that he doesn't dock? Not really, but your opponent picked Franks. There's still a lot of different ways to approach it.
Yeah, I mean, you also need to know which side they dock. Now Tatoh finds it with his horse. I think it's better to use the horse to scout and use the scouts to fight. Good pressure from Tatoh. I've yet to see Max at Tato's base.
Yeah, he did have 3 scouts looping around. Now tries to find an opening at the right-hand side, but there should be enough spearmen for the defense.
Yeah, there's a few spearmen for Max, too. He just needs to get them in the right position. The stone could make fleeing awkward here for Tatoh, and he leaves immediately. And then Max arrives. Again, Nili, I don't know if it's just because we're in our groove, but it feels like the level we're seeing here is incredible. Oh, Tatoh fail. Oh, man, he could lose. Actually, the 1 villager might survive, but he will lose 1 villager.
Okay, if he doesn't ball that one in. Let's take a look. And, oh, the walls are too late.
Dead. And while also fighting spearmen, and fighting spearmen successfully in the Max's base. Oh, and he's through on the gold! Man, this is such a crazy game.
Yeah, only 9 HP on that palisade there. Tatoh didn't go for the attack earlier, but now finished her off.
What is...
both pawns under control for the Max.
Is Max really going for scale armor on the spears? Is that necessary? Surely that's... I felt like he did that in the qualifier, but I hate that move.
He has 4 spearmen only. Tatoh has 8. I
Really
think
weird.
that's a bit too early.
It's one of those things with the Max, right? Max sees the game a little bit differently than others, so I'm going to trust him on that. Tatoh is on the way to Castle Age. Max, despite having fishing ships, has not clicked up yet. So the berry and farm approach for Tatoh is giving him a much faster Castle Age time.
Yeah, and going for all the upgrades, right? He did go for the defense upgrade for infantry, now foraging behind this wheelbarrow, so he still puts a lot of the resources on the map.
I think Tato's approach is pretty clear. He wants to get Castle Age faster while forgetting about water, and then take water in the Castle Age, because I see a dock attempt on that right side. That could work really well for Tatoh.
Dock attempt at the left-hand side as well.
Wow.
Holds one there, unspotted by the Max. Small tactical pause.
Wow. Okay, maybe Max's cube mod isn't working or something. Okay, so you give up the water, and here they've unpaused. You have the potential to make nut. Wait, no, sorry, you don't give up the water. You take the water from Max. You have the potential to make knights. I'm struggling to see what the Max can do if he doesn't click up soon himself.
Oh, man, like Archer with fletching should be really good there. Later on, like Knights, as you said, will control the center. Then he gets all the relics, all the free berries.
Yeah.
Tatoh looks like in a good spot, yeah.
Yeah, like taking the berries is not something other players did, but at least with how he's executed, it makes a lot of sense right now.
Speaking of execution, 5 villagers surrounding that spearman. They're really mobbing him down. One skirm helps out with the defense.
They're hangry, man. They're hangry. They really want to eat. Get away. Get away. They haven't eaten.
Tatoh around wants to cut off reinforcements, but there are not a lot of reinforcements coming. War galley upgrade now coming, and Tatoh, he might win both pawns.
Yeah, I mean, he should. If Max has a few more numbers, you never know, but I don't think that Max... First off, he didn't need armor on the spears. Or forging. I also don't think he expected Tatoh to click up. The scouts are in. They could pick off villagers in Max's base, but more importantly, Tatoh could focus on the pawns. He has the middle. This is so well played by Tatoh.
Are fishing ships maybe a bit too slow? Just think about it. 150 wood for a dock, then a second dock, 300. Build some fishing ships, 600 wood gone.
Yeah.
You get some food. On the other side, Franks, 100 wood invested.
And now a town center. A town center on the berries.
Love that.
Yeah, I mean, so from what I've seen, Tatoh has shown me that maybe the fish on this map are overrated. Or at least, like, overrated in the early game. They might be good in the mid game, and that's why he's trying to take out Max's. Oh, he's failed on the right side. But yeah, that town center's going up. These villagers did not want to be warriors. They wanted to be foragers, but they fought off well. Tato's just gonna boom, man. He's just gonna boom.
It's somewhat exposed at home. Not a lot of walls there, but, well, look at the max base. He doesn't look like he wants to attack too much. Now, drop stable number 2 and 3, though.
Can Max sustain 3 stable production? It's according to the overlay, he has no horse color. He's getting it now. And he has 7 on food. So I feel like he has 1 fishing ship. Tatoh sniped a few. He could, of course, add farms, but I don't think he's going to have the food income to really produce out of 3 stables.
It's not like he's floating a lot of resources, right? Sometimes we see people arrive to Castle Age very late, having 600 food, 700 gold in the bank, and can really produce.
This is like Huang style. Look how much he has on gold. 15 on gold. I feel like he's going to start buying food. Go full Huang.
But Tatoh will have the perfect answer to that, right?
Yeah.
Monastery in the center already. Monks can jump in and out of the TC there as well.
He also has pikes, too. So he has pikes. He continues to make archers, which is a little bit... I'm not too sure on that. But can snatch up the 5 relics. I like to see Tatoh secure the left side of his base with a town center on the gold. Or maybe, yeah, the right side, where there's a gold and a wood line.
Left side, can he snipe the villager?
Oh, he got it! Kill. He got it. Okay, so that villager goes down. This is typical Tatoh. Unfortunately, we've been looking at so much I wasn't able to show all of it. But I believe Tatoh sniped 3 or 4 fishing ships in the right pond. So unlike a lot of players, Tatoh, instead of trying to win water and invest sometimes thousands of resources into winning a pond, he just wanted to snipe the fishing ships. And he sniped it with a few fires, rather, before losing that pond.
Yeah, but I think after you click for war galleys, you can take control over that. I think,
but then you don't go. If he goes to win the pawns, he probably isn't on 3 town centers right now. Is my thought.
But he has the eco upgrade. He always wins. Like, he has the better upgrades. He should always win the pawn.
Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe delay the TCs a little bit more. Commit heavier to the docks instead of farms and military in the center. I wonder what the reasoning behind going crossbow is. Do you think the fact that Max got armor on the spears makes Tatoh think that Max is going pike knight?
And also, like, it's the mind games again, right? He is Franks, expected to go knights. His opponent wants to counter that.
Yeah.
Expected to go pikeman. Therefore, he goes with the counter crossbowman, which now face knights.
Yeah, and 2 monks there as well. Max might be tempted to fight the crossbows. And he was tempted. He runs out, and only he loses a knight to the conversion.
Oh, another crossbow will deal with the spearman behind this.
Another conversion. Surely that's another conversion. Oh, that's so good for Tatoh.
Now he's somewhat exposed, and suddenly Persians become really good. No, he doesn't go for the engagement.
He doesn't go for the engagement. That knight is really confused. At this point, he's probably glad he's dead because he switched back and forth. Remember, will be 5 relics for Tatoh, who is on stone, by the way. And cheap Frank castles could be huge here.
Yeah, not the most efficiency on the woodland there, if you see. Like, that looks like a romance. Look at her.
Oh, social distancing. Leave room for Jesus, guys. I don't know if you're talking about the woodline or the stone, but that's a bug, and those 2 villagers are not bringing in resources because of whatever they're doing. Okay.
Are they chatting? Like, look at my rock.
I don't know.
Like, yeah, I'm looking at it.
We're on the official Red Bull channel. We're not going to talk about looking at someone else's rock, Nili. Come on, that's gross.
Okay. Maybe she has a nice rock collection.
Yeah, stone mining upgrade. It's funny. He's like, I'm not bringing in stone fast enough. Let's get the stone mining upgrade. Meanwhile, those 2 villagers are not working.
Oh.
Okay. He's just sorted it out. Beautiful.
Look at all the villages in the center by Tatoh. That's so many villages on the barrier. That's crazy.
Yeah. I think Tatoh, the only risk with this is that you are going to need long-term food economy, which is farms. And I look at his main TC, and it's not pretty. So, yes, the berries are really good. It gives you a spike. But he's got to have some benefit from that. Also, he's badly pop-capped right now, Nili. Every single TC stopped trading villagers. And Max is just, is he 1 town center still?
He is all-inning this one.
Whoa.
Knight, aggression, mangonel, and he has enough stone to build the TC as well. This game will most likely end within the next 2 minutes.
Who do you favor?
I have no idea.
It depends on conversions, but if these knights have armor, I think I favor the Max. Because Tatoh, he could lose all the villagers, and he has Frank crossbows with a few pikes and monks. That's not great.
Oh. Tatoh can build a castle as well now. He has enough resources to click up pretty soon as well. Pikemen at the front. Monks need to get conversions.
Yeah, they definitely do. There's the castle. He could... Oh, and Max is going to build his own castle right next to the berries. Do both castles go up here?
Yes, they will. And the game won't end in 2 minutes, it will end in 3 minutes. after Tatoh gets Imp.
Oh, not necessarily. I guess it depends on if this push is followed up. If Max makes more and maybe senses the Imp and goes for Rams. But yeah, both castles will go up. I think Tatoh will love this. He's on his way to the Imperial Age.
Yeah, what a beautiful play. Look at how calmly he reacted to that, right? Some people would have like jumped in castle v castle, but he knew, okay, my eco is so strong behind this. The longer I hold, the better it looks for me.
What's Max's play here? I see the Siege Workshop, and he already had one, so I think he knows that Tatoh must be up, and he will add Rams.
Uh-oh, but that's a big counter-attack of knights there. 18 knights running around, and there's not that much defense. Look at that. 4 poor pikemen for the defense.
Okay, which TC is the Imp TC? Okay, the Imp TC is going to be the TC that Max arrives to with his knights, and if there's not enough army here, if Tatoh doesn't distract enough, Max could simply take the TC out.
Oh, but do you think that's his thought process?
I think he's probably... It's too risky. He probably will go for Vil kills instead.
Yeah, it's also too unlikely. Why would that be that TC?
Yeah,
and you can easily throw the game if you just completely commit there.
Yeah, and if you snipe villagers and then have knights and a ram push to follow it up, it is still likely you can get a victory. And Tatoh brought monks back and crossbows. I think Max is still doing the right thing. Unfortunately, he has to engage. Look at these quick walls from Tatoh, though.
Beautiful move. More houses there at the top as well.
Oh, but he misses there on the left. Ouch.
And actually, the monks only got 1 conversion there. That wasn't the prettiest thing ever.
Nili, just wait for it. The Siege Workshop. 3 Rams right now. 3 Rams. More Knights coming in. Max could win this game.
Tatoh is completely out of position. Now the Imp timing, that should probably trigger the Max to go for it ASAP.
Yeah, and he doesn't... The only thing Tatoh gains from Imp with this composition is maybe Halberdier. But he has 8 pikemen. That and trebuchets, but good luck making trebuchets against knights and rams.
Uh-oh.
Nice little wall off from Tatoh on the left, making sure the knights can't escape. I think Max should not be leaving anyways. I think he should be staying to fight, so it makes the decision easy.
although they're really low in HP.
And just run around and run back to the gold, right? And then pressure the middle. Tatoh could be losing this game at the moment. He already lost game number 1. Max has just as much population, and he's ram pushing the middle.
Oh god, did I miss that situation. And Tatoh, look at how much gold he's floating. Finally can use the market. Wants to go for some upgrades.
Oh!
So little upgrades.
And Max is on the gold, and he's still running around Tatoh's main eco. Half of Tatoh's eco is idle. Unbelievable.
Oh, that is so good by TheMax. He knows how little or how small his timing was. The Knights might even get into the other one. And
Another
again,
failed
Tatoh's
quick
not
wall
on
from
time.
Tatoh. It's so much clicking too. Look at all the vills that he tried to quick wall with earlier. They're still idle.
Oh
Dang.
god, now at the stone as well. Harbor the attack finally.
Oh!
And the monastery might even die.
Look what Max is building. An in your face, never go fast imp on me castle. Oh my god, and now Tatoh's building his own castle on the right side.
Okay, that could have been even more aggressive because he doesn't want to lose it against all the ramps, so it makes a lot of sense. How many barracks do we even have? Tatoh only has 3 barracks that he's producing out
Yep,
of.
he does have halberdier. He still has some crossbows remaining. He's building another castle here. Now my question is, does Max need to build that castle there? Like, what does Max continue to do here, Nili? Because there are helps
He will
out.
continue to lose villagers. That castle won't go up, Tristan.
73, 75, 76, 77. That castle will be denied, and now it swings right back into Tatoh's control.
Oh god, and Harbor the upgrade is something really good there against the army composition that TheMax had so many knights there. The ramps are getting pushed back as well. Whew, Tatoh can breathe again.
Oh man, can I?
No,
okay.
not allowed to.
All right, because I haven't been able to the last couple of minutes. What a game. You know, what I'm thinking here is, as Max gets Commander on, Max's Castle Age options can counter the Halberdiers. So he could counter that and stay in Castle Age. However, Tatoh's base is now pretty secure with the castles. Tatoh's sorting out his idols, and after it's all said and done, the villager numbers or the eco numbers are the same. So you'd prefer to be in Tatoh's position again. He is protecting his Treb, so Max will have to deal with another. Well, not only did he have the Doubt Castle, but this castle getting Treb down. And Max is just one town center eco, so maybe Max wasn't able to do enough.
Oh god, but he did a lot.
A lot,
and
yeah.
I thought he was too far behind, and well, he put himself in a beautiful spot to not be dead at this very moment.
Yep.
Population-wise, he's only 10 behind, but for now, still can't think about imping.
Like, that was the only way that Max had a chance. Tatoh was 3 town centers, had taken all the berries and had 5 relics. That type of a push was well-timed, and I haven't seen an all-in Castle Age Night Raid work that effectively in a long time. He had so many groups moving.
Yeah. It reminds me a bit of the Dogao against LaaaN series
Yeah.
today, where we went for that all in as well. And again, people on this level are so good at defending those. Though.
Yeah. So messy. Tatoh, his fingers probably hurt, man. He had to go for so many quick walls. But Tatoh, he continues to move forward with the Trebs. Honestly, instead of going after the Siege Workshop, I'd just take out the ranges. Because if you take out the ranges, then Max can't make the crossbows. Max can't make the crossbows, he can't stop Halb crossbow Treb.
Yeah, absolutely right. Tatoh only now goes for ballistics, and well, with all the defense and the castles there, that's obviously aiding Tatoh's defense for against the Night Raids now as well, and TheMax saw that he doesn't.
Dang, man. I'm so glad that we saved the series for the final set today, because this has been a treat, man. As we've already stated, after that attack kind of fizzled out, that was such a good all-in from TheMax, but in the end, the good strategy and execution in the mid-game worked out for Tatoh. The first time that we've seen someone forget about the pawns mainly and go for the berries, and it worked.
That's so weird. And I would have thought Tatoh is a guy who always puts a lot of emphasis on those pawns and wants to go for them heavily, but he had a different plan and it worked out really nicely.
Yeah, and I have a few other things to say too, because this is such a complex best of 5, but we'll get to that after we look at the statistics. Now, I want to see the food. How much food was collected? Okay, so Tatoh had less food collected, but I think he had more incoming in the Castle Age. That's why he could go in. Also, he wasn't producing a lot of knights. Max actually had more food, more wood, and more gold. It was just slightly more stone for Tatoh.
Just think about it, like the last 5 minutes, he had not a single villager on berries, and like 20 villagers idle constantly as well.
Oh man, 95 kills for Tatoh, 84 deaths. Like that, I definitely felt like this is game over when both castles went up in the middle. I thought Max maybe had a 10% chance, but he almost did it. Imagine if they would have come, like what if his castle age time, I look at this here, and there's a 4-minute difference. What if his castle age time was a bit faster, and then he went for the push?
Well, I think if he was closer, let's say like 11.5 minutes or something,
he would have
then
killed a TC.
He would not have gone for that all-in, right? He felt like, okay, I'm so late in Castle Age, you will have either the better army or the better economy. I need to make something crazy happen, and that's how we got into this game.
Yeah, exactly. He would build TCs and just boom, like Persians do. Cool. Well, we'll go back now. The score is 1-1, which is what all neutrals were hoping for. And we go to Max's home map. Tatoh obviously had a strategy prepared for his home map there. What does the Max have? So the Max has Aztlan, and he has El Dorado. What did Velez do with Lithuanians? I forget. Did he go Lithuanians on El Dorado or Aztlan? I felt like Velez used that Civ. Does anyone remember?
I did see them today on El Dorado, but that was Vinchester, right?
Yeah, I forget. It was on Aztlan. Okay, Aztlan. Okay, so will he go? Like Max picked that pretty high up. Do you think he actually picks Lithuanians here against Tato's? Well, I don't know. Tatoh knows what to expect, but maybe Malians, Celts, Aztecs.
I'm not sure where to even pick them. I think Lithuanians might be a bit better on Aztlan, and then we probably have Ethiopians for El Dorado.
See, I thought pick Lithuanians on the previous map because of the relics and the extra food starts so you could dock early, but I don't know, man. I think it's safe to say that the players have chosen very unique strategies.
Yeah, lovely stuff for sure.
But I wanna bring up one thing. So remember we had the conversation about Saracens being banned, right? So Tatoh obviously, like, he played that game against the Persians playing meta, and so I feel like he almost expected Persians there, so he let it happen, beat it, and then also took Saracens out, which has been seen on that map and has been seen heavily from the Max, to fast imp. So he got to imp faster against Persians, got rid of Persians, a strong civ, and avoided that potential fast imp counter.
Yeah, it was just such a nice execution. And, well, we can jump into game number 3, the Max home map.
It's gotta be Lithuanians, right? It's gotta be Lithuanians.
Oh, this one will be an aggressive one, Tristan.
Oh boy, alright, Tatoh. At Novaru, he might get all the credit, but Tatoh was one of the first high-level players to do the Inca Vil Rush, and he starts off this game. Did he get armor? He actually didn't use the blacksmith yet.
No, he went for the wood upgrade, now has 16 villagers on food. The thing is, what some people forget is you don't have to Vil Rush, right? You can just get the upgrades. You can play with Eagles as well. We did see earlier that Slam played a simple, normal game with Incas. No, who played it on Arabia? No, that was Aztec, actually. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, okay, so Tatoh is going to play Incas normal, and you know, Incas really could be played normally too, because they counter everything. I think there's a certain YouTube video with a certain German player on my channel out there. I hear that guy's
Ghost Lake game.
No, not that one.
Ghost Lake game,
I'm sorry about that one. I was thinking, no. It's like, I think the title is all the counters.
No one wants to see that.
No, it's don't watch that one, guys. I think it's all the counters, and you played really well. You used every Inca counter in a 1v1. Sorry, I was trying to compliment you, but anyways, Tatoh built his tower. Max built his tower super early, possibly expecting that Inca Vil Rush, and Max is here with fletching archers already.
Only 5 villagers on wood at the moment. Okay, now goes to 8. Builds a second barracks, so that will be
Tatoh
in very early castle age for Tatoh. It's just walled, some control. He is close to completely walled. Mass eagles. That's a unique approach. Look at that, even stonewall to the left-hand side.
So he wants to go... We just haven't seen this yet from Inkas. And we didn't see the previous game played... We haven't seen Franks played out like the previous game either. I think it's all in 1 TC Eagle. Whereas Max will... He could go crossbow knight, I guess.
And we constantly say like, oh, that's so important to control the center and everyone will play super aggressive full all in. But Tatoh just thinks about it, I will build 1 defensive tower and I will hold this.
And Max is expecting this to be played out as it's normally played out, or either that or he wants to kill those villagers. So he's going for armor on scouts, and archers already have fletching, and it's good for Max though. I think having more in the middle might mean you can invest more into feudal.
Well, how much more does he have in the middle? 7 villagers to 8, 9 working
10
now?
against 7. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I mean, yeah, he has to make them work. He's adding another stable though. And still making scouts.
Crazy. If Tatoh can buy himself another tower, and he can, he still has 4 stone left then, he can't be broken.
Well, Tatoh still... I don't know. I'm keeping an eye on the food counts because Tatoh still hasn't clicked, right? He's just making 2 barrack eagles.
Yeah.
And I do like the stone wall on the left from Tatoh because that could be broken easily by Max's army and he could break in. Also placing a lumber camp there already so he can go to that corner. And a stone wall on the right as well.
What an interesting approach. Is TheMax diving under the tower now? It looks a bit like no quick walls by Tatoh.
No quick walls. The villagers are exposed. The villagers have armor. So do the eagles. Will Tatoh just fight with the villagers? This is so awkward, Nili.
Oh, but the tower is helping out, and obviously those villagers are absolute beasts here with the defense. It feels like Tato's holding this one.
I want to check the villager HP. He had 7 here, right? So he's 5 in the tower. And then he has 2 villagers still here fighting. And now he quick walls. And the Max invested so much into that. There's very little reward from that push.
Oh god, that's the complete army gone there. 10 to 6 KD for Tatoh. And Tatoh, he was the one who just needed to buy some time for himself. And he's on the way to Castle Age, while the Max is sitting at 9 food.
Okay, now Max is towering. He could send archers inside the tower. He could push with the archers and scouts. Now, Tatoh is off the shorefish, which I think is an important point. That tower will take him off of that. I think it would not surprise me if Max goes all in feudal here.
Yeah, but against what? Tatoh is completely walled.
But then Tatoh will have 7 on food, and he can't afford eagles, and his current eagle numbers are going down.
Well, he will break out the site, will send 20 on gold, and will buy himself some food.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just wondering what Max does. Does he try and go castle, or does he make all-in feudal? And I think all-in feudal is possibly the wiser play. I don't think either of us have seen a game play out like this before.
I think he can't break Tatoh in feudal age, so yeah, I think that's the option he has to go for. Look at that, so many stone walls as well.
Here you see stone walls from Tatoh. Yeah, exactly. I'm just wondering. I mean, eventually Tato's going to get some farms up, right? But maybe heavy market abuse with that gold. Buy some food.
Well, Tatoh has a lot of farms up.
Yeah. He added a few farms. I don't think you need many farms either. Like maybe just a few farms to keep production going with the eagles.
Yeah, we'll go for triple barracks here, builds a defensive tower. He just wants to buy himself some time. Wheelbarrow for the Max behind is still very low in the resource count. The Max, he might ram his head into a wall here.
Too bad he's not Kumans. He could actually make rams. Break in.
Yeah. Possibility C now in the center could be a good option for him.
I don't know. I still feel like this is somewhat manageable for Max. Obviously, Eagle Warrior with armor and most of Max's militaries won't be able to hold. But he transferred a lot more to the middle, and he could click up himself soon.
Okay.
I've just seen it enough times, you know? But Tatoh, it might even be better to just avoid the middle and go to the gold eco or wood eco or, well... Actually, Max doesn't have a lot of his base, so yeah, go to the middle.
So he's so open in the back, and Tatoh just confirms that with his horse as well.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles are just trying to loop around the right-hand side and move in there. The Max, he won't be walled in time.
Well, Max, I think, is scouting that with his own horse at the moment, so he will probably send a Vill. Here she comes to wall that. He has a lot of towers, so he will likely see if Tatoh goes towards the middle, and if he doesn't see Tatoh go towards the middle, he'll know he needs to quick wall. Let's see what Tatoh can do and how quickly Max can wall. Because here goes Tatoh for the counter. Again, no villagers on fish. Max is on the way up with a lot of military.
Oh, and he can maybe, with 2 stables and all those scouts, I think he will get a strong army up early Castle Age as well.
Would you still make scouts in this situation? Would you still make scouts, or would you just wait for knights? I feel like scouts is the play.
I think I'd only do scouts if I feel like I could be broken before reaching Castle Age.
Ah, okay. Makes sense. The towers kind of help.
Yeah, he has towers, he has enough archers there. I think he should be fine without scout protection, but the Max thinks differently.
Alright, so he's getting forging, he already has armor, he already has bloodlines. He could definitely afford light cav. Max has to fight here. He pulls the vills back. I think this fight goes reasonably well for the Max.
Yeah, it's completely fine for him trading off the Feudal Age army here against all the Eagles, right? Tatoh wants to go for the snowball, but...
Those are gold units. Dang. And he fought before armor, too. And Tatoh, like, his food eco is so bad, and he's trying to go 3 town center. He has 11 farms, nearly. I know that Incas build farms faster, but if Max is able to have all the shorefish, he could probably boom 3 TCs and pressure.
Oh boy, 8 military at the moment. That's including 3 spearmen, so not really that great. Tatoh is building 3 TCs as well. Let's take a look. Is the Max dropping them? Well, so far, 1 TC being dropped in the center, actually.
Whoa, okay. All right. We mentioned that in the Yo Slam series. Would someone town center the middle? That market is actually a weak point in this wall for Tatoh. He needs to make sure he walls behind. Tatoh actually sends Eagles in. What? The Max? With those quick walls? That was dirty.
Oh, he is so good with those as well. Absolutely on point, and that's not really what he's known for,
Exactly.
But he certainly has that on his arsenal.
All right, he'll have 2 knights in the middle. Should be enough for those Eagles, and then he's breaking down the market. Tatoh has had to make a siege workshop. Tatoh does have a slight vill lead, and Tatoh started chopping towards the middle a while ago. Only 3 villagers there, but he can break into the extra stone and golds that are there. And keep in mind, Max will know that, because you can always see those corners.
And the Max, well, he won't be that much slower. I think Tatoh maybe pulling like 5-6 villagers for their woodline might have been better than only 3.
Maybe. I guess it depends how important that is, too. Like, Tatoh might want a castle, but he might not need a castle right now, so he'll eventually get through.
Yeah, I don't really see Kamayuks being the super crazy unit here. And, well, Mangonel now with the defense. Tatoh will not be broken. He will sit back. And we felt he has the timing early Castle Age with Eagles. Maybe he gets a better timing with early Imp and Elite Eagles.
Yeah, I think it was the right decision. I think he realized that Max would defend. So when he realized that, instead of going all in with production, he decided to go for the TCs instead. Doesn't have the food income that is quite as fast as Max. But as Max builds a second town center in the middle? Wow. But yeah, Tatoh is certainly gonna have quite a bit of food income with the farms.
Oh, Eagles might get cleared up here by all the knights. Tatoh takes that engagement, but what are the Eagles doing?
Yeah, Eagles taking the engagement as well. They grouped up nicely around those 2 knights, but I don't think they can deal with the rest of the army coming in. What do you think about Max getting relics right now? I think that would be a great decision. It's kind of tough to know what to do with Lithuanians in the next stage, but getting a few relics can be really helpful if you're going to be going for Cav.
Oh, yeah, especially if you feel like, okay, I will fight against a lot of Eagles and he wants to go for Knights. That would be so good, giving him some extra attack there.
Look at Tatoh camping the relic too. He knows that Lithuanian Cav gets +1 attack for each relic that's collected. So he's scouting that. And Tatoh does not have a lot of interest in fighting in Castle Age. You're right, Nili. Definitely all about the Imperial Age.
Oh, but looking at 70 food at the moment doesn't really imply that he will fly to him pretty soon. Some idle villagers there for the farms as well. I don't think he will find a lot of damage here.
Yeah, and Max has 91% of his food eco. Does he have a single farm? No. Yeah, he has 100% of his food eco on the shorefish, and he could imp soon.
Wow.
I feel like Max should think about adding some farms, right? Because eventually the shorefish will run out, and that would be a rude awakening. But in general, this is sick.
And, well, we did design those maps, or we did pick those maps because they create so much aggression, right? Because the center is important. The Max ignoring the center in game number 2 got punished for it. Now, Tatoh ignoring the center in game number 3.
If this was Hera or Viper, we'd see a trap between the mining camp and the market. Like we'd see another market or something. But nope. Just save the villagers. Wait, here again, quick wall. Quick wall. Oh, Tatoh, that's a huge mistake. Oh my goodness. Into the knights, into the light cap, and the crossbow are coming in behind. Your eagles, Tatoh.
And barely any single eagles fighting the crossman study.
Look at them run! Look at them run! They're like on the treadmill, man.
Yeah, treadmill under them indeed.
Oh
god.
Dang, well, there's a lot more eagles out in the field that Tatoh had a few moments ago. But Max is on the way to the Imperial Age. I did see that he sending a monk over to that one relic. And he's adding more stables, so he's definitely thinking of taking advantage of the cav.
Honestly, like, that's the second or third group of eagles, like a dozen or like 8 eagles moving out, completely getting mobbed.
Yeah.
I think he needs to wait for the big numbers. He's now on the way to him. He needs like 50, 60 eagles, all the upgrades, and then make a go. This way, he isn't getting to numbers.
Well, I think he's going to need Halb as well, right? There he goes on the way to Imp. I think it might even be better to get Halb before Elite Eagle. It depends on what he can afford, but a combination of Halberdier, probably not Kameyok, and Elite Eagles works against Cavalier. It's just that Max is going to have a lot of momentum. Do Ethiopians don't get hand cannons, right? Or not Ethiopians, Lithuanians.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% certain on that. And, well, Tatoh even dropping TC number 4, so he wants to set himself up for the big economy. For now, still exclusively eagle production, though.
Yeah, wow, yeah, a lot of eco in the corners for both players right now. Again, I'm just wondering, most of the food income is disappearing in the middle. Is it going to be a mistake for Max to invest this much? Like, could he start building some farms? Because Tato's food economy will last longer.
Well, eventually he needs to transition, but for now, if I look at it, I just asked myself the same question, and I did count like 25 remaining shorefish. That's 5k more food for him still together.
Yeah, all right. Pikeman coming in for Tatoh. He's on his way to Imp, of course. Max just hit the Imperial Age. Suddenly, there's a whole lot more out here from Tatoh. And this is no longer raids, Nili. This is an army composition that's meant to clean up the middle, where there's so much of Max's economy. I think he needs farms. He only has 8 on wood, too. So, like, it's not like he has the wood to make farms.
Now taking the engagement, not really sure if that's the best timing shortly before Cavaliers. By the way, we have 2 relics now collected by
plus
the Max.
4. So he is 10 plus 4. I think you probably do want to fight there, right?
If you're the Max, absolutely.
Yeah. All right,
How's Tatoh doing?
Tatoh, hoping the pikes would work, I think. Well, now the units are trapped in there, so they have to fight. And there's also crossbow behind. I think this is good for Max, but with DE pathing, sometimes the knights don't group up and fight. What is this?
Tatoh thinks, okay, I'm doing the good job with my TC in the back there, but honestly, the crossmen have more damage output, and Tato's military plummets so much, he's now only at 18 military.
Yeah, and a lot of those crossbows are taking out the pikes, too, so Max's positioning in the crossbow is perfect there. Economically, I'm still not sure if Max can sustain this, but that was an amazing start to the Imperial Age. Wow.
Oh, man. Lots of idle villagers now in the back. Monks trying to get some conversions, but, well, where are the upgrades? Now we see some halberdiers, but enough crossbowmen left over. I think those 11 crossbowmen, they can clean up even reasonably big masses of halberdiers.
Oh, Tatoh probably can't believe it. Nice house wall. I think if I'm Max, I send a couple cavaliers to the back corner right now. Get back to the golds. But he's all over the farming eco. Tatoh has 46 idols. Max's production continues from the stables. He's making more stables. 12 plus 6 attack on the Lithuanian cav now.
Oh, that's just so crazy. And indeed, those two
Cavaliers. No, they're going for the farmers for now, maybe fearing that the wall off is very easy there for the left-hand side.
Yeah, and so you just take whatever kills you can get, and you break through the house foundation and continue this. TheMax is doing a great job. Not easy when Halbs are out. He shouldn't have done this much, though. I don't think Tatoh ever should have let him in.
Oh, well, it's not always your choice. There was so much army knocking at his front door. He kind of needed to run with his own army. I just felt like the engagements weren't great there. Maybe some earlier monks could have helped out. Oh god, Tatoh is looking in a very tricky situation. Cavaliers at the left-hand side corner.
Yeah, okay, so Max is in a great position as long as he continues to have food economy. And it's getting worse. So he's going to push now. He doesn't even have horse color, no farms. Very all-in forward castle from TheMax.
Just think about it. Didn't build a single farm this whole game.
And he's in. And he's still making use of the crossbows. He has the extra attack. Tatoh, that's actually not bad for Tatoh. Converted 2 cav and shoots him up with the halberdiers.
But how does he clear up the castle now at the front? That will just build traps. Tatoh is sitting at a solid 3 stone. Bought 500.
Whoa.
What?
Yeah. Well, I guess you have the gold back there, and he's about to go to the gold in the south, so there he goes. He wants to build a castle. Max should make trebs first thing, and he's already doing it.
Okay, just bought 600 stone, realizing, okay, I need to hold this some way. And horse color, Tristan, for the first farm.
Okay, so I imagine he's probably sending more vills to wood now. It wouldn't surprise me to see him grab vills from the middle and place lumber camps. And then add farms. I feel like I'm really surprised that the shorefish strategy has worked this well. I thought they would run out sooner.
It's really a lot of shorefish there. I didn't really count it, but it looked like 50, 60 shorefish overall.
He's also going to get the final relic. Actually, there's 2 more, but he'll get the final attack on his cav.
Yeah,
with that relic.
It's just so massive. Oh god, it's already 12 plus 6. And Paladin tech now as well. That's like damage output out of this world.
Oh man, and Tato's already in a rough position. Had to buy stone to build the castle. Now needs to buy stone to repair the castle when behind in trebuchets.
150 population doesn't look too bad for him. Maybe if he thinks, okay, I'm holding this till the end of time, can go for mass Kamayuks, Monk, Halberdier. That sounds kind of reasonable against the Cavaliers, but soon they're Paladins with endless amount of attack.
Yep. Full map control too for TheMax. Unfortunately, he can't really raid the corners with the gold and the stone, but this is the position to push. Worth noting that Tatoh got badly housed a moment ago, so he's probably building houses. And if he loses this castle, that could also pop cap him again.
Tatoh did buy another 200 stone there and continues repairing. Did send a lot of villagers over there, but still no masonry. Now has the +4 defense reasonably on the way. Wants to take the engagement. I don't think that will work.
No, I don't think so. Not against this. Not against the mix of crossbows and what will soon be Paladin with +7. Max also so confident, he just stopped making trebs and got conscription, and the castle falls. And Tato's pop capped. He can't produce more. He's pop capped. He needs houses quickly.
Would that trigger you to fight? Maybe it does for Tatoh. He will also lose his starting TC. Tries to trade off against all the traps, and now the potentially final engagement.
Yeah, Max will probably continue that patrol with his crossbows, but the Paladins will join in here, and here they are. The castle fire. The +8 attack on the Lithuanian Paladins. Max is going to win this game, and Tatoh probably is shocked. He won game 2, going for a very similar strategy, going for the berries in the middle. I never would have expected the Lithuanians to be this dominant on this map. Never.
Whoop, did he just get mobbed up there? 14 +8 Paladins. Waited for the perfect timing, then took the engagement castle to help out. All the crossmen behind this as well. What a dominant play here by TheMax.
3 farms. And the farms aren't even constructed yet. Like this, next time I play in a tournament, this is my home map. 3 farms. Oh my goodness. Not a single farm. Like, he didn't try and go with 10 to 20 farms while having a mix of villagers in the middle. No, just all in on farms, and he afforded that level of production. And that's saying something when Tatoh was that much faster to castle H2. Man.
Yeah. So,
how I think this should have worked, right? Tatoh did build the defensive tower, did go for some eagles, did the beautiful wall up there to protect his tower, did smash the first army. Everything there went pretty well for him. Then, though, he did fall back and gave the full center control for the Max. This is the window where he has the way better tech, can go for eagles with very little food investment, massively on gold, and smash all the army. But Tatoh, he added TCs, didn't go for all the upgrades. He tried to play the long game against all the shortfish. That's not how it works. You need to all in there early castle age and don't add TCs.
I think so. And I was thinking about this. I think you and I disagree on this point. I think if he tried to go all in there, I felt like Max had the food income to make enough scouts and have the choke point with the archers and the towers and the walls to hold against it. That's the only way I could see. It's the only reason why Tatoh probably didn't do it. Because I felt like maybe Max could hold because of the food income. And then maybe you think, well, if you give Max the food income, then he's going to have paladins later, right? So you're right. That's the window right there. 9:35 castle time for Tatoh. 13:54. Props to the Max for pressuring, though. And what a hold in early castle age, too, because that's quite a big difference, especially since Tatoh had eagles and armor. There's a lot of elements to that, too, right? Because he had to wall at home. Tatoh was thinking about raiding, but Max walled at home expecting it. He was scouting with his horse. I mean, the level of play was unreal. This is what you get with the Max. You get preparation. Sometimes he shows up. Sometimes he doesn't show up as much. But Tatoh must be really worried now.
Yeah, he certainly should be. Every single eagle counted so much there, and whew, last home map for Tatoh.
Like that, there have been so many games today that I felt like are the best games that I've seen in Empire Wars. That was incredible, such a unique strat. And I think Velez tried to do it. He obviously trains with Max, right? I think he tried to do it in his earlier set, but it didn't work. But anywho, Tatoh, he now has Golden Swamp as his remaining home map. He has Malians, Celts, and Aztecs. What civ are we expecting to see here?
We also have to think that El Dorado could be a potential map number 5. I wouldn't be surprised to see Celts versus Britons here.
Yeah, I think the same. All right, let's get into it. The next game is up. Okay, I promise that when I said I felt the same, I didn't see. Here we have it. Celts vs. Britons, nearly on point. Tatoh, picking a civilization which we've seen pretty frequently on this map. He's here in the red. He needs to win, otherwise he is out of this tournament in round 1. And the Max, a person who had to qualify because he did not perform near as well as other players, especially Tatoh in Hidden Cup 3. Max has gone for Britons.
Had to qualify and failed in the first qualifier. Had to go the full distance, and the second qualifier, well, put him into the position that he is now. Tatoh, double dock opening.
Yeah, double dock opening. Probably making use of all the Celt strengths here with this because they do chop that wood faster. Think there's very interesting time windows in this. Like, arguably, Celts are much better on water than Britons at this stage. However, Britons are probably much better on land with the fast archers. Also, I do kind of like how the Briton sheep bonus is utilized here because you have the water buffaloes and Britons do collect that faster. And then probably the power spike in Castle Age Nili with the extra range on the crossbows is dangerous for Celts. Then in post-imp ideal compositions, Celts can steamroll with the higher HP siege.
Yeah, if we ever get into that situation, right? That's a lot of Age of Empires to come before that, though. And, well, now some fire galleys added. Obviously, both players not really having the best idea where their opponent is. Scouted around themselves here, at least Tatoh did. On the other side, well, we had some more aggression from the Max. His 2 archers shouldn't really get in, though.
Yeah, he didn't even get fletching. I think if he gets in, he considers fletching. But for now, he's thinking, I'm not going to do too much. I like how, as Max's archers will get partially through, I really like how Tatoh positioned his dock so he could fish after this. And Max actually hid his dock, if you notice. Like, that is not a dock you build if you want to fish. That is a dock you build if you want to snipe fishing ships.
Speaking of snipe, the villager in the end did die. No fletching was needed there, apparently. And Tatoh He did go for some kind of panic walls, but all looks somewhat reasonable. And yeah,
Wow.
you said it. Hidden dock, and he will attack the fishing ship.
Wow, okay, so that fishing ship could go down. Tatoh, he invested so much more into water and to walls. And it didn't do too much for me. I mean, obviously it has the fishing ship, so that's good. We'll probably continue to fish here until the castle age. But lost a villager, also had a hole in that wall that we'll need to pay attention to that. Max is pretty content with his situation right now.
Who's winning the fire galley fight in the center? I think it could be double kill.
Oh, you called that one, Nili. Well done. That's something that I've been seeing more and more recently.
Yeah, I was constantly trying to figure out who could win, checking HP, but it always looked the same. And, well...
That's how scouts should be. You know those scout fights where one scout ends up on 3 HP? That's how scouts should be. The one scout, as he's falling, finishes off the other scout. Makes it fair.
Throws his sword over there like,
Yeah.
You die as well!
Yep. Alright, well, Max, forward stable. This is such a Max thing. And he's on his way to the castle age, already pressuring these walls. So, Knights... Is he going to go Knight, Crossbow, Siege against the Celt player? Like, this is really uncommon.
Well, we have seen double stable Knights with Vikings as well, so
Yeah.
I'm not ruling out anything anymore.
And Tatoh doesn't even have fletching on the skirms, and Tatoh has not clicked up to Castle Age yet. And those Britain archers get very, very strong once Max arrives in the next stage.
The horse was really annoying there, but in the end, Tatoh did get his walls up. Actually, look at the bottom of the map. How deep those archers could go behind the woodline there.
That's true, yeah. If they get through... Oh, you mean on this... Okay, the right side, yeah. Just stick one archer behind the woodline.
Yeah.
Alright, well, Tatoh should have the more stable eco because of a few fishing ships. But Max is going to make sure that he does not let that go untroubled. He has 2 docks himself. He has options here, Nili. He could go for the War Galley upgrade and fight on water. He could also add a knight and a few archers. I wouldn't prefer to be in Tato's shoes because it seems very defensive.
And, well, you don't really know what's happening on land at the moment, right? Does he have any idea about the forward? No, not at all. And, well, water isn't really for the massive fish boom. It's for a lot of map control.
Yep.
Skirms, you can't really counterattack with that either, though.
Again, another double kill. That's the second one this game. Tatoh didn't spot the stable. Now there's a siege workshop. See, this is a push that you see a lot from Celts. It's not a push you see frequently against Celts.
Oh, and the villager actually walled himself in there.
Oh, that's sad.
Don't kill him. Oh, actually, I think you shouldn't kill him, because most likely he will open a house there.
Oh, yeah. So there's less houses there. Tatoh just found out there's a stable. However, he might not be too upset with the fact he can trade versus the crossbows before the knight comes out.
Oh,
Hasn't
that's
killed...
pretty for him.
Okay, he kills 2 crossbows. Max is microing. Oh, the nice micro from Max. Okay, he'll still have quite a few over here.
Fire Galley joins the party there as well. I think some skirms could be saved. The problem is, like, does Tatoh think, okay, that's just a sneaky stable? Or does he assume that a siege workshop is following this one
Yeah,
up? So-
it is the Max, isn't it? So you'd kind of expect siege, but it's still so uncommon to see Britons doing that against Celts.
And fight in the center gets one kill there. Knight is
Wow.
getting out there as well.
Dang.
Nice micro by the Max.
Really good. And will he run back again? No, okay. Wait. What?
Oh.
Ah!
I'm waiting.
Oh.
I'm waiting, Tristan.
Oh!
Long distance.
Oh, man. The fire ship got it. Yeah, there's the TC, and there's the Maganel firing on the TC instantly.
And Tatoh, well, he now should have enough wood any second to build the siege workshop. Drops it indeed at home.
I mean, I like it and I hate it, Nili. It's gonna look brilliant if Max can hold this position, but if Tatoh just defends with his own faster firing Celt Siege, it's not gonna look too smart. Still fighting on water though, so Max hasn't given up there. He will take a good engagement next to his dock, which is on fire.
Numbers should be better for Tatoh though, right? Look
Yeah.
at that. 4 fire ships, 1 war galley, and well, I think the aggression on land will cost Tatoh some wood, but I think Mangonels should be able to defend this.
Yep. And also the eco upgrades too. Max has invested a lot into this. He doesn't have that fish eco. So, unfortunately for him, he does not have double bid axe right now. Score could be closer. It's going back and forth. Let's see how attentive Max is to the Mangonels.
Also, no botgun. So it isn't really the Brits' super range advantage at the moment.
Yeah, he chose... Oh, God! That was so close, but he chose to do too many things, didn't he? To boom, to make Mangonels, to make some knights, to make crossbows.
It's a big investment, certainly. I think... Don't you feel like Tatoh wants to lead that house to micro a bit?
Yeah, that's...
It's probably too little HP at the front, and he fears knights are coming in, but uh-oh, he goes for it.
This is really awkward, Max. Oh, he gets a shot off. Max is so fortunate. But yeah, it's really, really, really awkward for Tatoh if he wants to make defensive Mangonels. 3 TCs behind this. Max has lost the front of his base. He's also on 3 town centers. He definitely favored Celts when it comes to the boom, though. I think Max is just using the crossbows as scouts at this point to see... Ooh, nice split.
And I feel like Tatoh could build some more war galleys and attack the TC at the top.
Look at this. Look at this Mangonel.
Oh yeah, I mentioned earlier. It's so sneaky.
It's so stupid, man. If I was playing, I'd say get out of here. Who's the map scripter?
Oh yeah, that's so bad indeed. And Tatoh needs to run there, and that was kind of such a safe TC there, right?
Yeah. He can hit the town center, he can hit the vills. Max's Mangonel micro has been really good. I see a stable now for Tatoh, so he wants to make a knight or two, but there's already a monk waiting, and the Max out micros Tatoh with another Mangonel.
Oh, so great. And
dang.
Well, Britain's doing quite some damage here. Finally gets one shot off, and
Tatoh,
he gets 2 kills.
Oh god. Oh no, Max, I jinxed you. Oh.
Oh, 3-1-9. Holy moly,
God.
Tatoh with the hold. That buys him so much time.
Oh man. And not again. Not again, Max.
Not again. Oh, dodged.
That's Celts though, right? Like that's why you don't do this against the Celts. Jinxed him. There's not much else to talk about except for the booming, right? I mean, the eco upgrades are definitely in favor of Tatoh, plus he has, not only does he have the lumber camp tech, but as that knight blocks the Mangonel, he chops wood faster as Celts. Skirmishers are randomly running into Max's base as he adds a 4th town center, and that gets mopped up nearly. Yeah, struggling to see how Max can make this transition to Imp if he's not making archers as Britons, you know?
I think eventually he will. Question is, will it be with the forward base and tries to pressure there, or will he have to build it at home, which I think will be necessary.
Now here comes the knight, the monk's already there, and it gets deleted. Rip.
Finally Tatoh can deal with the Mangonel at the bottom there, gets the easy kill. It's obviously so much easier to micro if you're the defender.
Yeah, now Tato's going on a counterattack with the knights, which I really like. And he kills 2 vills.
Honestly, that's due to the work of the skirmishers that did get the scouting intel there.
Yep, knew that area was exposed. This will probably lead Max to make a few more crossbows. But we've got to be thinking about the Imperial Age now, as Max goes for the 5th TC. When do you start thinking about the middle here, Nili? Because there's so much gold at your base still.
Oh, it's also thinking about the middle and how do you even get there, right?
Yeah.
Do you try to build a castle and try to go for water back again? Do you just run through the center and pray that he doesn't have enough war galleys? Like, there are so many things to think about.
Yeah, Tato's advantage is pretty huge. These war galleys are firing on this TC. Max's eco's looking fairly idle. Can't take his gold on the right side because of no water control. I think for Max, there's a lot he has to do right now. When he does finally click up to Imp, I think maybe a castle on the shoreline and winning water back with Navy before making anything else makes sense. But he's so open to the attack, and Tatoh is actually getting scale barding on the knights now, so he might not be finished creating some of those.
Oh, interesting. Left-hand side, the Max is sneaking around with 2 villagers. Not really sure if that's for an expansion, just map control, just outposts, or for another base.
builds a stable. That is such a Max stable, dude. The second Britain stable, he builds it in the other corner of the map. He just wants the sides secured, I guess. But it's just so funny how he builds a stable so far away from everything.
Knights are back into the eco, forcing some idle villagers. TC died at the front most likely, and well, how much gold does TheMax still have left? 3k gold to mine, but a solid gold bank.
It wouldn't surprise me if Max builds a castle to the right of that farm. That would save the town center, and then that would give him an opportunity to dock. He's saving up the stone right now, and he at least was repairing the TC, so I feel like he doesn't want to lose it.
You have 90 villagers, you have 4 TCs, you don't really need that one at the front. It's not really protecting too much. I think if you want to build a castle, the next step should be like massive amount of map control. I would love that, like at the 3rd gold spots, so that you can also dock.
Okay, well, there's Mangonels here, and Tato's getting chain barding, so Tato says, alright, he wants to go in. He doesn't have military. Time to punish that with my own knights and siege. This is how it's done, Max. Celt siege is just better. It's way better. Celt eat TC. Here it comes.
Luckily, it's not the MTC, but that one will go down for sure. And Tatoh, how many stables does he have, though? It's only 2, so that won't be the craziest Solin.
Yeah, it won't be the craziest. We'll give him a lot of that map back. And I like the move because it doesn't allow Max to just ease and free boom and get to Imp and place that castle wherever he wants. Now Max can't place a castle next to the gold. Max's castle spot, I don't think he wants to place it at all right now. I think he's waiting for Imp and then an eventual castle when he cleans up the Knights.
And TheMax is actually going for stables at his home base as well. Drops the archer range at the left-hand side. This is so weird. This is all over the place.
Yeah, I wonder if Tato's little horse there will pick up on that. That's an auto scout right there, ladies and gents. Auto scout OP. What are you gonna do without it? Oh, Max, why are those fields clumped up like that? Oh! Oh! Oh, God.
How did he not lose every single one of them?
Yeah, it was just one shot. Even Tatoh accompanying the Mangonels with monks. This is really well done.
And 3 Celt Mangonels, just so efficient. That's actually the MTC, Tristan.
No way!
1300 HP.
Oh my God! Celt ETC, 82%. Repair it, Max. Repair it, Max.
He's not. He's not. He built a castle.
No. He is now.
Is that enough? 500 HP.
If Tatoh sees him repairing it, which he doesn't, he's gonna run out of wood. Potentially.
Don't tell me. No. It's still 200. But 400 HP only.
It's fine. It's fine. I never doubted. Okay, so TC stays up. That's the 3rd TC he's lost. So much for that 5 or 6 TC boom. And the castle is in the back of the map. It's protecting the edge of the earth.
Yeah, not really sure there what he wanted to do. Maybe he wants to get some upgrades. Oh, Mangonel's got a lot of map control.
Yep, amazing counterattack from the Max on the left side. Here he comes with one single crossbow. Doesn't have Bodcanero yet. Running underneath the TC. Also bringing in a Tiger. This is epic play from the Max. You don't see this from many players.
And he might even die before killing a single villager. It's more of a scouting crossbow at the moment.
What is... Hello? Hello? Buddy?
Duty.
Where is he? There's no auto crossbow, right?
There's an auto attack from a castle that kills the crossbow.
Okay. Alright, well there it goes down. Alright, well that was a great counter. I loved that play from Tatoh. Like, that was amazing.
That's a Tiger Rush! It was a Tiger Rush!
Oh, obviously.
Give me T90 Tiger!
Rar, instead of woo. Dang. Like, Max can't afford anything. He doesn't even have Bodcanero. And Tato's just taking full control of the map. Still has Mangonels. And still threatening town centers. While Max is in the Imperial Age. That was an amazing play. And what about the attack rounds potential?
Why not? What happened there? I thought he was watching it.
Yeah, probably looked away. He practices a lot with Doubt, man. He's used to maximizing on low APM.
Yeah,
sorry, Doubt. Doubt deserved it. He said low elo legends are fat kids, so that's my payback for all the fat kids out there.
So you punish someone for speaking the truth?
Okay. I remember in Hidden Cup 4 qualifiers what to say about you, Nili. Oh boy.
Well played. Good luck next time.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm not playing in the qualifiers because I'm too bad, so... Castle on the left for Tatoh. Will it be in time?
If the max chills there, yes, it will. I think Tatoh even... Can he pull boys? Oh, there will be some losses.
Yeah, big losses too. He has the villagers to throw away, and yeah, the castle's important. They'll get that up.
Ooh. There's some dents there.
Also, Max had Relic in that monastery, so he no longer has that on the right side. And Elite Woad Raider is on the way for Tatoh, who is controlling the swamp. He's controlling a lot of the map, but Max seemed pretty content with taking corners earlier, so maybe he'll try and find a way to get towards the middle.
Yeah, but what do corners really give you?
Food and wood eco, I guess.
Yeah, but if you just try to ram Woad Raider push through the center,
yep,
that won't be enough for you.
Yeah, and the way Tatoh has fortified the sides of his base gives him an opportunity and gives him time to just send his first wave of military right into Max's economy.
Yeah, like Tatoh can dictate the game. Like he controls so much, he can just decide where do I want to crush an army.
Yeah, it's really, we're just waiting on Tatoh now to make a big push, right? He has so much population, and Max just had to build a tower to take what's left of his gold on that right side. That's not going to last very long because here come the Woads.
First attack spot there, we see Yeoman and Chemistry on the way for the max. And Tatoh, well, obviously sees not a lot of gold control for you, and, well, that's a nice clear up for sure.
Yeah. Beautiful. Play from Tatoh, and arguably the best of 5 from the round of 16 we're seeing here, because this is incredible strategy, different strategy in each and every game. Tatoh gets the win, and we are going to game number 5.
Oh boy, yeah. I've wanted to say Doubt against ACM is still my favorite out of the round of 16,
okay.
But if we get another game number 5 on that level, might be overtaken.
Yeah. All right, Tatoh gets the win. There's one more map remaining before we get there. Let's look at Tatoh's eco lead. I felt like Max tried to do too much in Castle Age, and while initially he was doing a good job with his micro with the Mangonels, we saw very quickly how dangerous it can be to do that against Celts. There weren't many kills in this game, but there were about to be a lot of kills. Tatoh had more food, he had more wood, he had more stone, and he had more gold. Max didn't play bad, he just wasn't able to deal with Tatoh's strategy. And the faster imp meant nothing to Max. I think if there's one takeaway you get from that is Tatoh's game sense to go for the Knight and Mangonel push was on point. Because Max was hoping to boom up with 6 TCs and push back an imp, and he didn't do much at all except lure a tiger into Tatoh's base and kill a few villagers building a castle.
And Britons, they work with massive amount of armies, right?
Yeah.
You want to get to like 30 crossbowmen, one-shot units, use your range. But the Max, he played this kind of low army scattered around the whole map style, which is so good for Celts.
Yeah, I mean, the way he did that as well, by the time the Max got the mass, Tatoh already had the side secured and was ready to push the middle. It was perfect. So we'll go back now to the final map and the final civilization options for Tatoh and Max. Score 2-2, could not be closer, back and forth series. And also, if I'm not mistaken, players have not lost on their home maps, correct?
Indeed, yeah. And that's what I kind of already anticipated in after game number 1, right? The Max, after winning Arabia, he only needs to ship home his 2 home maps.
Yeah.
Now the pressure is obviously really on, but he should be the favorite in this situation.
All right. So I want to make sure we have the scene up for people. I don't see it yet, but I might be behind watching the stream. But the final map is... I forget. Oh my god, El Dorado. Of all the maps to have as a Game 5, potentially the messiest. I don't love Max's civs for El Dorado. I mean, I guess Magyars.
I guess Ethiopians.
That's funny. There is more walling on this sometimes, so either one, okay, either one can be strong. I mean, I've seen a lot of Ethiopians on Arabia and lands maps, right? Not any maps with water. But I guess Vikings was the choice in Game 1 Arabia. And then what are you thinking for Tatoh? I mean, Aztecs historically is a really common pick here.
Yeah, and I think it's the civilization that we have to see, right? Faster production is really good there. We have some extra gold, which is nice. Strong economy.
farmers carrying extra is also like really important here because the farms are so bad on this map.
Okay, so which civ do you prefer if you had to choose? Aztecs or Ethiopians? Or Magyars, I guess.
I'm a big fanboy of Ethiopians on Empire Wars, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think
feels pretty even.
So Max, and I could be off base on this, but I think Max is more of the player to go for the early towers in the middle. And I think Tatoh could perform really well if he doesn't have the gold. Typically, like taking more food and wood economy, like we saw from Leary earlier today against Vinch. But then again, Aztecs is a civ where you need to have the gold. So, oh boy. As you would say, oh boy. We'll find out soon enough, man.
Yeah, the game didn't start yet. I will be away for a short 30 seconds after asking you, what do you think about the potential of Malians with a double barracks man-at-arm opening?
Okay. The potential? There's potential. Because you can pick Malians, and you could build the second barracks. Also, it would be more realistic against Ethiopian archers. I feel like Nili being Tato's teammate. Like that just came out of nowhere, right? Did he have some conversations with Tatoh? Come on now. I think it's too risky, though. You can just pick Aztecs. I think going Aztecs is a smarter play. Where's he going? What's he doing here? I can see what he's doing. The game has started. I assume he'll be back. Oh, wait, no, the game hasn't started. I lied. Game has not started, sorry. I saw them in the lobby browser. We've made that mistake a few times over the last few days. 60% of chat, 340 votes. Thanks, Tatoh will win. Interesting, okay. Well, I think Max is showing excellent form here. Here's a look at the bracket. This is the final best of 5 in the round of 16. And they will also tell you all the matchups tomorrow. That is not the order in which we will play the matches as far as I'm aware. The schedule will come later. But the Viper versus Doubt, Hera versus MBL, winner of this against Leary, and then LaaaN against Mr. Yo. Pretty sick stuff, guys. Big names. I mean, Hera and MBL, amazing players. Played together all the time years back. Teammates, of course. Viper and Doubt could say the exact same thing, except they've maybe been around a little bit longer. And of course, it's Viper against the legend Doubt. You have like Viper, who best player of the last 8 years, and then you have Doubt, who, if you add up all of his achievements and how good he's been for the last 20, is certainly out there as one of the best ever.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be so many 6 series. And let's think about the last 1v1 tournament, which had kind of weird civilization settings as well. Doubt forced Viper to Game 7. He barely lost 4-3 there, so that could be a bang of a series tomorrow as well.
Yeah. And there's the total prize pool. 20,000 euros put up by Red Bull for an Age of Empires 2 tournament. Yeah, that's right. Red Bull for an Age of Empires 2 tournament. All because of you guys watching and supporting the community over the last year. So pat yourselves on the back. Players are about to start the game. Just a smiley face in chat and say, I did this. We did this. It's kind of true, right? If NAC wouldn't have had the big viewership in January, this would have never happened, right? And I'm sure more events will happen for the players in this community because of how amazing Age has been this year. And the growth has been coming for a long time, but with DE especially.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. And, well, what's also beautiful is the pressure of game number 5.
I do not, people ask me, T90, would you want to be a player? No. No. I really don't want to face this type of pressure. These games are happening live as well, by the way. So Tatoh has gone for Aztecs. Nili, I kind of felt like Tatoh told you his strategy and was going to go for double barracks man-at-arms. But he's gone for Aztecs, and then Max has gone for Ethiopians.
Okay, no, I just wanted a time filler. I was expecting Aztecs.
Okay, I wasn't sure. It was either time filler, because that's pretty random, or you heard of some sick strategies. But Tatoh sends the Eagle out right away.
Against Fire.
Yeah, but yeah, we won't talk about what Viper did in that game.
Okay. So, Eagle opening. Sees the double archery range of the Max here in the yellow chunks. Lames?
A turkey.
A turkey, yeah.
What did that turkey do to you, Tatoh? So he killed one, is stealing one. And
Maybe
remember,
missed it.
guys, there's only 2 tiles of gold and 2 tiles of stone per player. You see it here for Max, here and here. You look at Tato's base, his gold is actually on the backside, and his stone is more to the right, and then the rest of the gold and stone is always visible in the middle.
That creates a lot of fighting there for the center. Tatoh
Wow.
now drops archery range number 2 as well. I'm expecting full skirms from him.
I feel like Tato's base is way better. Back berries, back golds, whereas Max's gold and berries are further forward. Like, they're almost in the center, so hopefully that doesn't matter too much for him.
And all the houses kind of away from Tatoh as well.
Yeah.
While Tato's houses, they're creating a natural wall there already.
Yeah, all right, good pick off there from the Max, using the faster firing rate of the Ethiopian archers and the fact that he is fletching already. Very complicated to fight with Aztecs in this matchup long term if you don't have gold, though, Nili.
Oh, the opening with the early skirms is sweet for you, but yeah, Tatoh eventually needs to make a go 4 on gold for now, so he won't starve himself too quick.
I'm looking at the eco difference. Max has added a dock to add some fishing ships, whereas Tatoh has not done that, and Tatoh has gone for farms. So he added farms really early. The eagle for Tatoh will not kill a villager on the left side, and Max and Tatoh continue to micro on this little hill in front of Max's base. What a close game, the pressure's on.
Yeah, you also mentioned, like, the berries so much more defensively, right? That allowed Tatoh to go for those defensive farms, right?
Yeah.
They're so protective.
Yep.
Just think about it, like, the max farms, they're basically next to the battlefield.
Yeah, like, he can't build another mill to make farms, right? So he chose to dock most likely just because of that. And now Tatoh has some nice momentum here.
Oh yeah, and that's why we've sometimes seen Khmer being picked on this map. Eagles now around here. They are lacking upgrades, though.
Yeah, what's fascinating is Khmer wasn't even picked by either player, right? Or was it banned? I might forget. I don't think it was picked.
Let's focus on this game.
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of factors and a lot of things going through my mind right now.
No, I just don't know.
I see a stable for the Max and some scouts. However, his one scout is trapped, so that won't help if he doesn't realize that. Max needs to get that scout in here with the other one.
Oh, but Tatoh gets cleared up.
He does get cleared up. He's getting forging now. Oh, this is so close. The KD somewhat even. Max in the lead, though. And the archers are paying off, and the scout is paying off. Where's the other scout, Max? There it comes.
Oh, that was quite some time wasted on that one. I'm not sure how many hits he could have gotten out. Tatoh now with the first mining camp towards the center and drops barracks number 2.
All right, so he has to take that gold. Max can see that the gold is being taken, and he can pressure that. But Tatoh has less military, and I like the military more for the Max as well, if I'm being honest with you, Nili.
Yeah, obviously scouts are a really good unit. Potentially, it sounds weird, but might be the strongest unit in Feudal Age. You have the mobility, you have all the power, but super strength only comes in after you get all the upgrades.
Yeah, now Max figures, all right, whatever, I can farm here now. I'm in a good position, and I think he's probably waiting for enough mass to move out. Does he notice that Tato's on that gold, I wonder? Because Tatoh is taking the gold. And Tato's adding what will be his 3rd barracks, so he's starting to go Eagles alongside a lot of Skirm and Archer production.
Wow, and remember, Aztec produce a bit faster as well, gets a snipe.
Oh,
there. Nice micro
2
by Tatoh.
snipes from
Ooh.
Tatoh. 2 archers killed there. That was beautiful, and if he has the Eagle follow-up and it's mainly Skirms, Tatoh could really do this. Here come the scouts, though.
Takes the fight. I think that's not enough infantry.
He has the attack upgrade. Does the attack upgrade matter here, Nili? That's my question. I mean, the Eagles haven't taken a lot of damage.
Oh.
Not yet, anyways.
Possible. And now we don't have any more archers.
Yeah.
This is full skirms at the moment.
And he has gold, so he can make more Eagles.
Archers getting sniped in the back. This looks so good for Tatoh. What are the skirms doing?
Did Max just die? Did Max just die? Tatoh has gold on El Dorado. We use 5 military building production. And now Max doesn't have the numbers of military. And he can't take his 2-tile gold.
Uh-oh. This is not looking pretty. Only 1 stable. Now he drops the second one, wants to get higher
His
on
farms.
those numbers. Everything exposed now.
What
I
happened?
think he needs to build a tower.
But I think Max just can't believe... He can't believe it like I can't believe it. Like, what just happened here? He's not running the vills. He's not doing anything.
There's just so much production from the Aztecs player, right? Triple barracks, double archer range, and now he rushes out the tower.
Yeah.
But honestly, that tower, he can't protect that.
Yeah, it's too late. It does kind of protect the gold. Not really.
No. Tatoh will rush it down with his own tower now.
Wow, all Tatoh needs to do to close this amazing series out is take care of those scouts. If the scouts aren't in there, the Eagles will kill everything else. If he has control of gold with Aztecs, he will likely win this game and win this series.
Oh, but TheMax realizes that, needs to get the tower up, sends so many villagers here to the front, but military count is 20 to 12 at the moment.
So Max will build his own tower, he will rush with Vills. The important thing is the military that's remaining. Whoever has the most military remaining will probably have their tower remaining. This is about to get very awkward.
Oh, neither player on stone at the moment. I think both towers might fall. Lots of damage output from TheMax. I have no idea why he is leading in score, and he's pushing Tatoh back. What are we witnessing?
The villager play did it. It kept him in the game. Can he get enough scouts out, though? Because there's still... Like, Tatoh still remains on gold. What
how does
is
Tatoh
this?
not have defense upgrades on his Eagle Warriors?
Yeah, I didn't see it earlier. I was surprised that he won the fight earlier. But there's also no upgrades on Max either, right? He doesn't have any scout upgrades. So the Eagles are probably going to be better, holding their own against the skirms too.
The intensity of a game number 5, the intensity of a 20,000 euro tournament, the intensity of fighting with your villagers to stay alive.
Tato's losing way too many Eagles to this. He has the food to get armor on the Eagles. I'm watching skirmishers weaken Eagles, and I think it's why he lost that position. Like, it should not have happened. Does Max have a market by chance? I don't see it. Look at the micro from Max. Yeah, okay, he just bought... Oh no, he's on stone, sorry. So he's building a tower.
Okay, and well...
Tato's losing his units now. This is swung right back into Max's control.
Oh no, oh no.
Tato's not on stone, so he can't build a defensive tower. Even if Max pulls back and doesn't fight for a little while, he will soon have enough stone to place a tower. This is kind of a stepping stone tower.
Oh god, look at the wood line left-hand side of Tatoh. So many villagers there and so inefficient.
He's obviously focused on the micro. 800 wood. Could refresh that. Farms, yeah, man, this is just... This is unreal. Honestly.
Market could help. And behind this, TheMax with 3 dogs fish boom.
Oh, man. Scale barding armor. I think that the fish boom is something that Tatoh could have tried to think about addressing, and we haven't been talking about it because we haven't had time to look at it. Tatoh buys stone for a tower. Now Max wants to build one. Tatoh still doesn't have defense on his Eagles, so he's fighting underneath tower against scouts that will soon have defense.
Okay.
I can't...
take quite a reasonable fight. I think if Tatoh had the defense upgrade, he would take this fight very reasonably well.
Yeah, I mean, he still has a ton of Eagles, still has a ton of his own skirms. This is like... This is so unbelievably messy. I can't. I just can't. I guess the concern for Tatoh is if the tower does eventually go up for Max, he won't be able to take gold as easily. And a lot of his strong army, like the Eagles, relies on gold.
Indeed, but only one villager working on that. He is down to 9 HP. Can Tatoh finish that one? He gets the snipe most likely, but 5 more villagers arriving.
Yeah, more vills. So, more vills, more scouts coming from Max, more skirmishers coming from Max. Ethiopian scouts, not the best, but certainly decent here. And now Tatoh, like, he's definitely further from the gold. Max isn't really even on gold right now in the middle. Now another tower.
Scouts, right? He's kind of fine with this.
Yeah, and how's this fight gonna go? The tower's actually helping Max. He's using the tower against the Eagles that don't have armor.
Oh no. But skirmisher numbers are really dropping now on the Max side. Tatoh, he cannot pull any villagers though. I think maybe is this the spot for Tatoh after clearing up the scout to go for the counterattack again?
Maybe?
Villagers are so low. Villagers are so low though, Tristan. So low. So low.
Well, there's more. Okay. The tower will go up. Max loses a few. Tatoh is paying very close attention to it. Now the skirmishers are going to be low. Oh my god. Tatoh, I was wondering if he scouted it. He did scout the one dock in the north, but it's almost better to just forget about it at this point and just go all in on land.
Tatoh has 50 gold left at home. 140 in the bank.
2 stable scouts for Max. If he takes wise fights, like this is not a wise fight. If he takes wise fights with like 6+ scouts with skirms, I think he cleans up the Eagles and the army from Tatoh.
Now Spearmen are joining as well.
It's bad. That was a bad fight. Look how much HP he lost. He lost a scout, and then those 3 scouts, which were full HP, are now weak.
Tower fight in the center. The Max loses a villager. Only now goes for armor for his skirmishers as well.
Yeah. Both players missing important upgrades. Maybe they'll rewatch this and think, no, I was fine, but I think you have to max out on upgrades with all your units.
Both players without horse color behind this as well.
Oh, what a messy game, man. What a messy game.
So many villagers. Also, like, that's the reason why we don't see that much army now. Because both players have so many villagers in those towers.
Yeah, I think the more I look at this, Max could be in real trouble economically if Tato's counter keeps pushing forward. Because Tato's micro is really good, and not having bloodlines is a big deal in these scouts. But then again, like, Tatoh, he's not sure he even wants to push up the hill. He wants to get his gold back, so he's worried about the towers.
I think Tatoh will be up to Castle Age way earlier, though, right?
I see that,
take a look at the resources.
He also could lose his army if he clicks up to Castle Age too early and doesn't have gold. That could kill him.
Tries to go for some snipes against the villagers there. They are forced to ungarrison.
Yeah, Max needs to give up on that tower. I think. Anyways, big fight. Max commits to the fight. Tatoh backs up to the hill.
Some spearmen nicely sniped there. Now trying to get around again. I think that is a reasonable fight for the Max.
Oh, it should be if he has reinforcements especially. Where are Tato's eagle numbers? Tato's lost most of his infantry. Unfortunately, he has the hill. Max also has the tower helping.
But also, it's like, triple barracks production for spearmen behind this as well.
To make it stop. I mean, honestly, if Max had a bloodline civilization, I think the scouts would have done so much more. Like, we only see these fights with bloodline scouts, and every time the scout engagements happen, I'm thinking the scouts will clean, and they're not because they're lacking all that HP.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
What upgrade? What upgrade does Tatoh prioritize in the next stage? Because I'm wondering if here Max comes for a counterattack. What upgrade does he get?
The defense upgrade for infantry because it's so cheap comparatively. He will really kick himself.
Here comes
counterattack could do a lot.
Yeah.
Tato's actually rushing a tower out there.
He feels like he needs gold, and as I said, this is such a huge commitment to him, for him, and he'll have to bring units back to deal with the scouts. He'll lose way too many villagers to this.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Let's take a look. Tower's not in time.
Yep.
Not reacting.
Yeah, he's focused on the front. I think he was also expecting ranged units to come in and not scouts, because he's building a tower. A lot of towers, actually.
Whoa. 2 towers there, but still lost full 5 villagers there, I believe.
If you have golds and can make eagles, though, he has a lot on golds. It'll be tough for Max, who's still in feudal age. It won't be like earlier on that Aslan game. Exactly. Yeah, it'll be very different, especially when he brings this many spears back and Max doesn't realize.
Runs away there, and barracks number 4 now being dropped. More counterattacks here. The Max, he will play this very brutal in feudal age.
He has.
Could think about Castle Age now.
Yeah, he has to snipe as many vills as he can that are not in the middle, click up to Castle Age, and hope to weather the storm. Actually, this is a good fight for Max, fighting against the Eagles before they're upgraded. I think he'll take that, at least until the spears arrive.
Okay, so far not a single upgrade in the blacksmith by Tatoh.
Max, scouts, you need value, you need time, Max. That's not good, because now Tatoh can just go directly forward.
Yeah, look at the resources of Tatoh, absolutely at the limit here.
Okay, he gets Eagle Warrior, he has 5 eagles. 5 eagles, at least he has stone though and is making towers.
And, well, still 4 barracks producing for him. Now both players trying to rush out this tower there.
Yeah.
I think this will be really good for Tatoh.
I love Tato's position. He has had the gold over the last few minutes. He had the faster Castle Age. The towers are in good spots offensively and defensively. And Max does not really have the civ to deal with this. And you do get plus 100 food and plus 100 gold when you arrive to Castle Age for Max, but what options is it giving you to fight up against eagles like this?
He might be forced to go for knights, but you mentioned it earlier, Ethiopians not having the option for bloodlines, therefore limited to 100 HP. Doesn't sound like the greatest option ever.
Yeah.
3 stables.
Wow. The way this game has played out has been incredible. See, the scouts also won't defend the wood and farm eco for Max. How many villas is he sending to the middle now? He's going YOLO on stone on the left. I guess he had to leave the area.
Only getting 1 villager on gold at the moment, so that won't be too many knights even.
This is so bad for Max. There's more idle villagers than working villagers. That's what it seems like anyways.
The auto scout horse at the right-hand side even did scout the newly approached woodline.
So Tato's auto scout, OP, sees the woodline. If he focuses there, he can scout that or kill that.
Look at the Max base. It's like a ghost town.
Yeah. Quarantine, man. Everyone's quarantined in the middle.
Everything in the middle.
Yeah.
Like it's in one screen. I can see like 80 units.
Yeah. Man, even the tiger was in there. But now Max, like, what has he gained from Castle Age to make a few knights here? Can be good, but still no bloodlines, and still only 7 on food. Though the fishing ships are bringing in food. At least that's one thing that's safe, but he's also going long distance fishing. Tatoh has stone income, Nili. He has eagles. I think Tatoh at this point realizes I've just got to be the first one to place a castle in the middle, and then I win.
That's a good option. He also can just wait, right? He knows, okay, like, I saw the eco in the back. My eco can't be worse than his.
Yeah. It's a good point. And more towers. I don't think Max ever wanted to go into a tower war against Tatoh. He's one of the best at that, but he had to.
Oh, he's so annoying indeed. And now he commits with the eagles, but that would be a big mistake. Thinks better of it and disengages.
I like how Max is going for Bodkin, and so is Tatoh. They know how important the tower fire is to these fights.
Yeah, yeah. Next step is guard tower, no?
That
would be sick.
Yeah. If it was Mr. Yo or Vivi, they probably would have picked Koreans, and there'd be 20 towers here already.
I think that's not the worst choice. Something we didn't mention for quite some time is still the Max kicking on the outside, right?
Yeah, Tato's going over now. He noticed, he paid attention. The auto scout was clutch. The woodline's there. I mean, unless Max can quick wall those vills, he'll lose a bunch of them.
The castle now, Tristan, left-hand side, tries to build the defensive tower. I think that shouldn't work out. I think Tatoh will wall in his villagers reasonably well.
Yes, it seems like it. I think there's one tile where the knights can go in, but that's a lot of vills building this. Plus the eagles are here. The castle is 75% of the way up for the Spaniard. That castle will complete, and that means tower after tower after tower will go down for the Max, and Tatoh moves on. That was the best series of the round of 16, in my opinion. That was the best series. Unbelievable. I'm so heartbroken, though. Like, I honestly didn't think that Max would bring that level of quality today. I thought he'd be great. I thought he'd have good strategy. I didn't think he'd have the execution, Nili. So to see him crash out, man.
I expected a lot, and they delivered even more.
Yeah.
Honestly, strategies were so nice. It was so intense, game after game. The level was incredibly high, and that entertaining game number 5 to close out the series. I'm happy.
Okay, so when a series is that close, we have small little things to talk about. And I'm just thinking, instead of Ethiopians on El Dorado, could it have been Khmer, a bloodline civilization, which would have stronger scouts, stronger food economy than Max was able to achieve here? Could it have maybe been some other civs, like Magyar's I think he had available. He actually picked that. Of course, hindsight is 2020, and Tatoh moves on regardless. I'm curious now how good the food economy was. There were so many swings in that game, Nili. There were multiple times where I felt like one person was going to win early, and the game just continued. Max actually had more food economy. It was Tatoh who had the gold and the stone.
Oh god, what a highlight game! Like honestly, I sometimes forgot to breathe a bit because it was so.
Yeah, it's like where you hold your breath when you're microing armies when playing. You do that when casting as well. Jeez, yeah. I mean, it's the rock paper scissors you like to see on El Dorado. One person has gold, the other person has food. That person might not have wood. It's wild. Chat, I know not everyone might have a salute, maybe a pog champ or whatever, but for both players, seriously, if they are looking at the chat right now, congratulate them for great performance. That was great. Max won't be happy with himself, but he deserves some plaudits. That was unbelievable. So many of you probably want to hear from ZeroEmpires, but I'm not finished yet, Nili. I'm not finished. So before you kick me out, before Nili gets kicked out, can we please look at the bracket and maybe the schedule Zach can look at, but more so the bracket. I want to talk about matchups because there are some big matchups coming tomorrow. All quarterfinals will be tomorrow, best of fives, and then the semifinals and the live finals will be on Sunday. Well, actually, everything's live, just to make sure that's clear if it isn't already.
And tomorrow is Saturday.
Saturday, yeah. As I did all day today, Dave will do all day tomorrow. That's true. Okay, so Nili, Viper vs. Doubt, MBL vs. Hera, Leary vs. Tatoh, LaaaN vs. Yo. Some tremendous results today. Only one player who qualified made it to rounds number 2.
Yeah, and LaaaN with a very strong performance there for sure. But apparently our invited players were justified there. Oh god, the level was already incredibly high over the last 2 days. And honestly, I think those players still have some crazy strategies up their sleeves.
So we both had said that Yo was probably the most favored in the bottom half of the bracket to make it all the way to the finals. After seeing Tatoh's series against TheMax and Max playing so solid, what do you think of Leary's chances against... Sorry, I don't want to go too far down this road, but like now what are you thinking of Tatoh, I guess, against Leary and then potentially Mr. Yo if that does indeed happen?
I think like Tatoh will do a better job than Vinchester to put Leary into weird scenarios.
Yeah.
So I see Tatoh as the favorite there.
Yeah, okay. Well, I quickly realized that if we start talking about matchups, I will talk for the next 20 minutes. So I probably will opt against that. So thank you, chat. Thank you, everyone, for watching and participating. We're going to send it over to Zach now, and ZeroEmpires can talk about the rest of the event coming up tomorrow.
It's been some fantastic matches, and I think we've got an interview now with Tatoh. I think he's just joined the channel. Hey, Tatoh.
Hi. Can you
Hey, Tatito. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Zach.
Dude, that was a really close series. I know that you don't underestimate Max, but did you expect it to be so close?
Yes, I knew that it was going to be really hard because this is a new mod as well. And he had to play the qualifiers, so I was sure that he prepared for that as well. Yeah, it has been really tough.
Yeah, it looked like he fought hard, especially in that last game, and we're going to talk about that in a bit more detail very shortly. But, you know, you're known, Tatoh, as a player who is very good at working outside of the box. You know, you're known for your sneaky demos and your crazy plays. I feel like Empire Wars is probably quite good for you as well. How do you feel about the game mode in general?
I agree that it's quite open to those strategies, but at the same time, it's really hard to make something work because you are kind of blind, right? You don't have scout information, you don't know where your opponent is as well. So the game mode is interesting for sure, but there's some strategies that they will, when the meta develops, will be the best, and probably there will be no counter to that.
Yeah, and we're actually seeing a little bit of that already. Civs like the Vikings, for example, are being picked nearly every single time. And in fact, in the first game against Max, he took the Vikings against your Huns and he won that game. Do you regret not banning the Vikings, or were you happy with your Civ draft?
Actually, I was planning to pick Saracen, and I was scared of them, so that's why I preferred to ban them. I thought that the match was going to go for Vikings on Golden Swap, and then I decided to go for the ban Saracen. Yeah, Vikings are strong in any map, and that's why it's gonna be picked on the first series as well, like on the first picks.
Yeah, they've actually been picked every single draft so far. I was doing some stats earlier and looking into it. They've been picked every single time. They've been banned 3 times, and they have 100% win rate. So we'll see a lot more of that too.
I would love to know that before my series. Then I would probably have banned Vikings.
Well, if Team Secret are looking for a stats guy, you can always message me.
Yeah, we probably will.
All right, so game 2, Kawasan, that was your first win of the series. You were playing Franks there, and you were actually one of the only players we've seen going for a town center in the middle for the berries. Were you happy with how that played out? Were you expecting Max to be able to push you back so quickly?
I think I played quite good the feudal age, and then I think my biggest mistake that was not walling, because I knew that he was going to counterattack. There was no point for him to try to take the middle, because my whole army was there. So yeah, I feel I was a bit sloppy there from me. I think as well, like I didn't let him fishbone as well. So I was controlling the whole game, but yeah, at the end, I actually thought I was going to lose when suddenly there was like 49s on my base, and I failed some quick walls as well.
Yeah, there was so many moments in all of these games where it really came down to just those last couple of units in these fights, and it was so close the whole way through. Game 3 on Aztlan. Now, this is a map which is very aggressive usually. It's a map which is usually over in about 4 minutes, and you went Incas, and then you didn't go all in. What was your strategy there?
Well, I saw that Belize played Lithuanians yesterday, and well, the game didn't last too much, as you said, but I thought that he wanted to use the abuse speed of the skirmishers, or basically the Lithuanians are quite good on these settings because you start with 150 foot, right? So he can basically adapt way faster than us, or get the eco upgrades, or either go for military. So you don't know yet when the game starts, and then you need to choose a strategy. I decided to go for defensive tower on my short fish while I wall, because I was feeling like, okay, if I get the game to the latest stage and I'm not super behind, maybe I can fight Lithuanians much better because they don't have arbalest as well. But he put a lot of pressure on me. I think I should have, like, my biggest mistake there was not going for monks earlier to kind of control his knight movement. And then I think I will have not lost too much map control in the middle and try to fight more for that, because he abused really good the fish. Like, he actually didn't have almost any farm. I was surprised when I saw the map.
Yes.
So it seems like there's a lot of short fish, and if you abuse that, it's a lot of wood that you take.
Oh yeah, he didn't do horse collar until the Imperial Age because he had no farm.
Yeah. I think he played amazing that game.
That was a really good game from him, and to see you sort of get backed into a corner, and then seeing Max with fully upgraded paladins is such a Max thing to do as well. So then into game number 4, we'll go over this one a bit more quickly so we can get to game 5, because that was the most intense game we've seen all day. God Swamp for game 4. You had he had Britons, you had Celts for that one. And you ended up getting into quite a bit of a siege battle outside of your town center. And then you've got some insane trades. That Celt siege firing faster. I think you traded off about 5 of his mangonels with 1 of yours at one point.
Yeah. I knew that he was going to do something like that, because if you don't have the water, you need to do a small push on one of the sides. Otherwise, the guy who has the water will have always better boom than you. But yeah, Celts are quite good with seeds, as you said. So I was not worried at all when I saw the seeds, because I knew that I had like the bonus, and then I just needed to hold and not trade too poorly there.
Yeah, and there was a moment during that game as well when you were pushing him with a lot of mangonels. You must have had an idea that you were killing an Imperial Age town center, right?
No. I actually didn't know.
Okay, well, you were. It was so close. It was about 200 HP when he got Imperial Age, and then it went down. So it was super close. You nearly denied it.
That's nice.
And then finally, game 5. Game 5, El Dorado, Ethiopians against Aztecs. Now, how do you feel about the matchup, first of all? I think Aztecs are pretty strong in this scenario.
I think they are, yeah. Aztecs with the faster production building, and also I feel like Ethiopians, they're really good, but they don't shine too much on El Dorado unless they can get his walls up and then play his game.
Yeah, and he couldn't really do that. You were pressuring really hard from right from the start, basically, and it looked like you were in a winning position very early on in that game. I was getting ready for the interview at like minute 4, and then Max pushed you back with villagers. How did you react to seeing him fighting with the vills and actually starting to turn that around?
Well, I was surprised that I couldn't kill. Like, I thought I clicked armor, but then I realized later on Castle that I didn't have armor. I think that was the main problem there, because on my brain I had armor, so that's why I wanted to take those fights.
That's so interesting, because the guys casting at T90 and Nili, they were picking up on that. They were like, what tech should he go for next? Maybe the defense. That would be a good idea.
I actually surprised that I didn't realize that I didn't have armor, because I clicked armor first, when I was pushing like super early, because I had that momentum where I could go for the kill and I say, okay, I go for armor. But since it's weird, because if you don't have food, you can look at that. But maybe I misclicked. But then again, I clicked forging, and then I could see the icon there, but I didn't realize. So it was weird. I don't know why I didn't on my brain I had armor, and that's why I took all the fight. And I was surprised that I wasn't trading that good.
Yeah, it's so weird sometimes, in the heat of the moment, it's the final game, the pressure's on. You can make these mistakes, right? And I mean, luckily for you, it didn't end up costing you the game, and you ended up making it through in a super close 3-2 victory.
Yeah, it was really, really tough game.
Well, Tatoh, you go on now to play against Viereyy tomorrow. How are you feeling about that? Earlier I interviewed him. He said he hasn't really been preparing, so are you hoping that might help you out?
Well, he never prepares, so that's something you never can rule out. Viereyy, he's really, really, really talented player and really good. So it will be a really tough series. I guess I need to call out Tito today and prepare something for tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to chat to me. Really nice to be able to talk over those games with you, and best of luck for tomorrow, man.
Thank you, Zach, and good job so far.
Thanks. Speak to you later.
See ya.
Bye-bye. All right, there you go. So Tatoh beats Max there for a 3-2 victory to close the day out. Let's take a quick look over at the brackets, because day 1 and 2 are now complete. And we have the second round coming up tomorrow. A full day of Age of Empires 2 action. And as Nili said, really amazing performance from the top 8 invited players, with the exception of Dogao. Everybody went through who was invited to the tournament. So we're definitely going to be excited to watch how LaaaN can perform tomorrow against Mr. Yo. But you're probably wondering what order these matches are going to be in. And so let's bring up the schedule for tomorrow and the round of 8. So tomorrow then we're going to have Mr. Yo against LaaaN first thing. You will not want to miss that. I'm super stoked to see LaaaN getting through here, and I cannot wait to see his performance against Yo tomorrow. That will be followed by Viereyy and Tatoh. So Tatoh doesn't get much of a breather between now and then, but I'm sure he'll be bringing his A game for Viereyy there tomorrow. Kira MBL, third match of the day. That is going to be epic. These guys, teammates of course, but also such good form from both of them in the first round. And to cap it all off, Viper versus Doubt. That is something that is always a classic matchup. Everyone today calling the Tatoh Max match El Clasico. Well, I would certainly argue that Viper and Doubt is El Clasico 2 if we want to go down that route. Of course, 20,000 euros prize pool as well. Huge amount of money on the line, sponsored by Red Bull. First place takes 5,000 euros. So there's a lot on the line and a lot of excitement as we go into day 3 tomorrow. Now, I'm quite surprised, considering T90 has been casting all day. I think I heard more shouting from him as the day went by. But he'll get a little bit of a breather tomorrow, as the casting will be split between him and Nili. And of course, tomorrow is Dave Day. So he'll be here all day to cast and cover all of the games with T90 and with Nili as well. Couple of stats for you, though, before we leave you for today. Popular picks of the day. Vikings, I said earlier, Vikings picked every single match, and they've been banned 3 times as well. They've been a popular pick all throughout the tournament, and we can see why. Franks, another Civ which has been picked 8 times across 8 matches, but only banned once. They've also had a very high win rate as well, so we'll see if Franks continue to be a top pick Civ, and then the most threatening Civs. From my calculations, Aztecs, Indians, Persians, and Vikings all banned equally across the matches that we've seen in the first round. Definitely scary Civs on these maps. Maps such as Aztlan, where Indians, you just don't want to give them the fish. And there's a lot of reasons to ban the Persians as well with their current strength, as well as, of course, the Aztecs, which we saw in the last game there with Tatoh against Max performing so very well. Notable mentions on Civs, though. We've also got the Celts and Ethiopians, which I wrote down. They've been picked 7 out of 8 times. Expect to see a lot more of Celts and Ethiopians tomorrow. There's a lot of Age of Empires 2 action coming up tomorrow. Make sure you don't miss it. We peaked about 15,000 viewers today on this channel, so thank you so much for tuning in. And if you missed any of the matches, you can catch them all on the Red Bull Gaming channel on YouTube. The VODs are going up as we speak. So make sure to follow along, tune in tomorrow for some more great Age of Empires, and we'll be showing you a highlight reel from the day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Just immediately.
Especially when it doesn't matter. Like, if that's Doubt, Doubt's just like, okay, bye, villager, you're dead. No
The
cav
HP
upgrades.
for Vinch's scouts looking pretty good here. And the knights are coming in now.
All the archers will die for Leary. Every
That's
single
over.
one. And Vinchester picks Franks and beats Indians. I thought for sure Civ win the second. My
And-
goodness.
Dogao is going for a castle in the fence. There's another siege workshop coming up from land. And Dogao with the...
What a snipe!
And all you see is full walls. Scouts aren't really doing too much for you.
Yes, if he gets in, it could be good.
Oh, hole in the wall. Hole in the wall in Dogao's base. Land is in.
No! Dogao has
She
all of his
overchopped.
military forward, and she overchopped the tree. Oh, that's so... That not only is that bad for his chances, but that's tilting. Oh, man.
Oh, that's a horrible patrol in the center there. Oh, there's for the defense as well.
Oh, Slam, no! Oh, God, that hurts so much. He can't push, and another shot! Oh, God! Oh, the Arbalest go down. Beautiful, beautiful. Doing the comeback. Let's go, Slam.
But the castle at the front, Tristan.
Uh-oh. No way. No way! Maganel! Fire! No! Oh, God. Yo took out the Maganel right before... Wait, it still could be denied. If there's another wall for Tatoh, he needs to make sure he walls behind. Tatoh actually sends Eagles in. What? The Max? With those quick walls? That was dirty. Continue that patrol with his crossbows, but the Paladins will join in here, and here they are. The castle fire. The +8 attack on the Lithuanian Paladins. Max is going to win this game, and Tatoh probably is shocked. He won game 2, going for...
Oh, neither player on stone at the moment. I think both towers might fall. Lots of damage output from the Max. I have no idea why he is leading and score, and he's pushing Tatoh back. What are we witnessing?
The villager play did it. It kept him in the game. Can he get enough scouts out, though? Because there's still... Like, Tatoh still remains on gold. So is 75% of the way up for the Spaniard. That castle will complete. And that means tower after tower after tower will go down for the Max. And Tatoh moves on. That was the best series of the round of 16, in my opinion. That was the best series. Unbelievable. I'm so heartbroken, though.